on in from Loops with the S12, making the spray. A warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for the final day here of the PMPL Americas, as we have broken down all of our last 15 days. Now we're into the super serious last day where every group is going to be playing and every group is going to be vying for those positions moving on forwards. I've got my shiny shoes on. It's time. It's the final day here as we get things started. My name is Kyle Laris, your host here for the PMPL. And to my left-hand side in the nether, somewhere, we have Seven and we have Degon. Looking charming, I might add, as well. Seven, it's the final day. You've been here with me through thick and thin. It's been 16 days of action. Of course, now is the 16th day. How are you feeling, friend?
I'm ready, man. Today I feel like it's gonna be a dessert because we're gonna get some amazing gameplay, and it's the last day, so I had to put on at least something good looking for the camera. By the way, I love the shoes. Yeah,
it's not too bad. The little cheeky Dolce & Gabbana ones, you know, gotta step it up, How about yourself, Degon? Feeling good? You looking suave as well?
Yeah, super excited. We've got battles all across the scoreboard. That second place, it's a huge money gap. And of course, who's going to be in our top 8 qualifying for World League? It's going to be close all throughout.
Yeah, definitely so. All right, of course, we have what is sure to be an interesting day, a different day compared to everything that you've seen here so far for the last 15. If you've been watching scrims in the past, then you'll kind of know exactly how the format works out. But let's take a look at the prize pool first, because right now, Loops Esports is very much so at the front here, looking for that $50,000 for first place. And don't forget, every team that is going to be playing today will not go home empty-handed. Well, you know, some are already home, but that's by the by. We have 17th through 20th. They're going to get $2,000 each, and of course we'll have that MVP towards the end as well for a $5,000 guaranteed prize. And we've seen, we've seen plays, we've seen pop-offs, we've seen Carrillo doing well, we've seen Asa doing well, we've seen a few names. Carrillo is definitely one that stands out here to potentially get that MVP prize at the end of the day, Seven.
Oh yeah, he's being on a tear, an absolute tear. And talking about performances, yesterday alone, we saw one of the best performances from any team in this tournament. I think it was maybe like the second best day for a team, and it was XQG getting 117 points in one day. That is pretty impressive considering we have had days where teams only get like up to 69 or maybe 82.
Nice. Yeah, you're absolutely right. When it comes to 117 points. The record right now stands at 122 points for Tempo Storm. XQG getting very close to that. I didn't think anyone was going to get close to that result by Tempo Storm, but indeed XQG blasted out yesterday with multiple podium finishes. Let's take a look back and see exactly what went down here throughout the days. And two teams that we were watching whilst all of this was going on was Pittsburgh Knights and Tribe. But Wildcard definitely had, a little bit of fun at the beginning of this match. Gone and continue to do all right.
Yeah, and Wildcard had a day where they solidified their spot in the top 8, currently sitting in 6. I believe for a while, XQG and Wildcard were going back and forth for the 5th and 6th place spot, and then all of a sudden, XQG turned it on and popped off with that massive day. The other team that kind of struggled a little bit, as you saw on your screen there, was Tempo Storm. Tempo Storm getting stunted by Team Solid in this first Erangel match, and it really set the tone for the day. Tempo Storm, who we know are capable of dropping 100 bombs in a whole day's round, I think only got like 20 or 30 points. It was not the best day in the office, and now they've got some catching up to do if they want to fight for that 2nd place spot, because the amount of money you can get for 2nd place compared to 5th place, where Tempo Storm currently is a big drop off. Yeah,
you saw some teams very, very hungry 7 in yesterday. What did you think overall for yesterday?
Yeah, and actually after yesterday, I decided to go ahead and have a conversation with Shifan, and he was telling me, listen, man, we needed to have a day like we did today, because he was even worried that they were maybe going to go ahead and drop off the top 8. So he was, the team was getting worried that they wouldn't even make it to World League. So I think having such a great day puts a lot of pressure off their shoulders, and now they know that they're going to be fighting for that 2nd place with teams like B4, Cloud9. Keep in mind, Cloud9 also had that amazing run for a couple of days there. So anything can happen here. I am going to be looking forward to seeing how the teams that set out are going to be acting in the first game. Are we going to see Cloud9 continue on the momentum that they've been having? And the other one I'm going to be looking at once we see the leaderboards is going to be who's going to be able to take that 8th spot. We're kind of having some friendly guesses here and there with the cast in the back, and it's interesting. Wait until we get to some of those stats, and then I'll break it to you.
Nice. Any other thoughts, Digon, before we finish up our highlights?
Yeah, we just saw, yesterday we saw some heroic stands and heroic plays. Earlier we saw the Italox 1v4 against Tempo Storm here, and then we just saw the 2 members of Omen Elite take down 4 members of Pittsburgh Knights. And then Ace stepping up against Wildcard. There were a lot of skirmishes in yesterday's matches due to the desperation for a lot of these teams needing to score big days. So it wasn't even just like, hey, we can get a chicken dinner and 6 kills and that's enough. No, teams were going after it. They were taking fights, and it felt really cool to see teams take on 1v1 squad situations and worry about the third party later. We got treated to a lot of that, especially in this Vikendi map, which was the last time we're playing on Vikendi. I think we were down to 40 players in Circle 2. Like, that's how quickly things shut off.
Yeah, definitely. Here's Federal as well, one of the standout players for Loops in terms of overall performances as a part of their roster. Comparing that to what was going on here in the PMPL Americas, as I said, Carrillo has kind of stood shoulders and above the rest here. But you need a great team to be able to push you all the way to the front as strongly as they have been able to do. And time and time again, Seven, we have seen Loops, even if they've not been getting the chicken dinners, like yesterday, for example, wasn't by any means the greatest day for them, but they still got 60-some points, which in this lobby is pretty big.
Oh yeah, yesterday I think they started off the day super slow, and then the thing you were saying is that Loops Esports does teamwork so well. We always seen them back each other up, and they're able to recover from situations where other teams are not able to, and I think that's what separates champions from people that are just barely qualifying.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a little bit of a comparison look here at some of the teams that are kind of vying and trying to solidify themselves in that top 8 spots, of course. One of them is Pittsburgh Knights, team here that, we mentioned it before, had Carnage kind of come onto the team at the very beginning of everything, and he's done pretty well for them. When Seven, there was doubters from time to time for Carnage, but I think throughout all of this, he's proved himself to be extremely worthy.
Oh, definitely. I think his resume just speaks volumes, right? And there was a lot of people that were counting him out. So I think he's even a confident booster for him, just being able to go ahead and enter a team that he hasn't played any of the scrims with and being able to at least help them out with fragging, help them out with damage and all that kind of stuff. And with PK, one of the things that I actually want you guys to keep in mind, especially the people watching at home, is that today we are going to be playing all Erangel matches.
Yeah.
And in Erangel, at least from what the PUBG Mobile Esports website is telling me here, is that Pittsburgh Knights is the team with the most kills in the Erangel map with 151 kills. So a little fun fact there for everybody to look, that's going to be looking at that table and comparing stuff. And don't worry, I got some other stats for you later on once we see that leaderboard.
How about yourself, Degon? What do you think?
Interesting that G3 got some playing time yesterday, even though PK is on the cusp. It's interesting that they haven't solidified their roster. They're still moving forward with, hey, this is what G3 brings compared to Jagger, compared to Carnage, because I think those are the three guys that have been interchanging, because J7 and Raven are the main fraggers for that squad. So pretty cool to see that they're still working through it, but they've got to make sure they hold on to that 8th place spot.
Yeah, because they're going to be going up against teams like Tribe Gaming, who are also trying to rival for those spots as well. Let's take a magnified look at Tribe Gaming and see how they shape up as well in relation to, especially what we've just seen here from Pittsburgh Knights. And Sega and Sam are the guys that, for me, that have kind of stood out, even though Kinge, with his hair, have done pretty darn well for themselves as well, Seven.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I think Seagut, especially towards the last couple of days, we have seen them just stepped it up even more. And when they work together as a team, it's something that I've been saying throughout the whole tournament. When this team works together as a team, they can reach any limit out there. I wouldn't be surprised if they work together as a team. Maybe they wouldn't ended up in that top 3 situation. They just kind of have off days. Now, I know I gave you all the stat in regards to Pittsburgh Knights having 151 kills in Erangel, but now I'm gonna give you some doubt to the viewers. All right, get ready for this one. PK, Pittsburgh Knights, has had 42 kills so far on week 3 in Erangel alone.
Yes.
Tribe Gaming has had 56 kills and has had better performances so far this week alone in Erangel alone. So for anybody, you know what, I just need to go ahead and throw something there to kind of make you question a little bit more who's going to end up in 8th spot. So I'm looking forward to you guys currently watching at home, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. Let us know in the comments below who's going to be that top 8. We might go ahead and, I might actually go ahead and give away some UC to the person that gets it right. We'll see.
Daddy 7 bringing it in. Okay, all right, well, thank you very much. Let's take a look at the overall rosters here that are going to be playing throughout the day. And normally this is the part where I say one group's going to be sitting out. However, everybody will be playing today, and they'll be alternating, taking turns on getting sit out for the game. So starting things off, Group A, B4, Cloud9, Tribe, and Mazexis. Degon, what are you thinking?
So interesting that 3 of these teams are in battles, important battles throughout the day. B4 and Cloud9 playing for that 2nd place spot, only separated by about 20 points. And we already highlighted the battle for 8th place between Tribe, PK, and a couple of battlers below of Creme Real Betis and Trem Correta Furgao.
Let's take a look at Group B then, moving on swiftly here. I want to get into the games. Oh, it's the last day, and it's going to be exciting. It's going to be exciting. We've got Loops, of course, the lobby leaders right now. We've got Omen Elite, Creme Real Betis, and Team Solid. There's going to need to be a lot of work from 3 of these names if they're wanting to push up into the top 8 and sit there properly, 7.
Oh, definitely. I think some of the teams that I'm going to be looking at is teams that are going to be pushing for at least that top 10, that pride spot. And it's going to be Creme Real Betis and Omen Elite. And I know Juicy, I don't know if it's going to be a little bit too late or what's it going to be, or if it's going to take a miracle, as Degon was saying yesterday. But Juicy said that today is going to be a war zone. So I'm looking forward to see what they do in the first game. That
makes me excited. I am very, very happy if that is the case. Let's move on to Group C now and see what's there. That was weird. We have 4 more teams coming along. We have XQ, Team Queso, Lazarus, and then Charme. XQ is really a huge standout from yesterday, Degon, but Team Queso sitting nice and pretty up towards that top 8 too.
Yeah, that was exactly what I wanted to point out. Team Queso was in the same position as Pittsburgh Knights yesterday, but did a much better job separating themselves from the teams behind them to the point where I think we can call them safe for World League, unless it's a massive performance by multiple teams behind them and they have a dud of a day. But Axel's been leading the way for that squad. We keep harping on the fact that he's been so good for them, and now some of the other guys starting to step up in the form of Mystic and Ayala as well.
Let's take a look at Group D then. Another 4 teams to come. We have Wildcard, Tremkreta, Furacao, Ace, One, and Grunto. And yesterday, 7, as previously mentioned, Wildcard doing pretty well for themselves. Tremkreta, Furacao is on the chase, and Ace, forever second place, man. I just want that first chicken dinner.
Could today be the imagine, Kyle? What would you do if Ace won for some reason today, won all their 4 games in Erangel?
Wait a minute, what? All 4?
All 4, imagine.
Yeah, 1 at a time, 7. 1 at a time.
I was thinking to myself, he was going to say, oh yeah, 1 win. I'd be like, yes, the final day they got the win. You're like, no, all in on Ace.
Exactly.
Let's take a look at Group E as well. They'll be the first team actually sitting out here for our first Erangel. It's Tempo Storm, it's Pittsburgh Knights, it's Alpha 7, it's Kulto. And Digon, Pittsburgh Knights is hoping, some of the teams don't really do much in that first game.
Yeah, but the 2 teams that are behind him in that group in Alpha 7 and Kultu BGBG have been soaking up points over the last week based off of kills, and Kultu had a chicken dinner on Sandhawk a couple days ago. So this is a group that I think if this is the form they were in, expanded it out throughout the 3 weeks, would have been all 4 teams making it, because Kultu and A7 finally figured out what was wrong with their team. So it's not just PK on that squad that's really trying to get over the hump.
All right, gentlemen, let's take a look now at the overall rankings and talk about where the hard spots are, where everything is going to truly matter for the day. Of course, every single placement you're able to get up here on this first page especially, you're going to be able to get yourself extra money. Yesterday, XQ made a blinder of a day. They got themselves up to 2nd place, but now everybody is on level pegging, everyone is on 60 games, and everybody will be playing 4 games today. It's going to be difficult to challenge Loops, but 7, those 2nd, 3rd, 4th spots, etc., they are going to be very close today and highly sought after.
Oh, definitely. And teams like B4, teams like Cloud9, teams like XQ Gaming, they're going to be pushing to be in that top 3, because why not? It's extra bragging rights. And that's something that we mentioned before. These teams like to go ahead and add that kind of stuff to their Twitter bio. So I'm pretty sure they want to be able to add that to their resume. And then right here on the 2nd page, something that Digon got absolutely correct was that Alpha 7 and Kulto, they have been playing that spoiler type of role. So are we going to go ahead and continue to see more out of that? Because imagine if for some reason Pittsburgh Knights or Team Queso get destroyed by one of the spoiler teams, and some of the other teams actually start having better performances that are wanting to push for that top 8. So man, I'm so excited for today. You have no idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the schedule quickly as well here, and whilst we're talking about this, we also saw our 2nd page, but Digon, I do want to talk about whilst we're looking at the schedule. Imagine that the toaster rack is full of toast. Now we have plenty of Erangel to come. It's all good. And as you can see there, which teams are actually going to be sitting out at which particular time. So we're going E, D, C, B, A when it comes to the sit-outs. But okay, important things though. Digon, talk to me about these top 8 spots. Yes, it's Erangel. We're going to be talking about it all day. Who is in the running, you feel, to be able to breach into those top 8 spots, and who has to be truly worried?
I think it's Creme Real Betis and Tremkreta Furacao, and the number 55. That's how many points all of the Omen Elite fans have to shove into those 4 players for Omen Elite if they want to even catch Pittsburgh Knights. 55 points behind, so 2 chicken dinners, and all of a sudden everything gets very, very exciting, but you only have 4 games to do it if you're Omen Elite. So I honestly believe that Omen Elite does have an opportunity to do it, but it's, like I said, it's going to take a miracle. This team hasn't been able to get it fully right consistently. Do you really think they're going to get 2 chicken dinners in a row? We'll leave that one up.
Yeah, we've seen 100-point days, we've seen higher, but again, now you've got 4 games instead of 5, 7, and you're going up against all the other teams which are kind of in desperation mode almost. This is the last time they can actually get themselves points. I will take a look at the rewards that you guys can get as well in-game whilst watching over there, so make sure to tune in-game as well. But I'm going to stick with this, 7. Everybody's going to be in desperation mode. It is really do or die now. There is only these last couple of games left for you to do something, and you better be playing out of your mind.
Oh, definitely. And I think something that the Omen Elite fans that are going to be looking forward to is that it is going to be just Erangel. And guess what? Omen Elite does have 3 wins so far in this tournament, and they all been in Erangel. So they do have that going for them.
Yeah.
They could go ahead and try to make a push with those school shoes that they're wearing from the reward system. Anything could happen here. And I'm gonna be looking forward to, I think for me, it's going to be more of a fight between Pittsburgh Knights and Tribe Gaming. Those are the 2 that I'm going to be looking very closely here.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head over to our commentary team now here for our first Erangel of the day, and it will not be the last because we have plenty of Erangel coming at you. It's the classic battleground for the final day, looking spiffy as well. Wait, are those bats? Is that?
Yes, they are bats indeed.
Where do you get your clothes from?
Look, man, all over the place.
Yeah, there and everywhere.
They arrive at my door, you know.
You don't want to know. I've had rooms in the same hotel as Blank before, and whenever I knock on his door when it's showtime, you know, you walk in,
Is
and
this
it's
a
just
curse?
he's
It's
just
a
got
curse.
he's got these clothes, and it's covered in them. It's
Wow.
it's
Amazing.
you know, it's unreal.
All right, well, I'll talk to you more later on. Enjoy the first game of the day. It's an important one. Let's get it going.
Love the shoes, man. See you in a bit.
Thank you very much, Carlaris. Love the shoes indeed. We're going to be getting into the first of the 5 stack of Erangel today. It is the final day of the PMPL Americas, and it's all about to kick off.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, this is what we've all been waiting for each other. I mean, I'm so excited for today, and it's felt like PMPL has been a fantastic journey that we have been on. But now we're coming to the end. I mean, we've said it before, but we are the 2 pilots. We're on our penultimate flight here over Erangel as we head from Quarry all the way up to Yasnaya. Very fair playing path to start off the day, and it's what the teams want. But John, Cloud9, as well as B4, they're jockeying for that 3rd place. There's only 3 points that sits between them, and that's $5 extra thousand on the line here, as well as a potential podium finish. And a big team like Cloud9, having brought it back so much throughout the tournament, having this really incredible run from week 2, they want to get that podium finish and show everyone else in Americas and everyone coming to World League that they're not to be messed with.
I mean, you say they're jockeying for third position here, Blank, but I'd argue they're also in the running for 2nd place. I mean, XQuest Gaming are within striking distance. We know that these are teams that can have phenomenal days, absolute pop-off days, and go absolutely wild. So if they're able to do it in these closing stages, they might be able to even jump a little bit more than 5K.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's the potential on the line. I mean, 2nd place, that's a big jump. It's a jump of $10,000. And again, we get a very similar circle to how we started off yesterday, all the way to the southwest side, but a lot more water than this one. So we're already really closing all these teams in. We want them to battle. We want them to fight this one out. It is the last day, and we want to see what kind of battles that we can see on this fantastic battleground. This epic original battleground.
Yeah, this is a similar circle to what we saw with the Pittsburgh Knights able to take the top of Everest before, centering pretty much over there. And you know, the Pittsburgh Knights not in this first game, obviously, with them sitting out of their group at the moment, so they won't be able to take the top of it. The question is another team going to try and take that position and use that to their advantage?
Lazarus, we know, like to hold on the north side of Everest, so they can potentially go up there. Omen just passing by B4 silently for the time being, not taking too many fights. This little rock up will pick up the friend there and send them on the way. One thing I'm really looking at, though, is Tribe. You just mentioned the Pittsburgh Knights, right? And Tribe are very close behind the Knights at the moment. And you know what, with the playstyle we're seeing from Knights, and they're starting to fix things slowly but surely. 7 mentioned on the desk as they're starting to hit up bigger numbers as we head into week 3 from week 2. They're starting to take their fights a lot more carefully, but when they do execute, they execute wonderfully. Sam, he's definitely really making a name for himself, as Juicy said, as one of the best gunners in NA. I'm excited to see what these guys can bring to the table today, as we didn't see them yesterday.
B4 landed just a little bit north of Farm, near the north of Milter as well, and they grabbed some vehicles to get over that bridge all the way to Novo. They are really going to be playing hard edge this circle. They don't have too much time to be looting up those compounds, and they want to try and keep it consistent, it seems. That's going to be the name of their game for today. Well, certainly to start things off.
We talked about Cloud9. and B4. We just talked about them. But the Cloud9, they're on the opposite end of things for B4. B4, obviously, like you're saying, playing Edge. Cloud9 currently directly in the middle of the circle, next to Lazarus. They're playing just to the south of Georgia Paul at the moment. Now, what we used to say towards week 2 is that once Cloud9, if they got the circle, they got center circle, they were favored to finish towards the second or first place. Then we started to see them be able to get much better games where even when they were away from the circle, they were able to get themselves in and win those games. This time, they've got a really, really good start to this Erangel, don't they, John? And I mean, this almost indicates success for them.
Hopefully, indications will prove to be good luck omens for them as well. But speaking of omens, Omen Elite are another squad that needs a miracle of a day. They were talking about it yesterday, and they said miracle as well. It was 7 on the desk saying that. Sorry, Degon on the desk was saying miracle. But
yeah,
they are, unfortunately, really a little bit further down the table than maybe a lot of people expected. They've put up some really strong numbers, and I think even towards the end of this tournament, they have picked up the pace, but I feel like it was just a little bit too little too late.
Yeah, well, they will be praying to the elite gods here for that miracle to come through, but like you say, John, it might be too little too late. I mean, they had that really good run yesterday, and Zute almost putting the whole team on his back after he made a crazy little run out into the middle of the road to fend off against XQuest Gaming, getting the 2-piece, but just not able to finish off the last player, Zifan, who has been really leading the team to victory at the moment. But Omen, they're looking better and better as we go on. They might just be able to cause a lot of pain today, and I mean, we saw Juicy on Twitter saying that it was going to be an absolute war zone. So I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table. They are just in their classic position of Milton, so they will have to play Edge. But when have they not had to play Edge in this tournament? They're always chasing the circles.
Absolutely. They haven't had the best of times with it, but Wildcard as well is another team that have had to normally play that Edge, and once again we're seeing them not having to move too far. The circle boundary is just cutting through Severny, which is Wildcard's home. This is where they go every single game, no matter what. Even if the circle is shifting south, they seem to want to go Severny still, and they make it happen. So they're not going to have to move too far. And this time around, they're going to try and hold it down. Currently sat in 6th place, blank on the tables. They're looking good. They're looking solid to stay in those qualification spots.
Yeah, and it was looking a little bit risky for them at some point, because you're thinking, you know, do they fall off the ladder at this point because they're not putting up the same numbers that we're used to? But it feels like maybe the playstyle is just a lot more cautious. Criminal Betis, on the other hand, they're towards, I believe it's 10th place at the moment, so they have a potential to hold on to towards the bottom of the leaderboard and maybe get into that top 8 if they have a ridiculously good run today. But that's a surprising thing from Criminal Betis. We saw them not doing amazingly well towards week 1, but slowly but surely they've crept their way up towards the bottom of that first leaderboard. But that's Slicky already taking a shot to Escanor. And the rest of Criminal Betis, they've already left him for dead, so Escanor definitely not getting picked back up here.
Yeah, I doubt it's going to go through for them. You can see Wildcard just riding this one down, and they will be able to get themselves a point. A good start for Wildcard as they head a little bit further central in the circle.
Why? Okay.
That's a roll-up if I ever saw one.
I know, they're rolled up. Your vehicle's dead. You're dead. We'll be on our way. Thank you very much.
Lannisters send their regards.
I know. Crazy, crazy stuff. So Wildcard already making a move early on. That's good, though. I think Wildcard has been a team that's kind of suffered from... some teams suffer from impatience. I think Wildcard sometimes suffer from too much patience. They tend to stay up in Severny for maybe too long, don't get the position they want early, and I think we've started to see that change slightly recently, where they're taking up really good position, they're taking up big spots, and they're managing to remove hot spots from these big teams at the moment. So it's good to see. Team Queso just to the south of Hospital, where Cloud9 are currently at, moving their way up to Mount Everest. But we've got Loops on our screen. Now, this is a team that we talk about all the time, and for them, a relatively bad day is 60 points, which for some other teams is a fantastic day.
We'll see how fantastic they can pull out the bag. They are certainly dominating this lobby at the moment on the side of Loops, so it's pretty clear cut at the moment in my mind that Loops are going to top out this table. They're sat currently, I believe, about 70 points clear of XQuest Gaming, who are the second place team, and that, you know, that's absolutely nuts, as you were saying.
Yeah, the 751 points is just ridiculous. And like you say, X-Quest Gaming there on 681, if memory serves me correctly. So you are incredibly correct, 70 exact points ahead. But yeah, Cloud9, getting on our screens.
Quick maths.
Just try quick maths, you know. It is what it is. I mean, at this point, it's like I have the tables ingrained in my head. So I was looking off the left as if I was looking at a table, but really I'm just looking at my door.
I was playing Hikaru then.
I know. Just like, dude, the guy looks at the ceiling all the time. Anyway, I'll talk about chess right now. 2K so found themselves towards the top of the mountain. So you are right, John. Another team has decided, you know what, the Knights aren't in the lobby, so we can take up residence up here. So very, very intelligent play from Team K. So they're starting to take more aggressive positions. We saw that from yesterday when they had a really good run. And this is another team like Wildcard where you thought to yourself, you know what, the bench that they're stood on here is starting to shake a little bit. But today it feels like they've really nailed the bench down and it's not going anywhere. And they're at least secure in the top 8 positions. But can they get past into that 5th, 4th, 3rd spot? That remains to be seen.
They are sat in 7th currently, as you say. They are currently in the top 8, and they'll need 2 teams to pass them. And quite frankly, that's relatively unlikely. That would need both the Pittsburgh Knights and Tribe to have really pop-off days, or potentially Crim Real Betis. But anyone below that is going to really struggle to pass even their current points barrier, because the gap below them and the 11th place team is almost insurmountable here.
Grunto just rushing on past, getting shot at by X-Quest Gaming, but few shots back from Sano has proved himself to be one hell of a gunman, despite this team being towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Sends X-Quest Gaming packing. X-Quest Gaming know they want to try and keep up the momentum today because, like we said, there's a real chance that some other teams could maybe leapfrog them to second. It's looking unlikely, but they definitely don't want to give up that $25,000. It's a lot of money. So they're potentially just going to try and hold out, make sure they get to those end zones. I mean, yesterday they were averaging 23 points per game, which is madness, by the way. That's a chicken dinner and 3 kills per game. Like that's just a ridiculous day. It's a day that some teams dream of.
Unfortunately, plenty of these squads have had a nightmare of a time. A lot of these rounds on Erangel have not gone their way, and it's teams like Ace One who can really attest to that. Yet to find a chicken dinner. Hopefully, as they were saying on the desk, they're going to be able to find one today. I'm really rooting for it, and quite frankly, I would absolutely love to see them here able to take one, because quite frankly, they deserve it. They've had a couple of games where you feel like they're just on the edge and they haven't been able to quite push it over and roll it on through. So I hope they do get that come through.
Oh, you're so right, John. We've seen it so many times where, you know, we see Ace One make it to the end and everything feels hunky-dory, and then suddenly there's either a circle shift or an unfortunate happening or a tiny misplay that comes back to bite them in the end that stops them from getting that chicken dinner. And, you know, I just don't think they're used to being in those final circles sometimes, and they start to play a little bit more panicked. But now they've had some experience, they're looking much more composed. Maybe they can get that chicken dinner today. It is the last chance until the next PMPL should they qualify. So yes, we're all at home, we're all rooting for Ace One. Let's make it happen, boys.
They are currently holding around Ruins. To the south of them they have Enshami Gaming, and to the southwest they have Tribe. They've got oversight on all of them, and they do have quite a lot of cover. Fairly secure in this circle as well. Not going to have to move too far. They can cover those vehicles off, and they're not really too worried about that many teams on the northern side of the river, so they will be moving south as the next circle just about to come through.
I would characterize Enshami Gaming kind of like the wasps of the lobby. Like, you really don't want to run into them too often, because even if you do end up clearing them, you're still going to get stung in the process. Next circle comes through. Well, Georgia Paul, a little bit of water in this one, so Hospital's quite the hotspot right now, as well as Crates. This will make for a very interesting end circle here. Team Case will still control Everest, so we'll be able to gatekeep a large majority of the rotational paths in. And you know, it's really squeezing teams up past Gatka. Omen instantly making the decision to head up past Yellows towards Georgia Paul on the western side of the map. It's clear for the time being, but B4, they're hot on the heels.
There's a lot of rotations happening all at the same time. North of the river's having a little bit of a crunch. See there in the kill feed. Enigma lighting up Tremcareta Furacao on their rotation on the north side, just south of shooting range. Lazarus moving close to Inshame, as well as Ace 1 sending their front runners in to try and secure some space. Garcia trying to spray down some damage, but the duck and weave is good. Ace 1 out of there, but XQuest Gaming, they get the rundown. They're able to find the first knock off the Tribe.
Oh yeah, I don't know how that happened, but it must have been a case that, oh no, Memo's dropped out of the vehicle. This is going terribly wrong for Tribe Gaming here. I think XQuest Gaming got the knock out of the vehicle and then immediately just ran the player over, and they get another knock as well. Tribe's down to just 1. What a terrible start for them, and this is the team that we wanted to see maybe try and push for that 8th spot, and it has started all wrong today.
This circle is bloodthirsty, Blank. And Shami are out to sate it as well. Sana pushes up close, but they're able to dip back behind and trade off the aggression. Q trying to take face for Grunto. Fuchs, though, is there, has the crosshair in the right place. Flicks on up for the next spray as well. Ran up the top of the hill, cannot dismount them. And it's Shami, the Wasps swarm.
Oh yeah, and that's a big stinging there for Grunto. They are not able to do any more. Ace 1 finding some shots onto Lazarus, but wow, this circle really accelerating a lot of these fights. This is Cloud9 though, coming against Team Solid. Team Solid currently with 3 players. Kevin finds the first knock, immediately refragged.
Unfortunately, that means that Cloud9 are going to be able to get their teammate up 2 players down for Team Solid. They only have 1 player left standing. I think they might actually just... Oh no, they do have... Oh, I spoke too soon. And even able to take down Pepe, the last player standing. Team Solid eliminated.
This is good for Cloud9 though, because not only will this bolster their points as a team, they'll also get some good loot on board to really propel them into the late game after taking this really central position. They're gonna... So this is the thing. You take a central position on the map, great. What you will have is an excellent spot moving forward. You won't have to move too much. But you will also have is a lot of teams looking at you. You'll have to take a lot of fights. And that requires a lot of utility. Becca, though, has more than utility. He has the gun skill. He just takes down Paralyze with a cheeky headshot with the DP.
Goodness me. I mean, this is why they top the lobby, right? It's players like that that make you just go, fair enough, you know. We'll take that one. And I don't know if you knew this, Blank, but Enxame means swarm in Portuguese. So if it was like a wasp swarm, I guess that's pretty fitting.
Yeah, it absolutely is fitting.
I don't know if you meant to do that, but I was quite impressed.
I mean, who do you take me for? I am the Blank. Okay. I'm joking. Omen, however, they've made their way up on the western side. They've actually been able to insert themselves on the northwest side of the circle. They've got a clear position here. But what they've got to worry about is Chrome Real Betis, who are currently swimming down through the waters, their natural habitat, and moving themselves behind Omen. So that could be a bit of a fright for them. XQuest Gaming, though, versus Cloud9. This is a really, really big fight, and one we've got to pay attention to. This is one that can swing how the top of the leaderboard looks.
They're at loggerheads. I don't know if they want to take this fight, but if there's one thing we know about XQuest is they sometimes do just force on these fights when third parties are involved. AZ able to get first knock, but Pyra.
Oh, Cloud9!
Able to pick up 2 as well. Cloud9 starting to push up and over the top. However, there's long-range shots coming in from both sides here. They're caught on the ridgeline. They're silhouetted here, Blank, and that's not going to go their way. 2 players down for Cloud9, 2 players down for XQuest Gaming. And they're going to have to disengage from this. The question is, can they get away with staying alive for any longer?
Well, this is what I was talking about, dude. I mean, the problem comes with the fact that because they're at the center position, so many teams know where they are, and they're just trying to desperately pick players up. Sure, they won that fight with XQuest Gaming for the time being, but they've got a little bit of time in their hand. You can see Stefan down there rezzing a player, but Cloud9, currently they're taking the brunt of the damage. Now, Stefan moving up the hillside. This guy is a monster in of his own right. Does Pyra know that there's already a player coming over the top side?
Unfortunate bounce on the smoke there, but Cloud9 are trying to escape from this fight. Shifan, you're right, he's right on the top. Spots out Ada, does go down, but yes, not in response.
Pyra!
XQuest Gaming aren't going to be able to get out unscathed, but Cloud9 down to 2, Blank.
That is just an incredible shot from Pyra. As soon as he heard the bullets, instant turnaround, instant knock. We keep talking about how Pyra is really the fix-it-all man for Cloud9. He really gets them out of some sticky situations. Now by X-West Gaming, Cromreal Bettis just moving over the top. They will have to fend off. Easy's a little split from his team, but taking some shots over there actually tags up them quite a fair bit.
Ooh, a little bit more damage onto Interlocks as well, but the magazine doesn't quite have enough bullets. It's not deep enough. It's only going to be able to get damage, but it's going to expend medical supplies. It's going to damage the armor as well for Cromreal Bettis, who are trying to play around these foothills. This circle blank has not been without event.
Oh, well, I mean, there's been several events going on, apparently, all in different parts of the map. I mean, I'm kind of sad that I just didn't get the invitation notices, really. Here we go, 13 teams, 44 alive, all within this small circle, made even smaller by the water on the north side. And Xiaomi Gaming, they've got their vehicles in place. They're not exploded yet, so they can still get into position. We talk about how important vehicles are, and I mean, as we head towards a more barren area of the map, these vehicles are going to be ever more important in providing cover for yourself. And that's a large road that splits a circle in half, so it becomes difficult to cross. We saw that yesterday on Erangel, where Zute, he had to make that hero play, crossing the road, almost saved his team and almost got that chicken dinner for them. But Loops, strong position on the north side. They will have to deal with Mezexis and Trem first.
I do just want to quickly go back to the elimination of Tribe and how important it was. Oh, maybe not. Cromreal Bettis taking a fight with Wildcard. Nade's going to start to fly as well. Enigma has fallen, as they will be sending them over the top. Home and Elite taking a fight with Cloud9 as well. Enigma gets confirmed to a lovely nade there. Oh, a lot of damage onto Slicky. He's still sticking the first aid. Will be able to get back up as well. Another nade, not quite able to finish him off, and Slicky stays alive for now for Wildcard.
Pyro, the steel man, eventually goes down. Now it's just Beowulf left remaining. X-West Gaming just circling around him like a bunch of crows. It's going to be difficult for him to get away. Omen have really caused so many problems for Cloud9 there. I mean, Cloud9 started the fight off absolutely perfectly onto X-West Gaming. But after that did go down, Omen just had sights on it. You see Beowulf just hunkering down, hiding away, but it's Krem who actually rolls up.
They are going to push on towards X-Quest Gaming, and this is going to be really good. It's the best opportunity that Beowulf is going to find. EZ goes down as well. Lovely start to the engagement. The crash starting off well in their favor. A lot of damage found as well. Nade out the top of the window, cooked as well. Takes down two. Oh, it's huge. The nade from X-Quest Gaming. A raucous reply, as they're able to take down so many of the players, eliminating Cromreal Bettis in the blink of an eye.
Sifan, oh my god, did he throw a grenade or did he throw a missile? Because that thing exploded. And Xiaomi Gaming, though, they found their way into the crates. Garcia just running around, but it's Loops here that's controlling this zone, and there was a potential for Beowulf to get away there, but suddenly all of his hopes were dashed away in an instant. Oh, we're just watching this carnage just appear on our screens. 12 teams, 37. You can see how clumped this is getting together. All these teams want to make it towards the top. Vehicles, they've just been expended, been thrown away just to desperately get into position, John.
Xiaomi, they've got 6 kills, but they're down to 1 player. Cloud9 eliminated out in 12th in the lobby. That's not the start you want if you're vying for that second place spot. We'll have to see what else they're able to do today. And Xiaomi, their last player, he's getting bombarded as well. Loops are sneaking around in these crates and not looking good for them right now. The next circle just about to shift in blank.
Next circle, see where it heads off to southwest. X-Quest Gaming are going to be shouting with joy there. They got a nice little resupply from Cromreal Bettis, and they're ready to take some more fights with the loot on board. They've got that warehouse still to play around. All the other teams are on the northeast side. Loops have got to make their way in. They've played this position for so long, but whilst they've done that, so many more teams, they found residence here too.
Queso taking the fight with Mezexis over in one of the warehouses. Lazarus using this opportunity to sneak out the side. And unfortunately, there's going to be stiff resistance ready awaiting for them. Ace1 holding down a compound on the other side of the circle. They're going to be guarding these exits from crates that are going to be really, really tricky, Blank.
Yeah, Mezexis is not looking like they get out. Team Queso lost that member early on, but they're still pressuring to get towards the top side. Kinabala, though, you know, Ace1, they're actually in a fairly good spot, John. All these other teams have to fight through one another to try and find their way into the circle. On the other hand, Ace1, they've got a decent position. But you know what I'm going to say? Ace1, they've got no chance of winning this game because every time I say that they're going to win, they never do. So let's use some reverse psychology for once.
Oh, they never win these. They don't win these at all, Black.
They don't win.
It's never going to happen. Not going to happen. I believe he'd even suggest such a thing. I think we did it. I think we'll be safe. But B4, less so. Unfortunately, they're going to take a knock. They're out in the blue on the northwest side as well. They're going to have to try and struggle to get on in. 9 teams remain. Grenades flying left and right through these crates, through these warehouses. No one's cargo safe. We'll see if anyone's able to carry on through.
As Exis, though, losing members, and like you say, there's no cranes here to drop off teams right into the circle where they want to go. They've got to make their way through all of these teams. It's not looking likely for a lot of these players stuck out on the crates.
Everyone on the outside just looking at them and thinking, oh, this is good for us. This is real good for us. Team K, so one of those teams unlucky to be in the wrong spot. Loop's taking heavy eliminations. B4 going down as well. The top of the tables is being thinned.
Well, let's be real here. Express Gaming have taken so many shots at all these teams trying to make their way out. All these players are just being removed almost immediately. We went down from 8 to immediately down to 4. This is incredible. Down to 3 teams.
XQuest Gaming, Omen Elite, and Ace1. The 3 squads remaining. All 4 players alive for all 3 squads. It's a full fight. It's all up for grabs. And look at the kills as well. 9 kills, 8 kills, 8 kills. All of these teams have been fighting, Blank.
Oh, what I really want to see here is a northeast shift. That would be disastrous for all these teams. And we do get one. In fact, I'm so excited for this. Omen, they're going to have to move out. So are Ace1, so are XQuest Gaming. This is terrible. Look at this. 1,700 damage, kills 9 for XQuest Gaming. A very similar thing for everyone else across the board. Ace1 are closest to the circle, so there's not a chance. There's not a chance for Ace1. They don't win these. They don't win these. Omen, they maybe have this. I think. I've got all my fingers crossed here, John.
Absolutely.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
I've got my toes crossed as well, Blank. It's really getting down to the wire, and what a time to step up here. We were talking about how Omen Elite needed an absolute slobber knocker of a day, and frankly, this is the way to start it. If they want to try and breach that top 8, they've got a long road to run, but you gotta kick it off somehow. XQuest Gaming, though, they've had a phenomenal game here already and looking to solidify themselves into second.
The smokes will be so important as they litter themselves on the map here. The clouds descending from the heavens to support these teams going forward. Ace1 using smokes of their own to provide a bit of area to fight on the battleground. XQuest Gaming, though, they've brought so many vehicles to the party later on so they can potentially get out, as have Omen Elite. And now they're all crashing in. Everyone wants to take a fight with the same team, but it's Kinabala, this guy that we talk about so often to start off the game, gets one knock, but Omen Elite, they're close by.
AZ has an overlooked position, but if they spot him out, he's as good as done for here. Not quite able to get these knocks. Omen Elite trying to challenge the position. They have crossed. They are in this next zone, Black.
Have a nice little ridge line to play around too. Ace1, they've got quite a barren area, and you imagine they might be out of supply soon in terms of smoke. AZ finds the first knock here, but will be forced to move by the circle. XQuest Gaming going in. Now this is a real opportunity for Ace1. They spot out HCL. He goes down. Nunez finds him, but Kinabala, he's dropped to the floor. And Omen, with the 3 players, are still in this one. I think that's just 2 now for Ace1. Paralyzed on the floor.
XQuest Gaming down to 3 up. That's going to be the confirm from the nade. Another player down for XQuest Gaming. They're down to 2 as well. Omen Elite have all 4 standing. They have the dominant position right now. We'll see if they can get dismounted. Shifan played spoiler to them last time, and Juicy finds a couple of bullets, catches them from Ace1 as well. Will get knocked. XQuest Gaming trying to push on through as well, but they're right on the edge.
Yeah, and Sifan drops to the floor. Nunez currently has the cover from the loot crate. Zero drops back in. Nico just about spots that, and Zero's just trying to run around, apply a little bit of sense here, try and get some information. But Omen Elite, they're looking strong. AZ goes down, but Nunez immediately refragged. Things are starting to look worse for wear for Ace1 here.
Same story for XQuest Gaming. They've had a really strong performance so far, but we'll see how much further they can go. It's going to be Ace 1 just on a sliver of HP. They are still both alive and we'll be going right down to the wire. XQuest Gaming, they get eliminated. Ace 1 now versus all 4 players from Omen Elite. They are 1 player standing and that's not going to last much longer. They were so close but so far eliminated in second. Omen Elite carry themselves over the finish line for the chicken dinner.
We talked about at the beginning, praying to the elite goddess, and she has delivered here. This is a great start for Omen Elite, but is it the start that will pass through and maintain these fires of hope for them to make sure they can try and get to that top 8? It would be a ridiculous run for them, but Ace 1, just so sad. We're so sad. We tried a new tactic today, John. It didn't quite work out.
Didn't quite, unfortunately, but they had still a very, very strong game. They were almost up to the 10 kill point, and they had that second place finish as well. So that's a whole chunk of points for them. But it was not quite that chicken dinner that they've been seeking for so long. I'm sure, Kalaris, you're just as disappointed as we are.
I was not looking at the screen for a moment because I was getting a fan because it's quite warm here. And then I came back and the boys were like, don't look at the screen. Don't say anything. I'm like, why? What's going on? And then I was like, is this the Ace win? No!
Why have you done
Why would you do that?
I don't know.
Oh, it was you. God.
And Omen Elite, though. Omen Elite, damn. Of all the starts that they needed, Xander, coming into this, that's fantastic for them.
That's a beautiful start from there. And I mean, honestly, from the start in Milta to move all the way for the west side towards the yellows and then just move up on the west and get themselves on the northwest side of that circle when things started to get really, really tight and close together. To make their way down from that side, it's really commendable. Like, that was a real hellish battlefield they had to go through.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll get you back for the next Erangel. I was about to say a different map, but of course, it's all Erangel today. We are getting on 7 and Dagon as well here to break down what we saw here in what was... You're a happy boy, all right? I get it. They've still got a lot of work to do, but it was a big win for them. A lot of points.
Listen, I'm the hopeful one here, all right? I said that it could happen, and I did say that Juicy said there was going to be a war zone today, so shout out to Juicy for sticking to his tweet. They got 11 kills. That is amazing, man. Listen, I just love a good show. I love a good finale, so I'm hoping they go ahead and continue to do this because it's going to go ahead and put more pressure on teams like Tribe. It's going to put more pressure on teams like PK. And what a performance as well. We got to give credit to Ace. You did end up jinxing it there at the end. But still, they got 12 kills in the next UG, being able to secure that third place.
We were like, hey, at first we were like, hey, James, don't look at it. And then afterwards we were like, actually, James, say the thing so that they get jinxed and maybe Omen Elite can get the win. I just want to clarify real quick, like, this is the first step of a miracle because they're still down, but the amount of points, and we finally, for the first time in a long time, got a sighting of Angry. Angry's had a tough tournament. He pops off and has the most kills in this round, and Omen Elite get themselves a big 30 bomb and jump up in the standing.
Oh, look who else popped off. Forever second. Damn it, Ace. Oh, 26 points for them. 31, of course, for Omen Elite, and 20 points for XQ. They're continuing their form from the previous days worth of games. Loops, 11 points, as always. They're always getting points. Had an interesting split. And this, in what I consider the penultimate circle and the circle before that, kind of very urban, pseudo-urban endings there, Seven. When you look at them, all of the teams didn't want to leave crates, and when you do end up leaving, you probably leave a little too early, and then everyone just guns you down, and so you lose out.
Yeah, and when you do end up leaving, you probably end up leaving and crashing into a place where people are already at. So I cannot wait to see actually the fight that happened between Omen and Loops. But another team, B4 I believe ended up getting killed by Omen Elite. I thought they were gonna be maybe a little bit more aggressive than what I saw there on that play. And just to speak on a little bit more about Omen and what they did so well there on that win was actually their rotation. Once they do like really wide rotations and get themselves into a position where they can actually contest at the end, that's when they do the best. When they just go ahead and try to cut straight through that circle, that's when they start disappointing us. So I'm gonna be looking forward to see what kind of rotations they do in the next match.
Let's take a look at the numbers that were put up here by Omen Elite as well, and of course, after winning this game, maybe the minor miracle could be on the way. We'll see. We have 1,900 damage going out with 11 kills and 9 knockouts. So a few steals here and there, Dagon, but they made it work. I really liked their movement from the west, eventually down into that little divot between them and Ace, because that was probably some of the only terrain that they could have worked with, and of course they had some vehicles to boot.
Yeah, and they used those broken vehicles to create the barrier with their UAS. I love the fact that they just hit it, dropped out as soon as the vehicle crashed right there, and knew exactly what to do and split between those two teams. And also useful to Omen Elite's numbers here is the fact that Krem, Trem, and Tribe all struggled mightily in that game. That allowed Omen's point total not only good because they got it, but they're surpassing the teams that they need to pass up.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game fuel moments as well from this game and see probably a lot of crates. Also Everest as well, as we see our fights going down here to get things going. And some of the fights towards these warehouses were dicey. We saw Cloud9 and XQG in a huge fight and a huge Bustle 7, so it was all over the place.
Yeah, especially in Shami. Shami is one of those teams that I've been saying they can play that spoiler role so well, as Black was able to call him there, the was of the lobby. By the way, shout out to him. He is my stylist, Blackcast on Twitter. It's good to see them taking on that role. I like it, man. I enjoy it, and more than likely, we're going to go ahead and see them maybe spoil more teams in the future. And honestly, I cannot wait to see what PK is going to do in the next match. It's going to be able to tell so much, man. I'm so excited for this day.
100%.
You brought up a really good point here, Kylars. This was like a pseudo city ending, right? Because it was all within crates. You had the warehouses there, and the way that the teams all positioned themselves in Georgia and in crates, they were forced to run on out into the fields or take those fights, and most teams opted into the fights.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the damage coming in across the board as well here, as the three at the top do stand out amongst the rest of it. And Shame earlier on was able to pump out some damage. Damn, I just, Ace, if we could be not forever second, if we could just get them the chicken dinner, the prophecy will be fulfilled, everything would be right in the world, and Glitter would be happy too. But of course here, with Omen doing very well for themselves, XQ also blasting out, and when we look at the Form 7 that XQ came in from yesterday, it makes me worried for the rest of the lobby if they're going to be able to do this in the first game of the day, maybe moving into the next ones. They had some amazing grenades.
Oh, definitely. Not only the nades, they were also able to take out certain players from teams that are in contention with them, like Cloud9. We're going to be breaking that down in a little bit. But yeah, it's good to see. It's good to see when teams are able to go ahead and carry that momentum from day to day. We've seen it with Cloud9, and then now we're sitting here with XQ. And if they're able to go ahead and continue to do that, man, they're going to be securing that second place spot. Very, very nice to them. And from looking at some other stuff here, Wildcard, I feel like Digon, I know you wanted to go ahead and talk about us with Wildcard.
Yeah.
Yeah, wildcard's so surprising to me because when we're looking at second place, we're like, okay, XQG, B4, Cloud9, and Tempo Storm. But then when you look down at wildcard, they were only 7 points off of Tempo Storm. All right, so if you're looking at Omen Elite to make the possible jump as they did today from all the way from 12th up to 8th, you got to give that same credit over to Wildcard because they're only 50-something points behind XQG at the beginning of the day. Now XQG has popped off, and I think XQG is now the team to beat for second place, but Wildcard also doing well, being consistent, has an opportunity to jump up into those big bucks area of second to third place.
Let's take a look at the analysis highlights, and 7, what do we have here on Cloud9 and XQG?
And it's going to be that fight that I was mentioning, just XQG being able to go ahead and take players from Cloud9, putting them in a position where they might not be able to go ahead and win the game. We've seen Cloud9 being able to go ahead and get points with just some players alive towards the end, but this is good. This is what I want to go ahead and see throughout the day. Teams that are kind of fighting for a certain spot actually fight each other in a match, as we were seeing there. And it was interesting because at one point, it was just Para that was by himself on top of that mountain. I think he wanted to go ahead and take on that fight. At one point, it was Beowulf and just Para, and Beowulf decided to bail, and Pharaoh was like, no, you know what, we're staying here. So it came down to a communication, I think he just came out to communication lab there for Cloud9, and XQG, even though they did get knocked some players, they were able to take full advantage of it. And this right here, one of the fights that we were not able to see during the broadcast, but that we wanted to go ahead and highlight to you guys, was Omen Elite taking the fight to Loops with the grenade, with the amazing grenade. And these are the kind of fights that Omen Elite needs to go ahead and win today if they still want to go ahead and pull off that miracle, if they want to make it to top 8. So seeing stuff like this is amazing. And I know I was asking you, Kalaris, during the match, is there a little divot right there? And you being the genius that you are and telling me everything about the map, you were telling me there is a divot. And as soon as I saw that push right there, and as soon as I saw the way they positioned the cars and give themselves some cover, I said, listen, you know what? this is going to be an Omen Elite, and sure enough, it turned out to be. So overall, what an amazing first game here today to start up Championship Sunday.
Yeah, there's not much terrain in that circle to actually work with, and as soon as I saw it kind of center on down there, then that's really the only places that you could take, either Ace's side or Omen's side. And let's take a look at the top players here from this game as well. It's Shifan, Angry, Juicy, and Zeru showing up here, and quite a bit of damage coming in just in general from Shifan. I think a lot of that was contributed by that triple nade Degon that he got over by Warehouse.
Yeah, that was amazing. We're like, oh, maybe Cloud9, maybe Bayo can survive. This is opportunity to get away. Krem has crashed into XQG, and Gfan just lobs that cooked nade over, and it blows up 30 people using the vehicles, and then they take out Bayo and Cloud9. It was very effortless, and again, we've hit this drum so many times for XQG, and I want to make sure I do it too, because I've been their hardest critic throughout their existence in North America, and they're running on full cylinders. It's really a pleasure to watch them play now that they've got it right.
Let's take a look at the full rankings. Angry doing well as well. I promised him a ride in the car when they end up coming to Poland eventually, so that'll be great. Let's take a look at the standings here. We have Loops up towards the top, still with now a 61-point gap up there. But XQ is widening the gap against B4. B4 has to step things up if they want to try and catch up likewise. So does Cloud9. And when we look at the 8th, 9th, 10th spots, Omen Elite creeping on up there, Seven.
Oh. Yeah, what a jump. I think they were in 12 to 13 plays now to the top 10. I'm pretty sure they're happy to see that, and they're going to be pushing for more. And the thing is, how is Pittsburgh Knights and Tribe Gaming gonna go ahead and react to seeing that big jump from Omen Elite, knowing that they just won that game, and they not only won it, they backed it up with kills too. And then we got other teams that could maybe go ahead and try to push or play somewhat of a spoiler here that might want to be in top 10 with Creme Real Betis, Trem Carreta for a cow, and now Ace 1 starting to put up performances again. I think Ace 1 might be a little bit too far from a top 10, but they could play that spoiler role. And what I'm gonna be seeing here as the tournament kind of comes to an end, as matches go on throughout the day, is are any teams gonna go ahead and hot drop each other? They know where everybody go ahead and lands on Erangel, and we're playing just Erangel today. Are any teams gonna go for that maybe Pochinki hot drop on Tempo Storm, or maybe Trem Coretta on Military? Are they gonna go ahead and hot drop that and win that engagement and just make a name for themselves, knowing that they're not gonna be able to even make it to top 10?
Degon?
Yeah, well, the biggest difference is that this lobby will never be played again, right? Because everyone's rotating out one group. So, you know, the way that I would say XQG, Cloud9 were able to have their fight alone, separated, no one else was fighting them. The way that Omen Elite was controlling all of Georgie and Cloud9 had already left. That's not going to happen every time, because you got different drop spots for different teams that are in the different groups.
Let's take a look then at the schedule as we can confirm our previous winners. We see Omen Elite there up at the top. We still have 4 more Erangels to go. It's Erangel all day, baby, here to get things going, and we have Group D sitting out. Now, what is important here, Degon, is that in the previous game, Pittsburgh Knights was sitting out. Now it's their time to start their campaign. Now it's their time to start ramping things up to defend those spots for World League.
Right, and not only Pittsburgh Knights, but Tempo Storm as well. Those are the 2 squads that were sitting out in fighting condition and relatively close. You touched on Tribe being like, hey, what are they going to do now that Omen Elite? They were in that last lobby. The only reason why they're ahead is because they got the 1 point for being able to log in. Thank you very much. 0 kills, 0 damage. Here's your, participation point. That's the only reason why they're ahead right now. So PK really has to come out from the gate swinging. As you said, most kills in Erangel throughout the season, but I think they haven't been able to put it all together yet with a comprehensive win. They had one 30-point game 2 days ago. Other than that, they've been relatively quiet.
Looking to put it all together, and you guys at home as well can put it all together with a few of your friends as well. If you want to actually register for the PMCO, you are able to do that and play with some of the big boys of PUBG Mobile. You can register following the link down below and participating throughout all of this time. It's going to be an exciting time, so make sure to head on over, register between those dates, and you can get yourself into the PMCO fall split. Fantastic stuff, gentlemen. I'm going to let you go on into the nether once again, and I'll see you in a few as we discuss the games, discuss the ins and the outs, as we bring now back John and Xander to get things going. John, do you believe that Omen Elite can make the miracle push? What are your thoughts?
I mean, they are within striking distance. I think it's possible if they're going to be able to continue to have the sort of showing that they did in that last game. I think that it's definitely possible. I'm starting to believe in Seven's hype train. You know.
Yeah. He's pretty convincing as a gen. I'm going to say that. All right.
Yeah.
Such a it's the most convincing things sometimes come in small packages, and I think you can attest to that, Color.
Yeah, I know all about that. I do, sadly. Anyway, we're gone. I'm gone. I'll see you in a few. Enjoy, Raven Girl.
Thank you very much. We are going to be getting into game number 2 again. It's going to be Erangel, and it's going to be our last game here, Blank, as well on the PMPL Americas. We're going to be handing off after this one, so we'll try and make it a good one, eh?
I think that we will. I mean, we're passing off the pilot hats to the boys over on Byfield, as well as myself, Dave, who will give you some fantastic games. We already know they've been keeping it cool on Vikendi, but let me tell you, their cast is hot. B4, though, they're going to have a little bit of a ways to go. I mean, they can either drop early and try and get some vehicles going out to Novo, but, it's not too bad of a map here. Pittsburgh Knights, as well as Tribe, will be playing this game, so they'll be really going head-to-head. Tribe not having the greatest of starts last game, they want to really pick it up here. I know, just talking to Kingy just now, Diddy was saying, you know what, I'm going to step it up. Let's go. Let's get it going. I believe in the boys. I believe in the boys.
You got to have a little bit of belief. That's where it all starts. Tribe, though, I mentioned this during the cast in the last game, but I was interrupted by Sharma taking a fight with Wildcard. How it was very important that Tribe had gone down, because they're currently in the race for that 8th place spot against the Pittsburgh Knights, and crucially they got very few points in that last round, Blank, and that's going to make it all the more harder because they only have 3 games left to play today.
But also on the other hand, I've just seen the circle. You guys haven't. You'll see it in a second. But also on the other hand, Pittsburgh Knights could also have a bad game. That's why I was saying that, because that circle's nasty. By the way, that's a lot of water in that one. So we already had the one over towards North George with all the water. Now we've got all the water down in Novo. So this is just a beautiful start to another beautiful day in Erangel. You love to see it. But equally, like I said, Pittsburgh Knights could also have a bad game and go out early and afford Tribe an opportunity to go forward. They also don't have their classic spot to head up towards Everest and play that central area and get the scouting going from. It doesn't match up with the plane path and or the circle. So really here there is a chance for Tribe. They've got to run down through past Creme Real Betis. X-West Gaming still in the game towards the Western Bridge, and Shami Gaming over on the coast. We've got Omen on our screen though. They are currently in Saverny. Obviously Wildcard did not drop here. They're not playing this game. But John, Omen, all right, there's a real potential here. You know what I really like about Omen is that I went into the stream with Zute last night, and I was watching the viewer party with my boy, and he just had this very chilled out attitude, and he was like, you know what, maybe we could have put me in earlier, maybe that would have changed things, but we never really will know at the end of the day, and we've just had to keep on trucking. I know if we make it, we make it. If we don't make it, we don't make it. And I really do love that about Zute. He's very chilled out, and you can imagine those vibes they send across to his teammates too. And I think that calmness is what allows you to excel in some of these games.
The beacon of hope that is Zute, allowing his team to have a pretty strong spot in that last game. We'll see if they can repeat it, though, on the super long rotation.
37.
Oh, dear. That's unfortunate for Pittsburgh Knights. On a very crucial...
Oh, no.
No, he just crashed and tumbled. Took a little bit of a tip.
But
they are going to be able to respond to that. Omen Elite, though, again, the circle pretty much on the opposite, the worst place in the map for them, right? They are in Saverny, and it's a military circle.
Do you love it? They go, oh yeah, we usually play down in Milton, and that would be fantastic, this circle. But they're like, we'll switch things up today. Wildcard didn't go to Saverny, we get a free drop there. We'd have to fight through the dozens of teams we'll be playing down to the east side. Circles down on the south. So again, they are, they really need their own TV show on like National Geographic called Circle Chasers with Omen.
Getting the RVs out and angling those radar dishes.
You assist.
We got a live one. Let's go.
Live one. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, that's all I can imagine when I think of Omen Elite. I need that made into a meme format at some point, realistically. Tempo is a team that you like to talk about, John. And I mean, they're a very, very strong team. They're currently towards the top side. I think that I was watching about the games yesterday, and they had an unfortunate run-in with Cremreal Betis, where I said yesterday that they should have reacted maybe faster and just left the player behind. But because there was only one player from Cremreal Betis in that position, they decided, you know, we'll react fastest, get rid of that player, and then fight versus Cremreal Betis afterwards. Player from Cremreal stood his ground, nothing happened. Pittsburgh Knights trying to get across the bridge. Whoa, carnage!
Hang on a minute. Okay, this is H bridge. They will be denied. H calling for the sidelines, but no, it's answered in kind. J7 takes a long-range knock. Rain able to find that. H still not confirmed. Has managed to tipple himself over the edge there and will be safe for now. Carnage, though, exposed on the bridge. The rest of Tempo Storm want to go in, want to try and rescue this. They know that the Pittsburgh Knights are still on this bridge, so they might just be able to go for it.
Yeah, Carnage does get his fellow player up very low, though, is Carnage here. Like I said, this is his bridge. This is absolutely his bridge. So a nice little UMP spray, and now Tempo, they just got the off angle. But H is slowly bleeding out, but this is not the start that Pittsburgh Knights wanted at all. This is really going to slow them down quite massively. J7 drops off the top to get into a buggy with his teammate. Pittsburgh Knights might just be favoring living here, which would make sense in terms of their current rankings.
Carnage will go under the railings, and you're right. They don't want to take this fight, and neither did Tempo, really. I think they're going to know that they've pushed out, and they should be able to get the res here onto H. It will be achievable there if Spec gets there in time, which I'm sure he will. Drops down, and they get the res off. Still a little bit wary from the compounds, as is necessary, but it'll be a disengagement here. Neither team wants to take that risk.
No, Mazexis, though, they have eyes on towards Pittsburgh Knights. The player will be feeding back information to his team. Omen yet to move as of yet. Col2 will be moving down from North George. Cloud9 equally coming down from Hospital towards the Western Bridge. Pretty easy to get across here, but most teams have favored themselves onto Sosnovka moving through. And Alpha 7, they're taking the boats down from Milta and moving onto the island this way. Tribe, they're going to try and get across this bridge here, taking a lot of shots already. Seeger has dropped out of his vehicle. His vehicle's currently running away from him.
His vehicle really doesn't want this fight. He was like, come on, can we just not go? And Seagut was like, I'm gonna stay here. They had a little bit of a falling out, it seems, and Tribe... Yeah. They've lost a player, essentially. There's no way they can get back to him. Really unfortunate. Maybe... I don't know what happened, but he just jumped out.
I know, he got out of the vehicle, lost the lead on his car, and the car went for a runaway. But they currently have a good position outside the bridge. Nitsu will finish off Seagut here. And we get a replay on that shot from Carnage, which is just unreal. I mean, he really was in the police car there, laying down the law on the bridge.
How on earth are you going to fight that? I don't think it's possible. That's a really effective strategy. It's just roll up and shoot them in the face. Like, what are you going to do about it? There's very little. There's very little you can do.
H was like, Nani, what is going on here?
I have been done over. Yeah.
This is fairly upsetting.
I've been thoroughly scuppered.
Jagger, though, he is making his way in. Team Queso, on the other hand, they're just about their way into the map. Pittsburgh Knights outside where Tempo is. Obviously, they'd left that fight earlier on. B4, Pedro, and the gang, they've moved away from Nova, but Express Game is taking absolutely no prisoners. They're straight into B4's pretty much natural zone, right?
Cloud9 have been held up at this bridge several times on these shifts, right? And it's this cluster that's really proved to be difficult. But luckily for them, you know, Grunto aren't in the mix here. Mazexas have already crossed, so they're not going to have those four-way fights. It might be a three-way fight, though, as over the hill and through the woods towards Pachinki right now, it's Kulsu, who are still yet to get over if they want to. The circle will pop, and we'll see where we end up. Omen Elite still out to the north. They're doing the wildcard rotation.
They are indeed doing the wildcard rotation, making their way in slowly but surely. Next circle hits on, and it's very uncertain where this one will land. Will it hit south? Will it hit north? We're just unsure for the time being. Charmy Gaming playing around the coastal side just north of Sosnovka, and Loops, they found that classy position just off to the east where they found that crazy win all the way back when in the tournament. Feels like an age ago now, but we are finally on this last day where teams will make their stand.
It was certainly an effective stand for Loops on that win. They were able to hold down the compound. They took it away very early, I believe, from Tremcareta Furacao in those proceedings, and that was where they were able to just win it out from Team Queso, doing a lot of work for them, if I remember correctly. A lot of damage found from that team, and able to stop a lot of teams crossing in the water. And I think that's really why we've seen so many teams. That game specifically is why we're seeing so many teams already on Sosnovka Military Island.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to get in as fast as possible. Tribe currently can't make their way in. Crossing this bridge is a lot more susceptible to being camped on the other side, but they are going to have to go against Trem, a Team Solid, as well as Creme Real Betis. Omen are currently making their way down too, but it's here. Omen, I mean, Pittsburgh Knights versus B4.
Carnage pushing corners with cooked grenades in hand. Name a more iconic duo here.
I know.
He's been taken down by this a few times, actually, so does need to be careful, especially when he doesn't have the info or really the backup from his squad. I mean, look how far away they are. There's no way they can push up and help him if he goes down.
And this is a very dangerous team to be going up against. We know that B4 do not pull any punches whatsoever. And at this point in the game, 16 teams still in the lobby. So there is very much a potential here for Pittsburgh Knights to go out and get 0 points. Equally the same for B4 if the Knights can get the better of them. Uaz is pulled out. And again, the Knights do not want to take this fight. Maybe this is going to come back to bite them.
Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe it's going to play to their credit. They are currently sat in that 8th spot as they were at the start of the day, Blank. So all they need to do is just post a sort of a middling performance of about 10 points per game, as I've been talking about all tournament, really, and they'll be fine. And to do that, you survive until 3rd. In those final circles, though, you normally pick up at least sort of 4 kills, so maybe you don't even need to make it that far. Making it fit top 5 every game is all they need to be doing.
Exactly. So living here is, yeah, I agree, very good. But sometimes you do have to take these fights. Sometimes it's inevitable. Lazarus holding directly on the western bridge. They can get crunched here pretty hard by a couple of teams, but Tempo is definitely not going to make the way back onto the other side of the island unless the circle hits that way. And Cloud9, they're very much unsure as the circle is which side it's going to go. So they're just on the edge on the western side of the map. We've got Tempo back on our screen. All of these teams playing it so cautiously, John.
It's a tricky circle. It's so unpredictable here, Blank, and it's teams like Team Queso who could really be in the worst of situations if it shifts up towards the north. They're going to have to cross if it does. We'll see where it pops here and if it's going to favor one side. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Cloud9, you could see them immediately in vehicles like, we can get the best part of the circle, let's go!
Pull to, though.
That is a ridiculous circle coming through here. And I mean, oh my god, all these teams towards the Sosnovka Island that made their way in, Tempo almost losing H over it, going to be kicking themselves in the foot because of that one. That was not fun at all. B4, they've taken some knocks. XQuest Gaming, on the other hand, they're going to have to make their way back through. And Tribe, thanking their lucky stars, they didn't make their way all the way across now. And this has actually worked out for the better for them. Pittsburgh Knights, on the other hand, they might just have to swim.
Omen Elite as well. They're doing the wildcard rotation, and it's going to work out so well for them, Blank. They're going to have so much favor here. Granted, it is a little bit lucky that it happened this way, but that's what it comes down to. In these final days, you're going to take those, absolutely. The die has been cast, and Omen Elite, they're going to be real happy with this result.
Out they are, John. Omen control the entirety of the northern part of the zone, and this is where the dream starts to come alive a little bit, John, because we were wondering, can Omen make a miracle run? And I mean, the trainers are on. They're at the start line. Their gun has gone off, and they have started a run-in. They've got a decent compound available to themselves now as well, whereas all the other teams, what we've got to realize is because of this circle, it's not a case of getting into just getting into the circle. There are so many obstacles to overcome. Bridges, the water, getting up from the cliffside. Some teams will just have to be forced to a position where they're like, we are only going to get top 8. We're only going to get towards the 8th position. We're probably not going to get any more of that, and we've just got to bank on getting as far as we absolutely can playing cliffside.
Loops have made a swim across the water. They'll be in the foothills underneath Kultu. It's going to take quite a lot of effort to take them off the top spot, though, and quite frankly, I just don't see it happening. Even if they go down in 16th in this game, it's just so unlikely that they are going to take the full L when it comes to that top spot. So we'll have to see if anyone's able to make that happen. Nades from Tempo towards Lazarus. Irish takes a lot of damage. They'll get the hit marker. Tensor cooks another, sends it up a little bit too far, a little bit too slow on the cook. Either way, you're not going to know his position. They're going to know where each other are. Tempo Storm, the rest of them have gone completely away.
Yeah, Tensor's stuck. That's the best one. Ooh, not anymore! That's the unstuck button being pressed.
Oh dear, they pressed the button, they were stuck, and now they are unstuck. It seems like Tensor's going to be able to get out. That is very, very lucky. I'm going to be honest. Gets in the UAZ. He's going to be following into the rest of Tempo, who have managed to find themselves a couple of buildings towards the south side of Pachinki Blank.
I like how he's gone, boys, I'll be with you in just 2 seconds. Let me just cook this unbelievable grenade. Might take me 2 tries to get the recipe right, but we'll get it right. Cloud9 just beneath Tempo and Lazarus, currently licking their wounds after what the unbelievable happened there.
And Elite have a compound. XQuest Gaming are going to try and push on towards them. You can see them over the hill. So are Crim Real Betis. Everyone wants to try and vie for this spot. It's quite a powerful area to be sure, but Shifan is going to get spotted out on the push. The rest of XQuest Gaming are around. Uniko Edu tries to go for a couple of shots as well. And everyone's stacking up in these buildings now.
That's Sifan actually going down, so XQuest Gaming, a little worse for wear here, just outside the house, and it's Omen Elite. And this is the thing, Omen Elite is going toe-to-toe with some of the best fraggers in the game. Loops is now going up against the Pittsburgh Knights. They've taken a few knocks. Currently, they're stuck on the other side of the river. Tribe Gaming may have taken a knock, but really here, all they have to do is just live for a little bit longer.
Okay, so they do get eliminated. I said that, you know, they're one of the teams that could really suffer from a hard northern shift, and that's exactly what has come to pass. They struggled on that rotation and will go down in 16th. Hopefully they'll be able to hold on to their spot in the top 8.
Yep, it's a tough position to be in. You don't want to lose out on that at all, especially when you're in such rocky waters towards the bottom of that top 8 too. Juicy's been throwing these grenades over and over, and he finally found one to stick, and they've been difficult grenades to hit as well. You can see where his position where he's actually tossing them from. Xiaomi Gaming going up against Team Solid, but Crim Real Betis, they currently have Overwatch on this fight between the two teams, as shoots Nico out from underneath the truck there.
Happy Feet not quite able to land the wombo combo, unfortunately for Nico. He is going to go down. Protected by the tyres of the truck now, though. The personnel carrier giving him some respite, but down to half his HP bar on the knock, and they'll have to try and respond to it if they want to keep all 4 of Omen Elite alive.
Yeah, Crim Real Betis causing a few issues for them. Zute now taking a fight on 2 fronts. He's just making sure that no player comes up towards them. Nico is finished off, which will hamper Omen's Elite's chances towards the end of the game. But it's Pittsburgh Knights who are just having such a rough time of it trying to get in. Pedro just underneath the cliffs from Tribe. I believe that is a solo player for them. Indeed it is. Game Gazme also coming in from Alpha 7. Maxin going down to the play zone.
Unfortunate to say the least. Pittsburgh Knights have had a real tough crossing as well. They're being harried from the shoreline, as X is getting plinked away at as well. And Charme taking a little bit of an engagement with Team Solid, and Fuchs does go down. The rest of Charme not quite so close, but they do have a player just over the top. Pepe looking to grab a couple points, last standing. And he is going to fall. And Charme stay alive. 3 players, 2 reses necessary.
Some shots coming through. It's Coltu. Taking out a few players from loops there, or at least knocking them. Next circle comes in and will directly land on top of Coltu. So Coltu took a gamble early on, went to this compound and found very nice positioning here. There's that fight going on between Pedro and Alpha 7 towards the bottom side, but Tribe should have heard that. XQuest Gaming, they're going to make their way in as well, find a better spot within the circle. They're sick and done with this fight with Omen. They want to leave as soon as possible. And Cromreal Bettis, they've done something somewhat similar, heading off all the way to the northern side.
Oh no, Cloud9 and Tempo Storm clashing now, going at loggerheads in the fight for that 3rd spot. Trying to catch up to XQuest as well. Tempo lose a player. Tensor does fall fully. Cloud9 don't really have any response sent their way. It's a return to sender on that one.
It is. Cloud9. Grenades cooked in hand, but there's all 4 players for Cloud9 here. And although, oh lord, that's a nice nade from Ada there. Another one comes over the top, which will explode the vehicles. There's no real hope for Tempo to even escape this fight anymore.
They can't get out of it. And they can't get into it, it seems. Rain will fall and even pushes over the top, does go down, but that's teamwork. Cloud9 get the elimination, and Tempo Storm, they're gonna fall.
This is a great fight for them. XQuest Gaming, look how low they are. They're having a terrible time right now. They tried to get into the circle, but Omen's still at their back, giving them even more grief. It's Loops, though, who made their way onto the cliff versus Tribe Gaming. Tribe just want to stay unnoticed for as long as possible. It'd be so unfortunate if they go out now.
It'll be pretty tricky, though. You've got all of the players of Loops just descending there. Darden gets knocked by Memo. But it's traded back immediately. Tribe eliminated. Loops will be able to get up that cliff face and into the fight.
Zute looking over towards Coltu. It's not the greatest of spots, but they're looking directly past XQuest Gaming. That's just Lolo there with a K9. Beautiful shot. Hits Beowulf directly in the forehead. And always takes another shot and hits AZ. So Sniper Bullets just pinging around this map at the moment.
Where on earth was that? That was like a 400-meter shot there. That was absolutely nuts. Maybe not quite 400, about 300, but still. Either way, lands
and he hits another.
XQuest Gaming going to be eliminated as well. They weren't quite able to push on through. Lazarus taking fights now with Kultu as well. And it's popping off all over the circle. Juan able to get the knock, and Lazarus down low. Lolo falls. Irish gets swung on. And that's going to be it. Kultu able to wipe them down. 7 kills found.
Lazarus now out. Let's take a look over onto Omen's side. Currently Zute crawling on the floor. He has been down. Juicy, though, taking a lot of shots towards Cromreal Bettis. This is their real competitor at the moment, and now they've made it into a 3v3 once Zute gets back up again. Smokes come through. This will delay things slightly, and Omen to have a little bit of respite, maybe a small break period for them to decide what they want to do next.
2 teams with 4 players all standing. It's Loops with 1 knock on Carrillo, and Cromreal Bettis with 1 knock on Italox. And they'll have to get those reses off if they want to be at full force. Omen on 3. Kultu also with all 4 players left standing.
We have to talk about Loops here really quick, because they're pretty much one of the only successful teams to make it off of Sosnovka Island back onto the northern side of the map here. I say that as Kultu just start to rip them apart one by one. Chowski now crawling his way in, but ahead of him is not very good ground. Angry launches his way in, but Kultu is just taking shots left, right, and center. Something has gotten into him, and I think it's adrenaline.
They've got those buildings, they've got the control that they need on this roadside as well. And now they've got all the vehicles in the world to work with as they send for this side of the road. They'll have control. They're stopping everyone carded at the door.
Ideally, the Omen really just need maybe towards a third or second place here. I know that's a lot easier said than done, but it is possible from this position. There's only 5 teams in the lobby. Cromreal Bettis is about to clash with Cloud9. Loops are coming up as well into open ground where Zute as well as Angry can actually take them out. You see them crawling off the left side, but it really depends. Do Loops spot out Omen Elite almost immediately, and will Omen have their wits about them?
These final circles getting tenser and tenser as we get towards the closing moments of this tournament, Blank. It's all to do for now, and really it's last chance no more important than any other game, but that doesn't stop it from being nerve-wracking. Loops are starting to pop off now towards Kultu. A couple of knocks thrown their way, but loops get echoed on towards. They're suffering heavy casualties, started with the last stand, but he is eliminated. It's Omen Elite to play spoiler here, but Cloud9, they're starting to push into the circle too.
Lute had to make a mad dash and run into the circle there, but now down to 4. He knows that Kultu know where they are, but Kultu are in a really tough spot right now behind a tree, and they have to start focusing on these players towards the top of the hill. Zute can potentially stay in this zone for a little bit longer, just crawling desperately towards a little bit of a circle here as teams start to be removed left, right, and center. Like I said, he just needs to find second or third. That would be still enough.
Cloud9 are pushing into this one strong. Kultu, though, still all 4 players live and kicking. Nades being cooked for Italox towards Cloud9. They will send it over the top. I think they get an inkling there as Pyro just gets re-knocked immediately. Ada only takes a little bit of damage. They should be able to get that res off once more, but we're in a deadlock for now.
Yeah, every team just wants to make it further and further. The 4th place points are just not that good, and it feels like Kultu might have even thought that Omen's completely out of this one. Cloud9, they've got a bead on Kultu now, so the fight should start to come into effect a little bit more. Zute's got absolutely no medication, so he's a solo mission man right now with not a lot of health to do it, so even a single bullet would kill him. He's playing on Iron Man mode at the moment.
Kultu wanting to get that res. They will be 4 players into the final zones. Now it's starting to tension up. Interlocks up out of the grass. Ada puts him back where he started. He will get knocked. A lot of damage done over to Ada, but he hits the deck. He'll get the first aid off. Now it's just Escanor for Crimreal Betis, just Omen Elite for Zute for Omen Elite, sorry.
My lord.
And he will be able to get 1. Kultu down to 3. He hits the deck behind the smoke. No meds to speak of, but he'll be able to pick up some loot there, Blank.
He sustained himself, and Escanor's out in the blue. I wonder if he tries to take out Zute. That would be his smartest choice because he would at least get 3rd place. But I don't know if he knows that he's also a solo. This is so bad for him. Zute just trying to make his way back into the circle. Goes out first. No, Escanor does find the 3rd. It's so well played to him, and Zute, after trying so hard to find it, now just down to 2, John.
From Real Betis eliminated, so are Omen Elite. Cloud9 pushing on towards Kultu. They've managed to find 1 and get the flush. They're a player up, Blank, and Juan is trapped behind this UAZ. Super low HP, not too many meds left now. After all these fights have started to pop off, he's down to bandages. Fran goes so low, but not quite able to finish off the knock. Cloud9, they're pushing down the hill. They want this one, Blank. 8 kills already, they're looking for more. Fran down in the smoke, and they close it down. It's Cloud9 taking the chicken dinner.
What a great game from Cloud9 there. I mean, it was not easy. They moved down from Georgia Port, had a little bit of luck in that sense because, you know what? The circle did not do what any of us thought it was going to do, and we've had these so many times where it hits just between the 2 islands. You don't know where it's going to go, and Cloud9 played edge, played it cautiously. They knew that they could hold on this side, keep down a nice little compound, and then potentially move on to Sosnovka if it did go down that way, rather than trying to vie for control on the bridges and maybe force themselves into an awkward scenario where they had to swim back onto the Northern Island. So really, really well played to them. And again, getting a chicken dinner on this day is very important for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, and for Cloud9 specifically, especially in this game when you consider where XQuest finished, and not only that, where B4 finished, going down relatively early on. So they're going to be able to try and strike out, even maybe towards that 2nd spot. All remains to be seen. Kalaris, what are you thinking?
It's heating up. It definitely is. Not only for, as you mentioned, that 2nd spot, but also for the 8th spot as well. PK not getting that many points. Omen somehow still staying alive during that Xander. It wasn't the mountain of points that they would have liked, but, you know, Zute kept himself alive, kept on going.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he had no medication. I said during the cast, he was playing on Iron Man mode. He was so low. And I just felt really bad for them. And I called it. I was like, Escanor needs to get up and then take out Zute and get that 3rd place. It's so unfortunate. But the fact he was even taking out a Kultu player, that is just a bold move from Zute. Immediately changing positions as well. So there's like 4-4 there as well. So really, really well played to that lad.
Thank you very much, gents. I'll see you for the next Erangel, maybe. Or I'm not sure who's casting. But anyway, we will get on with 7 and Degon here for our next little section to see what's going on. That was some wild circles, Degon, and a lot of teams had to accommodate for it over on military and then moving on around up towards the top.
Oh, yeah. The team I want to point out the most that I think got the least was PK. PK went into like 3 or 4 engagements and every time had to back off, had to reset, had to readjust, and they ended up with 0 points. But my God, they went from all over the map, fighting with big teams as well. Like they got in a fight with Tempo Storm early, then they got in a fight with B4, and every time they're like, no, this isn't our spot. Then they tried to swim across, ran into loops. It was like PK went through the ringer and unfortunately came up empty-handed.
Couldn't catch a break. Let's take a look at the map stats coming in here and see who's been able to bag all the points, because it is Cloud9 up at the top there with the 30 big points for them. And as we previously mentioned, they're going to be trying to challenge for that second place if they can continue on some kind of form. Cool2, 25 points for them. Omen Elite, 13. As previously mentioned here, 7. It's not the biggest bag of points, but it is enough to keep them on steady pace here today to try and get that World League spot.
Yeah, I think Omen Elite got super blessed there with the zone, with the wide rotation. They played that perfectly. It seemed like they just pretty much got a page there of John Allen and Harry Potter. They grabbed that one. They were able to cast some spells, and they knew exactly where that final circle was going to be. And listen, Sute, Clutch T, being able to go ahead and get 5 kills by himself, that was solid. And I couldn't hear anything there at the beginning because for some reason I was hearing Degon twice, so hopefully we'll be able to fix that. And then we got here Tribe. Tribe, I think one of those teams that needs to go into contention. They're kind of not doing anything. Same with Pittsburgh Knights. Pittsburgh Knights, it's allowing Omen Elite to go ahead and catch up to them.
Yeah, also to note, Creme Betis also got themselves 13 points, and they're another one of the teams that's trying to play catch-up, so it's super close in that area now. Very cool to see. Let's take a look at the stats coming in from Cloud9 as they got themselves the victory here with 2,100 damage coming in, 10 kills, 10 knocks, perfect stuff from them. And I feel like some of the fights that they went through, yes, they went through some kind of head-on engagements, Degon, but some of it was cleanup crew because a lot of the other teams were just kind of wasting each other towards the end.
Yeah, and it was good patience there by Cloud9. They took the big fight that they needed to. I think it was against Tempo Storm, and after that, they showed the right patience at the right time because they knew most teams had sent it to the southern side of the map, and they were one of the teams, along with Omen Elite and Creme Real Betis, to rotate to the early part, to the northern part of the map early when it made that hard shift and decided it was going to be on the main island. So once they took the big fight early, they slowed it down and then were able to reap the rewards of what was given to them.
Yeah, definitely. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew game view moments here as well, as we have quite a few highlights to show you from all of this. Again, big wars up towards the north side of that circle. Omen Elite took a very important compound, but then they had challenges after challenges after challenges. One of them was Creme Real Betis, one of them was XQ. They couldn't catch a break, and this is the compound in question, 7.
Yeah, and I think I'm super glad that they were able to go ahead and take charge of this compound. At some point, I think I saw Juicy a little bit too far west from his team, and he saw Tempo Storm pushing up, and he decided to go and fall back to the compound. And I think this compound was a big key for him, and luckily for them as well, Creme Real Betis did not decide to go ahead and push up from the north towards them. And something to go ahead and mention in regards to PK, I know we're currently watching some other fights here, but PK tried to go ahead and get into 2 fights. They knocked a player down from Tempo Storm, and they decided to go ahead and just back off that fight. Later on, I think it was maybe a couple circles later on, they tried to take into a fight with B4, and they backed off that fight as well. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on there with PK, if it's just miscommunication, if they're just too scared to maybe take on a fight right now. But with performances like they just had in Airgale, they cannot afford to just keep running away from fights. They need to go ahead and get some points into the stat besides just the 1 point that you get from playing the game.
Cool2 obviously had that farm compound out towards the south, but I was impressed, Degon, by them moving over to the east. I felt like that gave them a better linchpin on the circle compared to having to come out of the buildings. What do you think?
Yeah, decisive play by Cool2, and from a team that normally plays conservative. They had one member that was over closer, I think it was Luxy, closer over towards the Omen Elite guys, and once Omen Elite sent it over, I think it was Angry that sent it over first, then the rest of Cool2 immediately came in and shot it on back. I thought that was very good by them to put themselves in position, but the surprise kill from Zute, I think, wore him down just a bit, and the gunfights from Cloud9 are just always tough to take.
Nice downwards angles from Cloud9 there on towards Cool2. We'll see the damage coming in. Those two teams very close to one another as Cool2, for the most part in that circle, did stick in that farm compound, and it was a very good vantage point for them to be able to take out a lot of players and a lot of teams that were coming their way. Omen Elite with quite a bit of damage as well. They, as you say, they went through a war zone, but it is not to be a higher placement than just the 4th here so far, 7. Anything else that jumps out to you, 7?
To me, it was honestly the play that that Sute was able to make. He snaked it out, he moved in, he was very, very patient, and then something I enjoyed that he did is he tried to go for the kills, and he was able to get 5 of them. Especially there, he was able to go ahead and secure some kills against Cold2 at the end. I prefer that over just waiting it out and trying to go for that heal up, because the heal up sometimes doesn't pay off in regards to points, but if you are able to go ahead and get that knock, secure the kill, you at least know that you're going to be just securing that point. And listen, being able to go ahead and get 4th place, 13 points when PK is only scoring 1 point, I think that's huge for them. That's gonna be definitely a confident booster now that Sute had such a great game on game 1. Also, Angry had an amazing game, so anything can go on from here. The miracle is starting to look good.
It is. Let's see if it continues. We have our top players here, though, from the lobby, and it will be Ada, Beowulf, Zute, and Luxe. These guys, it's a lot of pedigree on that lineup here, but Beowulf will be the one that strikes out up towards the top. And it bears repeating here, Digon, but Cloud9 has just been phenomenal in week 3. It's been a pleasure watching them.
Yes, and they've been saying, hey, look, we've been unlucky, we're sticking to our strats, we're going to get it right, and they've gotten it right. It's Bayo leading the way, and with the gunfire behind him, they've been answering every single gunfight without losing Bayo at first. I feel like they're finding ways to get information and not get punished. Proud of the way that Cloud9 is playing, and they're basically playing themselves into that 2nd place spot, given that XQG lost GFan early and weren't able to gather as many points as we've seen them throughout the last week.
Overall ranking time, let's see how the shakeups are going there, especially towards that 8th position. Because at this point, Loops Esports is running away with the PMPL Americas, but we have other important points as well. Cloud9 from that win does jump up into 3rd, and he's now trying to strike towards XQ. Omen Elite moves into 9th place now, and just trying to get up to that spot. They're only 12 points away from where Pittsburgh Knights is, but Pittsburgh Knights has 1 game in hand against them, and I think, you know, we'll see Creme Real Betis trying to kind of sneak up on this as well. I don't think they'll be too far behind here, 7, when we eventually move on to the next page. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, and something that I'm kind of looking for is it's that fight for 2nd place. B4, even though they have not had the best performance today, we know that they can go ahead and get that win. They're one of those teams with 7 wins, so anything can happen with them. And Cold2 moving up on the leaderboard here on the 2nd page, moving up to place 13. Once again, they can play that spoiler kind of role that we've been seeing them do, and they played it perfectly there, with especially with some of the other teams like Loops being able to go ahead and stop Loops from moving forward. In a way, they kind of helped out Omen Elite as well. The teams I'm going to be looking forward to is XQG, Cloud9, B4, and then obviously the main ones for that 8th spot is going to be PK and Omen Elite. And keep in mind, those 2 teams, I believe they are going to be playing on the last game, so it could come down to that last game and just a nail biter.
Yeah, Cool2, Ace, and Alpha, those guys, they've been constantly switching places here, there, and everywhere. And as you say, the spoilers is definitely a very apt way to describe them. Here are the winners from today, though, so far. We've seen Omen Elite, who's trying to make that campaign for 8th place, win 1st game. And we have seen Cloud9, who's trying to make the campaign for 2nd place, win the 2nd game. The teams that are hungry and have fire underneath them are certainly performing so far in the final day. We have 3 more Erangels to go here before we conclude the PMPL Americas. Oof, I just got chills when I said that, actually. Conclude. It's been a long 15 days of arduous battles between a lot of these teams, Digon, and we're only 3 games away from the conclusion.
Right, and just to clarify for everyone, Group C sitting out, and that means one of the big fraggers of the lobby will be out. It's XQG will be sitting out in this match. So XQG, Team Queso, Lazarus, and a spoiler that has been popping up more and more over the last week, Njame Gaming will also be out as well. So when I think about the way that these first couple matches have shaped up, specifically this last game, it feels like there are very specific things that are happening, with GFan dying early for XQG, with Loops making an early rotation, getting it wrong, and then getting stuck at cliffs, so they're not able to frag out at the lobby, and then PK just not taking 3 different fights that they could have done that would have shaped the whole map. So a lot of these very specific happenstance things leading to some very exciting endings here.
Yeah, some things very specific, as you mentioned, and some things that the teams can get wrong. But some things that you guys can get right at home is by tuning in game from watching the PMPL, and you can get yourself some rewards as well. So make sure to be doing that, tune in on all the other platforms, and watch us and check out the chat as well, because we might be there and we might be chatting to you whilst it's going on. All right, Seven. All right, Degon. I'll talk to you right on after this. Don't shake your head at me, young man. And I'll see you.
It
was smooth. You're so good. Baby's bottom.
I'm going to walk off and you won't be able to see me again. See you in a bit, boys. See you in a bit. We're bringing on our commentators here for the next game. And it won't be John and Blank. They're done for now. We actually have Snods and Dave also looking very chipper, very dapper indeed. How are you doing, Alex?
Yeah, fantastic. It's really sunny outside. It's warm. London's great right now, or England's great right now. It's just a fantastic time, and obviously culminating today as well. I feel immense pride, immense honor to finish off today and finish off the first season of PMPL Americas. I'm just excited, James.
Oh, same here. It's going to be good, Dave. 3 games to go. Anything could really break down here at this point. He doesn't hear me. Okay.
David? Maybe it's David. There he is.
I didn't hear Mustache. I'm here. I mean, it's grind time and it's shine time for a couple of these teams. So I hope they got that energy to finish off this PMPL. I mean, 3 more games to go. Actually insane that this is the last day.
Yeah, crazy. Absolutely crazy. Sorry, you were saying, Dave?
I'm gone.
I was saying I'm the best.
Oh, wow, James.
Clark, thanks for that, man.
Okay.
Thanks for that. Yeah, you keep it real over there with those shiny shoes. So let's get on into this game. I mean, this is game number 3, Alex.
Yeah, exactly. Game 3. Then we have 4 and 5. Obviously, all the maps today are going to be on Erringale. We don't have the Vikendi. We had the incredible Vikendi game yesterday, which really set us up for the leaderboards coming into today as well. As now with 5 Erringales, it's all up to these teams. There's no argument in terms of maps. There's no argument in terms of consistency. It's back-to-back Erringale.
It is what it is, and it comes down to that flick of the wrist, that gyro, that full gyro, spinning circles in your chair, trying to connect the shots, and Novo will be heading on over there to B4. So as the desk alluded to, game 3, you got XQ, you got Team Queso, and Charme, and Lazarus. Those are the 4 teams. They will be sitting out this game, and then they will be participating in games 5 and 4 coming up next. But on into this game, Alex. All the players jumping on out of that cargo hold door.
Yeah, interesting to note as well, Omen Elite going to be hopping out straight away, even though the plane pathing is going past Saverny. I was actually really impressed, Dave, in that last game from Omen Elite, the fact that they dropped towards Saverny when Wildcard Gaming were out, and then they managed to make the rotation all the way down south towards Milter Farm and around the eastern side bridge that we saw. It was a fantastic rotation from them, and to have Clutch Tay as well get all the way to 4th, I think actually I'm agreeing with the desk here with 7 and Degon. I think this could be the day for Omen Elite.
Yeah, I mean, game number 1, they got the chicken dinner. Angry had about 6 kills. Oh, Q over here with that Uzi. Grunto looking to hot drop some teams out here. Looks like in their sideline will be the Knights. But back to Omen. Last game, they got 4th place. Zute with around 5 kills. So, you know, talking to the squad today, coming into the last day, they're like, listen, Dave, we just want top 10. Honestly, we want that top 10 spot. But it's looking like they got that top 8 position in their sightlines. They're only 12 points behind the Knights right now in 8th place. So Omen Elite, they could make it to Worlds, Alex.
Oh my goodness, we're having 2 hot drops happen at once. Ace versus the likes of Grunto. Now it's Mezexis versus the likes of Alpha 7 here towards Yasnaya, as it seems like Alpha 7 wants to go for the hot drop, as typically Alpha 7 do drop here, but Mezexis trying to throw a spanner in the works here up against Alpha 7. Gamma able to get away. You can see his teammates there on the mini radar are so far away as well and unable to tie his shoelaces in time. He will just be fresh meat, and the first kill has been found for Alpha 7.
Yeah, Gasme with the D-Eagle, and here we go, as promised, Grunto looking to shake some things up, Ricky Bobby style out here. Sana with that AKL. This is a 1v2 right now.
Yeah, he's by himself. I'm not sure where the rest of his teammates are. Maybe they went for the splits in terms of looting, as Paralyzed has to try and guard the entrance to his teammate Nunes, who has to go for the heal. Sana going to be sending it here, catching off Nunes off guard, and now the second player as well, Paralyzed, is there. Ooh, that's a really nice finish off, but doesn't expect that third player coming in. It's going to be Zero to help out the teams and the boys from Ace 1. Oh, Nunez is out. Maybe this isn't the first chicken dinner day for Ace One after all.
I don't agree with you at all. I mean, right there, Ace One let their squad mate who is down get thirsted at the end right there. I mean, that is just unbelievable to just let happen right in front of your eyes. But here goes the fight. Here comes Rolex on the hunt right now. Vega stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Oh, Darius trying to lay down that covering fire for his teammate, but the shotgun, whew, shotgun shell straight to the face. Those hurt. And Abdul hasn't actually been confirmed as well, so Midtech could revive him if he wanted to, but it seems like instead Alpha 7 want to just pounce on the 2 players remaining from Azexis, and especially now that grenade connecting. Being caught by Darius. Mitz going for the first aid, has to go for the revive afterwards. That's 10 seconds. But look at this, they're on the hunt. This is easy, like vultures. Alpha 7 going to be collecting their points.
Yep, that pump and dump right there from Rolex, pretty much opening up the engagement, opening up the fight. And look at that, Rolex gifted with that DP, gifted with that first aid, and Mazexis, see ya later, kids. You're back to lobby. One thing to note, Mazexis, they are going to be sitting out the final game of the evening, so they only have one more game to go, and currently they're in 19th place on the overall leaderboard, so it's up for debate. Will they continue to hot drop other teams in their final game here of PMPL?
I think you have to, because there's nothing to lose. I mean, the desk as well touched on it numerous times, the fact that it's about experience as well. You know, if you are towards that sub-15th spot, or even as we said today, you know, sub-12th spot on the leaderboards, you have to try and get experience here. I mean, what do you lose if you have a firefight versus the likes of a Wildcard Gaming, versus the likes of a Loops? All you do is gain experience, you know, copy how they communicate, copy how they flanked you, copy how they pushed onto you with smokes, grenades, you name it, and try and emulate that in your own games going forward into Season 2, as I'm sure many of these teams will be familiar faces in the years to come of PUBG Mobile Esports, as we are getting the rotation now from Loops, as they're going to be entering inside the zone, and they're sending it straight towards Ruins, which is in the center of Phase 1.
Yep, 343 kills for Loops after 62 matches. I mean, if there was one team that is 100% certified here in the Americas, it has to be Loops. I mean, Loops, they are certified. They are good to go. They got that seal of approval to represent our region here. And other squads looking to do the same thing. Tribe versus Ace right now.
Yeah, what's left of Ace? They did lose that player early. Got him. Win. Oh, no, actually hops out the vehicle in time, but unfortunately, time is not of the essence. Quinn has been dropped. Zero can maybe try and save his second teammate off today. Although, Sam, prolific fragger at the best of times, but the distance there may be too great for him to land that shot. So, seems like Tribe realized Ace are weak, and for Tribe, they haven't had the best first 2 games today. And obviously, coming into the games today, we spoke about it yesterday, the fact that Tribe had to perform on the final day. They had to make up for the losses that they had in that really poor week 3 that they suffered. And having a poor start in the last game, losing 2 players, Sam and King A, and then now as well, here they are in game 3. This is where they have to start turning it on. And the same can be said as well for Trem Cadetta there towards 12th as well. This has to be where they start switching things on, as they have that game extra to play with too.
Yeah. I mean, Seven, before the games even started here today, was asking around who we think will be in that top 8. And I said Tribe. I said Tribe should get top 8. I mean, yesterday's performance from the Knights, pretty lackluster. Yeah. So I was holding that against them here. But I'm definitely rooting for Tribe. I mean, this squad alone, week 1, they were all over the place. They were all scattered. They weren't playing as a team. And King A, you know, pretty much setting the squad straight right there, being like, listen, guys, we cannot continue to make these little mistakes. And then after that, week 2, they started to make the come up on the overall leaderboard. So really, after week 1's performance, they've been on the chase to even get in that top 8 position. And now, the final day, they are so close to just living up to their full potential. Tribe, also another team who only has one more game after this, and that's going to be game 4.
Yeah, I mean, the dissension that they had. I mean, at the end of week 1, they were 2nd or 3rd on the leaderboards, Dave, and to see them now just fighting for a chance to even be top 8 must be heartbreaking here for the players on Tribe, although, as you said, they have this game and then the next one to try and get justice for their amazing performance in week 1. Tempo going to be just standing off in front of them, and then as well towards the eastern side of them they have Pittsburgh Knights, who of course towards Gatka as their favorite spot, and especially with how often Gatka is inside the center of these circles. Again, the Pittsburgh Knights, the same narrative, they have to perform. It's do or die for these teams.
Yeah, straight chilling right now. We got the Knights in Gatka. You got, I see Sixless in Gatka, not with their squad. Tempo in that general area. Looks like 2 members from Ace still going to be alive in this little dip. But honestly, Tribe, I mean, they have such a good position. If these circles continue to favor Gatka, they have pretty nice sight lines on some possible rotations from other squads. And over here in the distance, though, in the yellows, you got Tempo. Tempo looking to make it rain here tonight. Currently in 5th place on the overall leaderboards. And Tempo, they already sat out their game for the day. They sat out game number 1, so they will be playing in the remainder of today, the next 3 games.
Yep, inside the center of the current circle, although we are going to be blessed with a second. And, actually going to be centering again towards the southern fields of Gatka. Off towards the east, you have Pachinki as well. B4 is going to be leaving that compound shortly. That's going to be freeing up more space for Team Solid if they wanted to rotate towards the south. As you can see there on your screens towards the eastern side of the map, Omen Elite finally making their journey from Milta inside the circle.
Yeah, Omen Elite. Really nice circle here. They should be able to kind of play that coast near Ferry Pier. And, you know, with the lobby as a whole, knowing the fact that Team Queso are sitting out, you have to assume Primorsk should be open. The only real concern would be Grunto, because they do like to go to Ferry Pier. But since today is the last day, since they are kind of dropping in different locations, one would assume it's probably most likely open. So, looking around, 15 squads here. I mean, we are in it. I mean, we just started here. B4 looking to get that dub here.
Ooh, Cream spot out Kultur, making their rotation from school in towards the northeastern side of the circle. And it seems like they have a really good position here as well, Dave. You can see they have the complete angle of the entrance to the zone. And with that, Kultur forced to recalibrate themselves now, make a rotation further south. They might actually pass through Pachinki here to try and get inside the zone. And then after that, Alpha 7 still have to make their rotation away from Yasnaya, past Roshok and inside that zone. But now it's going to be Kultur and Cream gatekeeping the 3 remaining players from Alpha 7.
Yeah, and it's funny because Kultur, they got 2nd place last game. Cream, they got 3rd place last game. So these teams are definitely feeling good. Nico from Omen will be opening up the shots onto Trem Caretta. Juicy in the rotate as well. So we're looking for that additional support from the guns right now.
Yeah, they're going to need some more than support than just weaponry. Trem Caretta have to go for the heal. Zute coming in clutch as always. He's the first one on the charge here for Moment. Angry as well, and he's furious for these points. He does want to go out in 9th place, but that grenade from Juicy blowing up the car, actually knocking down his teammate, and Zute going to be dropped as well. One back, though, from Juicy himself. Redemption from that poor grenade, as now Angry has to be forced to heal, and Zute has to be revived as well after Juicy brings up Nico.
Yeah, such a fumble right there. Mistakes happen, but this is not when you want those mistakes to happen. Fortunate for Omen, they did have a knock on the Trem Caretta, so they are able to have this brief little window to get the resets, but that right there pretty much put the halt. It put a halt to the whole game plan right there on the side of Omen Elite, and now we see Trem Caretta, they are starting to reset, and it looks like the call might have been made. Okay, it wasn't successful. We made mistakes. Let's peel back. Let's pull back and, you know, recalculate what's actually happening right now. As Zute, once again, bleeding on out. Okay, Zute revived, so let's see what they can do here.
Remember as well, Dave, it's 3 players from the side of Trem Caretta. Nico had the first kill onto Matos. So 3 versus 4, very strongly held here from Trem Caretta. The silver lining, though, for Omen Elite is the fact that there are no teams in close proximity to these 2 squads here. So the chance of a third party is extremely unlikely, which means we should have a very even fight here. As you said before, Zute and Nico have now been revived. We're into a 4 versus 3. This is where Omen Elite can't allow the pressure to force their hand and make mistakes. They have to stay composed here and finish off Trem Caretta for those points. They're about 12 to 15 points behind the Knights, and this is a way in which they can try and bridge that gap.
Yeah, and look at Omen. I mean, they're getting like the complete wraparound right now, using the terrain to their advantage. My question is, are Omen, are they aware of the position from Sinab? Sinab could play spoiler right now if they don't have tabs on that one member from Trem Caretta.
Brilliant grenade there from Angry. Juicy going to be capitalizing off of this grenade as well. That's the opening here that Omen were looking for. Zute in the vehicle as well. They are going real fast to finish off what's left of Trem Caretta. Swag win on the floor. Going to be converted into kill points now for Omen Elite. This is awful right now for the Pittsburgh Knights if they're watching the kill feed here, Dave. They're going to be seeing more points added to the tally for Ohm Elite. And now with 2 players here left for Trem Coretta, maybe they could be more found, although Zute going to be falling down. Actually going to get the kill converted, Dave. Oh dear, with 15 teams left, 30 minutes into this for Ohm Elite, this is dire. And as you said, not too many more games left for them to play.
Yeah, and I was concerned with Synap's position. I was questioning, did Omen, did they have all the information? Juicy trying to go for that 1v1, not able to do so. Sorry for screaming right there, but things are getting hectic over here. Nico able to get the confirm, and hopefully Zute, his name doesn't go in vain right there, as Juicy could get revived.
Yeah, precisely. That's going to be 3 kills found. For Omen Elite, as you said, Sanab will be fine. Ooh, Ace. He's going to be okay, fine and dandy for now, as Tempo going to be rotating down the hill. This is just south of Pachinki, inside the center of the Phase 3 circle. Remember, Tempo looking to get a very strong position early as Sixless. Oh, you said he was really strong with the VSS. He's found a nice little drop for him as Grunto starts to make some noise. Now Grunto as well, Dave, in a very strong position towards the southern side of the center of the circle.
Yeah, Grunto looking to make some moves over here. You got Call 2 just above Tempo. Storm, Tempo, they're going to be in the compounds. This is just west of Pachinki. My concern, though, you got Wildcard, you got Cream on the east side of Pachinki. I mean, this zone shrinking a little closer, forcing these teams to get extremely close to one another. Doesn't look like Wildcard are going to be in the blue, but they're so close that it's not going to be inflicting too much damage onto them. They are being gatekept by Cream, though. Cream, they have information.
Yeah, they might actually try to gatekeep this one, especially with the added damage as well. You can see Slicky here, and actually the whole squad, if you look at your top left, are about 50% HP. They're going to be forced to go for the bandages and the heals as well. But Italox, as you said, he had gathered and garnered all the information that they needed, and now Krem, Real Batiste can build a barricade here towards the eastern side of the circle.
Yeah, Wildcard still forced to be out there, trying to make up their mind on exactly how to play this one out, and looks like they're going to be sending it down there to the coast, going for a rotate. Nitsu looking to possibly get some shots onto his vehicles. I mean, popping a tire now could be huge because they're going to be in the blue. They're going to be in the blue, stuck and stranded, and here comes the fire brigade from Cream.
Yeah, we're about to get the new zone as well pop in just a second, so Wildcard Gaming might be forced into an even more awkward rotation if more of these shots do land from Cream. Nitsu dropping Enigma, but they're still inside the blue, and actually Angry and Juicy are going to be hearing the shots and the cacophony of bullets flying around towards the eastern hemisphere of this Phase 3 circle, about to be Phase 4 as well. Actually, that is the Phase 4 circle, Dave. Grunto and Tribe looking strong.
Yeah, but right now, I mean, the gatekeep, Cream, they're not going to be favored in this next zone, like you said. They have to make up their mind. Do they continue with this gatekeeping plan? Do they continue to try to take out Wildcard and get these points, or do they focus on repositioning? Same thing with Omen Elite. So we do see Wildcard already in their vehicles, but looking around here, Sixless with that BSS, connecting, getting some shots, getting some points for themselves.
You can see as well, Beowulf just tagged him, and then Sixless just proned, and then instant headshot him back. That was phenomenal there from him. Ooh, that must be Cream, I think, that Omen Elite is shooting at. Uh-oh, Wildcard Game, they've caught wind of this. Omen Elite down to 3 players. We have to cast our mind back just a few minutes ago. Clutch Day was taken out by the side of Trem Coretta. Oh, this rotation. Come on, Wildcard Gaming. You surely must understand that this is risky, but they're actually going to be getting away with it. Ooh, maybe not for much longer. You can see Juicy's in a better angle now to cut them off on the rotation, as they are going to be rotating inside the Phase 4 circle. And they've actually managed to make the full rotation, Dave, with 4 alive. Past 3 players, Cream, and the full blue zone from Phase 3 circle.
Very surprised. Yeah, very surprised that they're even still alive. Rain over here trying to cook a grenade, trying to get a squad wipe on the loops. Will be inflicting some damage on Federal and Dadin, but they're looking to take out Tempo right now. Tempo, they have Rain, they have Tensa, who had just been knocked.
Well, this is going to get even more tenser. The reason being is you can see Cream are starting to go for third party, especially with HH24 trying to get away scot-free. But you know about loops, as Blank did say, they don't pull on any of their punches. They try to inflict pain with every shot and every single bullet that they fire. Although 2 players are dropped, it's Rain and Spec who are killed off by loops. Thankfully, though, HH24 did survive, although I believe it was Tense who's dropped as well. So maybe, yeah, Darling going to be confirming that one. So 1 player now going forward for that side.
Yeah, I mean, Loops, they're just doing what they want to do here. I mean, they have no fear. They're just throwing caution to the wind, and you can tell in their playstyle. I mean, they see an enemy, they make the push, and they don't hesitate. So, looking on over here, Wildcard, they do have a little wooden shack That Shack, I don't think, is in the zone here, so it's going to be interesting to see how they play this one out. Also, one thing to note, Slicky is extremely separated from the squad. So, Wildcard, they're kind of just hedging their bets, trying to get as many points as possible. And here comes Loops. They got Cream in their sightlines.
Yeah, and this is the best whenever we see Loops at the high ground shooting down onto their opposition. As Nitsu onto low HP, Interlocked as well at about 20%. They have a scan, or maybe to try and back them up here in this dire situation, although Loops isn't exactly the team you want to be on the receiving end of as Unicorn. Oh, we're trying to dodge the shots there and thankfully fall behind the vehicle, although back down to 50% HP. Wildcard Gaming as well, starting to use this opportunity to try and get into a better position inside the zone. That's more players now being dropped. There's 2 players down for an Elite, and I believe only one will stand. Yes, it's Angry as the last player standing here for the side of Omen Elite. Loops here, still on the top of the precipice of this ridge line, shooting down now onto both Omen Elite and Kreml Petite. Gosh, they are taking no prisoners.
Yeah, and this is really big for Cream, especially if they can get the squad wipe onto Omen Elite, because Cream, they're currently in 11th place, but they are going to be pinned down right now from Loops. Thankfully for all these squads, the next zone is not too far from their current location, but they're still not in it. As we see Loops, they're starting to use that utility, starting to throw these smokes to just get on into the zone. Angry, the last remaining member right now from Omen Elite.
Once again, this zone really favoring Tribe there towards the north. We have to make note as well, towards the north, there's no other teams. It's really towards the east and west that we start seeing teams formulate as Loops. Still in this exchange here between Kreml and Batiste. 3 players on our screens there from Loops versus the 3, sorry. Actually, it is going to be 4 actually from Cream, so Loops may not want to take this firefight, especially now as they're going to be on the edge of the zone, and there's only 6 seconds left before it starts to constrict these players. Loops are going to have their hand forced, and yeah, they're going to be retreating away from this one. I think this is smart to peel off.
Yeah, not only that, I believe they sent Dad in just a little north of this, possibly scouting where Tribe in their current position is. We see Dadin out there to the distance, so Dadin is safe, but if Tribe, if they catch whiff of Dadin's position, I mean, all they have to do is just fire out that window, and that might be the end of Loops. And talking about the end of people, Enigma right there, spotted out there in the distance, tagged and bagged.
Oh, wow. Grunto are annihilating C9 right now on the kill feed. Pyra is the last player standing for C9 currently, as we now have Kreml Batiste making their rotation inside the new zone. Grunto going to be killed off by Kevin! Kevin! Actually finishes off Grunto Esports. Oh, dear. Cloud9 as well have been killed off by Sixless. Wow, Kevin unable to get that kill still onto Beowulf, but at least that does mean C9 and Grunto are out. Tempo Storm eliminated 2 as well. It's going to be a grenade there to finish off Tempo, and now we're down to 10 teams, 21 minutes on the clock. Phase 5 is halfway through before we get that phase 6 circle, and we have to keep mentioning it. It's Tribe with the advantage, and now Loop's trying to rotate in from the northern side of the circle. I don't think this is going to be effective. The windows here for King A and for Memo are going to be so strong, but look who it is. It's Kirill. Kirill, no, he's been third-partied by Kultur. The crash has failed.
Actually nuts right there. I mean, trying to make the pull-up with your strongest player to possibly get some initial knocks onto Tribe and overthrow them from this compound position. We do have one more member left alive from Loops, but they are on the outskirts of this next zone. Not favored in it, currently being bombarded by bullets from all the directions, and there they go, Loops, taken out by the hands of Tribe.
E4 are still in this one. Maybe they can try and solidify themselves as second on the overall rankings if they can get a very strong finish here. Now that Cloud9 and both Loops have been taken out early. Coming into this phase 6 circle now, who is it going to be favoring as we have more kills coming up for Tribe? Oh, Tribe actually going to be eliminating B4. Caster's curse once
That's
again,
a huge one. That's a huge one.
Yeah, there's Karma.
Tribe.
There's Karma, Dave. Look at that circle. It's gone towards the south. Omen Elite. Wait, what? They're out too.
Yeah.
So much action, Dave. We're actually missing some of it here as there's firefights going on all across the board.
Carnage with the DP and the 6 times should be able to just laser on across this open terrain. Stam, looks like Tribe, they are going to be popping out of their compound. Like you said, no longer favored. We had a extremely hard shift down there to the south. Nitsu from Cream. I mean, Cream alone, they're trying to put up the numbers. 11th place so far. They are trying to get the chicken dinner, and they still have the full squad up.
Ooh, Carnage does get killed off, but that does mean Wildcard Gaming eliminated. And now in terms of teams that we're going to be highlighting from now onwards, It's definitely got to be the Knights with 3 players, and of course, Tribe in the north with still 4 players alive, and it's about 15 to 14 points that separate Tribe and the Pittsburgh Knights for that aforementioned 8th spot to try and qualify for Worlds, and that's what it's all about here for these players as Team Solid. Thankfully, with 3 players, so not quite as worse for wear here for the Pittsburgh Knights to be pulling up near them, although they still have 3 players themselves, so an equal affair here towards the western side of this Phase 6 circle.
Exactly. I mean, this is a huge game pretty much between Tribe and the Knights because they're fighting. I mean, Tribe fighting to maintain that 8th place position, but Tribe fighting to overthrow the Knights right now. So we'll see. Just a reminder, 5th place would net them 7 points plus whatever kills they have here. So even if they get taken out here, they should have some fairly decent points. But the fight, Raven popping off right there, taking down, I don't know who it was, maybe King or Sam from Tribe as they try to make their push on into this new zone.
They are about to be inside the zone. You can see on the minimap to the top right, they're about 2 or 3 meters away from the zone, but Pittsburgh Knights are really costing Tribe on their rotation. Sam and King A were dropped. King A has been revived. Sam now being revived for now, but it really comes down to this next circle and who it's going to be favoring. I'd like to see it go towards the northeast because that would favor no one, and that's where we could have an amazing finish. Although in terms of team status, it's 6 kills for Tribe, and there for the Knights are 4. Still, Dave, this storyline is neck and neck as that's going to be the knock there from King A onto Cream, and the shots as well connected onto Nitsu. This is incredible here from King A and the boys from Tribe. Memo as well. Well, he's caught the Memo, and that's that. Kremro Petite are offering up 3 points here for Tribe.
Not only that, they're getting impacted heavily by the zone over here. Raven, though, still alive, the top fragger from the Knights. The question is, Team Solid, they are going to be south of the Knights. They could play spoiler. They could backstab the Knights here. So the Knights, they need to make sure to gatekeep Tribe up there to the north and also protect their sides because this open terrain, this open field, there's not much you can do besides just snake it on out. And there goes Cream, taken out.
Cream out in 5th, and that now means, in terms of players alive, it's, whoa, wait a minute, Jagger's being dropped. That grenade looks pretty good as well here, Dave, and Team Solid going to be taking out another player here from the Pittsburgh Knights. This is all looking like fate here for Tribe, as now the Knights are down to 2 players, Kultur on 3, and, well, Dave, Team Solid, they only joined as 3, so there's still 3 players, even though they haven't actually died. So this does mean that the Tribe team towards the north still have the advantage. The circle will be coming in as well shortly, and actually it has already exposed itself towards the central western part of the map, really favoring Team Solid and the Pittsburgh Knights. Although remember, only 2 players remain for the Knights. We might see Team Solid try and fight this, and yes, it's all coming up now. Ooh, Proza takes 1 shot to Raven, does tag him once, then again falls back. Woo, that is a nice shot there from Sam, catching always standing up.
You got Team Solid, the Dream Killers, currently in 20th place on the overall leaderboard, but trying to crush the dreams from the Knights right now. Looks like Tribe, they were able to get all of the revives. King A sending it on into this next zone with that Dacia. Most likely will blow it up and use it for hard cover. Memo still out here in the wheat fields, just spraying that Scar onto Coltu. Meanwhile, Team Solid just tossing grenade after grenade on top of the Knights right now.
Yeah, the Knights are really feeling the pain here. The shrapnel from all these teams trying to leverage themselves here when we're down to just 4 players from Tribe and 4 teams. It's the Ravens now. Sorry, Pittsburgh Knight Raven. Going to be finding and catching out one of the players. It was Sam again. Sam plays so aggressive for this side, but it usually works out for him, so you've got to say fair players. King A knocks one back as well onto Kultur. Sam does eventually die off, but Team Solid, as you said, they are the dream killers, as Tribe are the dream chasers right now, trying to fight for that top 8 position. Oh, Raven's been dropped. J7, if he stands up, he's got also Kultur to worry about in terms of lines of sight, and we may get the kill confirmed. Yes, we do. Raven has been killed off now. It's just down to 1 player. It's J7 on his lonesome, as always. Going to be going for the heal now. It's 3 players still for Kultur. They're going to be gathered towards the southeastern side of this circle, but Memo, he's actually going to be directly behind J7. I don't think they realize this as Proza now laying down a smoke grenade to cover off the lines of sight from J7. As now for Kevin and the boys here from Team Solid, they're going to be fighting up against Kultur. Fran has been spotted in the open. Pepe as well, going to be taken down.
Yeah, and then you already know Tribe, they're going to try to third party this one on to call to. Fran in the grass will be getting exchanged, and Kevin popping on up with that DP to finish them off over here. Looks like always, still going to be alive with Lux, but I got to say, I 100% understand why the Knights were focusing on trying to take out Tribe, you know, instead of focusing on Team Solid, because Tribe, those are the teams. I mean, that's the team in particular that is like hot on the trail to overthrow you on the overall leaderboard. And look at that, always connecting on to King A. Once again, King A will be bleeding on out.
Yeah, King A's been dropped, but so as always from Seagut. That's going to be the revenge killer. Now Proza could be the thorn in the backside here for Culture. Look at his position and his angle here coming from behind. Is actually always...
Seagut.
Yes, and Seagut actually gets both those kills. Culture are out. And now it's going to be the 3 versus 3. King A has been killed off, and now only 2 players remain for Tribe. Kevin's been dropped as well. Oh, it's J7 who does it. That's really good for the other side, though. Now he's going to be going down to the zone, potentially. Proza, though, catches out Seagut. Yes, the Pittsburgh Knights are out, and now it's down to his Tribe versus Team Solid. It's Memo, the last player standing in a 1 versus 3. Oh no, this could be so dire, especially now as Kevin's going to be healed back up, but he is instantly dropped back down. Proza, oh, onto low HP to Memo. Reloads, has the extended mag, 40 has 40 bullets. Maybe that's enough for his Seagut, going to be confirmed off. We're now officially into a 1 versus a 2.5 here because Kevin still has to be revived back up, and Memo has to make his mark. Now imagine the nerve of steel that's required here from Memo, the pressure on his shoulders, because this could be World League here for the side of Tribe Gaming. If he can pull off this clutch. Kevin still hasn't been revived just yet. I think Pepe's scared to go for the revive as Proza is on towards his right. They have the lines of sight working in their favor. We've gone to phase 9, Dave. I can't actually see it on the minimap who it favors. I have no idea. Proza, though, out in the open, trying to catch Memo in the blades of, well, not even grass at this point, but they're going to be going for the push here. Let's see if Memo can pull it off. He does land the first shot. Oh, Proza's low, but no! Team Solid, they make it happen. Tribe, unable to finish off what they started. And Team Solid, they take chicken dinner with 8 kills. Oh, Tribe, they were so close. That's the game they needed.
I mean, they still have one more game to go after this. So second place, it does get you 14 points plus the kills, of course. But Team Solid, I mean, this is a team with only 3 players. All right, I'm gonna let that one sit in. Only 3 players, and they just got the chicken dinner here on the final day when all these squads are like trying their hardest right now. Not only that, they got a bunch of kills as well. So congrats to Team Solid right there.
Yeah, massive congrats to Team Solid. Obviously, they are in 20th right now. Maybe they're in 19th, 18th. I'm not sure if that chicken dinner obviously is going to be a lot of points for them. Obviously, James is going to be joining us in just a moment. He's going to be showing us those scoreboards, but we have to mention it. Heartbreak for Tribe. Right, Kalaris?
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for them. If they've got big points there, they could have been rivaling for those top spots to get themselves to World League. However, a few more games in hand to go, I suppose, here. Dave, you can hear me this time, right? Yeah?
Yeah, I can always hear you, man. I can always hear you.
What happened at the beginning then? I don't know. Anyway, whatever. Dave.
I didn't hear Dave. I heard the question, but I didn't hear Dave.
Oh, I see. Team Solid, though, fighting for pride, getting themselves the victory on the board. Nice for them.
Very good for them. And not only that, I mean, the Knights and a lot of other teams, you know, sleeping on the fact that Team Solid, they got that willpower. They got heart. And that's all they needed because they got the dub. But the Knights, you know, they're stuck in a very tricky situation. Do they focus on securing their backside from the backstab? Yeah. Or do they try to tunnel vision on taking down Tribe, who are hot on the trail of overthrowing them on the overall leaderboard?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much, gents. I'll get you back for the next Erangel as we head over to Seven and Degon here to talk about this one. And a lot of what characterized this game for me was that hardship going into second. Seven, you are chomping at the bit there. What's going on over there?
What a match, man. What a match. That's the match PK kind of needed to go ahead and create more of a distance there with Omen. Omen still has a chance, but now not only Omen, Tribe Gaming had a great game as well, being able to go ahead and push up themselves with, I'm pretty sure they're going to go ahead and pass Omen Elite now. So that last game, I think Tribe is going to be sitting out the last game. So this next game, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe either Tribe or Omen Elite tried to go ahead and hot drop on PK. They need PK to go ahead and just get 1 point the next match. And it's gonna be tough. Next match and the last one too. It's gonna be tough. But it can happen.
Yeah, let's take a look at the points coming in from this game, and we can talk about the potential options a little bit more going into these second, penultimate and ultimate games coming up. Team Solid get the 28 points on the board. It was not going to make much of an impact on terms of how things are really shaking up in those all-important spots, but Tribe, 25 points going their way here, and Pittsburgh Knights with 15 as well. There is shifts in terms of the overall points for these teams going on Degon towards the 8th, 9th, 10th position. However, Pittsburgh Knights getting the points is very needed indeed.
Yeah, definitely circle blessed. And for Tribe, I think this is big because they are starting to go the wrong way. They did a great job 2 days ago. They were off yesterday, but 2 days ago on Friday, they did a great job putting themselves in this position where they can get in striking distance. But the first 2 games were pretty unsatisfying if you're a Tribe fan.
Yeah.
But this second place victory here, or second place finish here is huge for them. Also, shout outs to Team Solid. Playing with 3 members, bon dia to Team Solid. It was a solid victory for those guys. They worked their way on through, and to show that even though they're at the bottom of the standings, they've had a ton of adversity with roster issues, with connection issues, they found a way to get it done here. Even though it didn't necessarily matter to their standings, they still put in a shift. Like so many other teams would have just been like, yeah, you know, we only have 3, we're just gonna take some bites. But no, Team Solid played that one all the way through and got the win.
Yeah, let's take a look at the numbers that they were able to put up here throughout this Erangel as Team Solid, and channeling the Rhino inside them, going to bulldoze out everybody else. We have 1,200 damage coming in, and they were able to pick up 4 kills that were outside of their knock radius here, 7, so they got themselves some cheeky little ones as well on the board.
Yeah, honestly impressive. I know they're currently the last place team in the leaderboard, but being able to go ahead and get that win, as Digon was mentioning, with 3 players, and on top of that, something to go ahead and point out is Kevin, the player of that team with the most kills in the last game, actually plays with just 1 hand. Look it up on YouTube. It is amazing to go ahead and watch what that man can do with 1 hand on that device. It's impressive.
Yeah, it definitely sounds it. So good stuff by Team Solid to put themselves in that spot. We know they've had a bit of a rough time, but that's something that happens in the world of, you know, esports when we're on with things. Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew Game Fuel highlights here for all of this game. And as I said, guys, this game really felt characterized by that big hard shift down towards the southeast side. Initially, it was looking like Gatka was going to be the hot point, the hot topic, but no, we shifted down south of Pachinki here, Digon, and then from there, everyone had to deal with the fields down towards that south position.
Yeah, when Omen Elite took this fight against Trem Carreta Furcao, we're like, oh god, like they're kind of far out, and the circle hard shifts right on top of them. We're like, uh-oh, is this Omen's day? They're getting blessed by every circle. With that VSS kill, that was so sick. But again, once the shift happened, a lot of teams had to rotate on in, and again, we're seeing teams fighting so much earlier than what we're used to in circles 3 and 4, along with those 2 separate hot drop fights we had at the beginning of the game. As teams are creating chaos and trying to garner as many points as they can early, and then they can slow down the pace just a little bit, which is what I think Team Solid did. They took fights against some big name teams in this to get themselves into the circle and get themselves some points.
Cool to see some VSS, little cheeky kills here and there. It used to be kind of a hot thing in mobile, but you know, a lot of weapons surpassed it down the line. So nice to see a little VSS action. DP ×4 with 4 times scopes here, very much so hot towards the end here, 7. And as we saw this play out at the end, it's one of the flattest endings that we've had for quite a while.
Oh, definitely. And I think, as you mentioned, one of the flattest circles that we've seen this whole tournament that I can actually think of. The only one that I can think of was one when we had outside of Yasnaya. And as you were mentioning, yeah, the DP. The DP is one of those guns that I've been seeing a lot here. I remember back in the day when everybody started using it, I believe it might have been Mortal from India that started using it with that 4 time, and he just started going off. And it's good to see Sixless right there with the VSS.
Yeah.
He's been very quiet this whole tournament, but I think he ended up getting like 700 damage in that last game. So good for him. I'm glad he's at least trying to show off a little bit here in the last games.
Yeah, as these numbers stack up, and as you mentioned with the DP, it used to, I feel like early on everyone was like, okay, this is the vehicle buster, we're just going to blast vehicles as they come past, and then a lot of close range fights people were using it, and then all of a sudden all of these players level up their game, and now we're seeing the DP used at really sick range. So great to see. I mean, even yesterday when we saw, I think it was I can't remember who it was exactly, but pumping 120 rounds into extreme distance with the DP. These guys love it a lot. But here's the damage numbers as it does stand here for this game. Loop's actually putting up a lot of damage, and at this point, I mean, we don't even really talk that much about Loops, Digon, because we're going to end up talking about them at the end of the day, because they are head and shoulders above everybody else, and they just keep racking up points here, there, and everywhere. They're almost never outside those double-digit points for a game right now. It's crazy.
Yeah, and The only reason why I would talk about loops is because they haven't had the pop-off game, right? They usually have like two or three where they're scoring 20 or 30 points. They haven't done that yet in this lobby. They're going to be out in the next one, but it's given space, and you could see the damage charts compared to yesterday. The damage charts were so skewed onto the teams that did well, that did the best, they did the most damage. Here in that last game and throughout the day today, it's been mostly like, hey, look, it's more flat, it's more evenly distributed because there are more team fights across the map.
Seven, have you got this one, or is D gone?
I could definitely get this one, and this is a fight that we wanted to go ahead and highlight, especially at the start, because Omen, even though they ended up getting knocked early, this was a huge fight. They were able to go ahead and pick up some points. They did end up losing some players. Are you going to be seeing here? They're going up against Trem Caretta. They're trying to get different angles. At the start there of that push that we saw at the beginning, Nico ended up getting knocked. Suits ended up getting knocked. They got all their players up, and Juicy was trying to get an angle on them, and now they go ahead and push up. Now, at this point here, one of the Trem Caretta players has already decided to back off and kind of just save face in a way and make sure he goes for the placing points. Juicy being able to get that knock is huge. He is going to try to get that finish, but at this moment, now Sute and Nico are going to go ahead and try to find that next player, the next one that they know they're right there, and I feel like Sute overextended there a little bit too far. He gets killed, and now they're trying to figure out, all right, we got two different players. Where are they going to be? Let's go ahead and focus on one, and they do just that, and they try to focus on 2K here. Juicy is going to be pushing first. You're going to see him getting knocked, and something that I love seeing here is that they stop the thirst from Trem Caretta. Look at that. Just a great team effort right there that was able to go ahead and secure some points. And going into the last game, it is gonna take a miracle, honestly. I feel like Omen Elite is gonna have to go off by a lot.
Definitely, as Tribe also moves here as well, and now they are just 10 points behind Pittsburgh Knights, with Pittsburgh Knights still having a game in hand, of course, relative to where Tribe and Omen are. Omen will be sitting out in the next game, I do believe, if it's lobby Group B. But anyway, this is how the standings look so far. We're really kind of focusing a lot now on the fight of that second place, as well as the 8th, 9th, 10th that we're seeing so far here. Degon, what do you think?
Yeah, I think this last game was an opportunity for Cloud9 to have a big game and try to close the gap on XQ, because XQ wasn't in the lobby and they weren't quite able to do that. I think they got stunted by Team Solid in Team Solid's run to the victory there, and I think that stops a lot of momentum that they have, as XQ also has a game in hand to catch up on the loops. And when we look at the bottom half here, Creme Real Betis still trying to work their way into the top half of the standings, currently 8 points behind Omen Elite, and it's just going to be very, very close. I think the teams behind playing spoilers, Kultur, Trem Caretta Furcal, we haven't really seen enough of them that we think they're going to get a jump into that top 10, but they are still stealing points away from the rest of the lobby.
Doing what they can. Let's take a look at the schedule, as we do not have many games left to go here to find out who is going to be standing up at the top. We have 2 more Erangels coming at you. It's all the white logos that are winning today. We have Omen Elite winning the first one out, and we have Cloud9, and then Team Solid. And now we're moving on to game number 4, with then only one remaining. It's a bit tense for the teams trying to get those top 8 spots, and it's a bit tense for the teams trying to get those top 10 spots as well. As you mentioned, Creme Real Betis trying to challenge up there. With Pittsburgh Knights having a few points here and there, 7, looking at how they're shaping up, I think they can do it. I think they can hold on to this. They've got one more game than the 2 closest challengers to them, and unless, something terribly goes awry, they should be able to keep their average up here.
Yeah, and I think at this point what would have to happen is that Tribe, now that Tribe is playing this next match and Omen is going to be sitting down, Tribe would pretty much have to hunt down PK and make sure they get him off right away, so they only get 1 point and hopefully not lose any players to them. That will work in their favor, and then they have to go ahead and, for Tribe, they have to go ahead and hope that Omen does the exact same thing on the last game, and then they also die early if Tribe wants to be able to make it in. Now, for Omen, they're hoping that Tribe still lands on PK this game, pretty much finish them off, and then on the last game, I wouldn't be surprised if Omen's gonna go ahead and push PK. It's just, oh man, it's gonna be a nail-biter, I believe.
Yeah, definitely so. Very much so. Degon?
I think those 2 teams, Tribe and PK, have been inconsistent recently. And Omen Elite as well, but Omen is on form right now, to the point where I think you just focus on making it difficult for PK and Tribe to get the points. If you are one of those teams, you're like, hey, we're going to play our normal game and we're going to try to get as many points as we can because the two teams that we're fighting with have been inconsistent. I don't believe that they're going to be able to do it. I would have the most faith in Omen Elite to do it because they've done it today multiple times, but we'll see because, they're not all in the same lobby at the same time.
Thank you very much, gents. Time to head over to the commentators now here for our next Erangel of the day. And again, only 2 more games remaining, Alex, as well as Mr. Dave. We're going to be bringing you all of the games. I'm going to disappear. I'm going to let you get on with this. It's down to the wire. Let's get on to Erangel.
Thank you for the handoff, James. It's game 4 of the final day here at PMPL Americas. And Dave, the final game for Tribe. And Omen Elite instead going to be the spectators of what we're about to witness. And yeah, the desk said it. It's really between Cream, the Knights, and Tribe in this 4th Erangel today.
I mean, everybody here today is just trying to overthrow the Knights. And coming into this game, Tribe, they're about 10 points. Yeah, they are 10 points behind Tribe. So they need at least a chicken dinner in order to feel comfortable, sitting out that last match because Omen will be playing in the last game of the night. Same thing with the Knights. So Tribe definitely looking for a chicken dinner so that they can get more than the needed points to overthrow Knights. Not only that, it doesn't take into account how the Knights will perform either. So there's a lot of different variables up in the air right now, and the pressure. I mean, the pressure right now is just at its highest.
Immense, yeah. And I think as well we have to touch on Cream. The fact that Cream are just sub 30 points behind the Knights in 30th, well, if they can push for that chicken dinner, get about 9 to 11 kills, they can try vouch for that top 8 spot going into that final game of the day. But I think the Knights is really down to them because if they have an amazing matchup here and they do really well, then they can build such a big gap for themselves going into that final game versus Tribe and Omen that it doesn't really matter. But even so, when it's a 10, 20 point difference, one chicken dinner can separate all of these teams.
Exactly. And another team, on the flip end of the spectrum, another team that's looking for a chicken dinner, Cloud9. I mean, Cloud9, they're about 14 points behind second place, who is going to be held by XQ Gaming. And, the difference between second and third, that's $10,000. So if Cloud9 can get a dub underneath their belt, they also are sitting out the last game. So this is Cloud9's last game. This is B4, Cloud9, Tribe, and Mazexis. This is their final map of PMPL. They need to try their hardest right now.
Dave, look at this. Mazexis, as you said, it's their final game, and they're sending it straight to Yasnaya. They want revenge versus Alpha 7. Got to respect the camaraderie there between Mazexis and Alpha 7. Wildcard Gaming, of course, rotating up north towards Severny. This is a pretty good spot as well, especially the fact that it's inside the Phase 1 circle. I think, actually, Dave, the weakness of Severny is the fact that if it's outside of that Phase 1 circle and it's towards the south instead, trying to rotate around Severny, you sometimes get caught by Tribe at Roshawk, or if you go rotating through Georgiapol, there's 4 teams dropping towards there. If you go towards Yasnaya, again, there's Queso at Mansion, Alpha 7 Mazexis at Yasnaya. There's still 3 teams either way, and then obviously Tribe, at Roshawk, they have full vision of the river as well. So for Wildcard Gaming, thankfully, the first zone is in Severny, so in terms of rotations, it should be much easier for them going forward.
Yeah. Wild card up there to the north. Tribe as center as you can get right here for Roshawk. Now, we did see just a moment ago, Ace 1, they pretty much took up Loop's position. Loops, they are going to be sitting out this game. My question is, though, Ace, what's the game plan? Are you intentionally dropping there because you know who drops nearby? So I'm curious if Ace, if they're going to quickly get that loot over there in the crates and, try to take an early engagement with Cloud9 because, Cloud9, their final game here, they're going to need to be on their P's and Q's to make sure that no other squad is trying to play spoiler right now.
Yeah, it's very, very true. And especially as well for C9, the fact that Loops are standing out today and it's going to be Ace 1 instead of replacing Loops around that north side of Everest will be playing in their favor. And of course, just south of all of those teams is going to be the Pittsburgh Knights, centered at Gatka. And of course, Tribe, they know exactly where the Pittsburgh Knights are. Will we see them rotate towards them? And actually, ironically, it feels like the Pittsburgh Knights might be rotating in towards Tribe just based off the fact that the circle is centered around Roshawk. And if I'm King A right now, you've got to be saying to the boys, this is fate. Look at this circle. It's on us. Come on, boys. We've got this. You know, you have to hype them up. You have to hype them up. You need to give your teammates, if you're the in-game leader, you have to give your teammates the confidence to play off of instinct. You cannot just constantly, you know, harp on them for mistakes and problems. You have to rile them up as well to give them the confidence to back off of their instincts, because that's where we see, especially Sam, play his best when he gets aggressive, when he fights for the kills, when he goes for the audacious peaks. That's where Tribe are at their best, and that's what I want to see.
Yeah, yeah. And if, you know, you're touching on the rotate from the Knights. If they had a bigger cushion, you know, between them and 10th place, right now it's only 19 points. If they had maybe a higher point lead than that, I would have hunted down Tribe. I mean, you know, Tribe go to Raw.
Just denied the chance completely, yeah.
You know, yeah, exactly. You know, Tribe, they're trying to get as many points as possible. And this is all, you know, theoretical. I don't think it's happening right now because, you know, the Knights, they don't have that cushion in order to risk so much. Because if they get taken out in 16th, yes, the Knights, they have the final game to go. But, I mean, you're risking your spot to the World League. So a lot of things right now up in the air, but it does seem like Knights are going to be getting somewhat near Tribe over there in Raw Sox. Same thing with Tempo. HZL doing some scouting. Alpha 7, early fight once again.
Alpha 7 rotating immediately out of Yasnaya. They must have saw Mazexis there again. And instead they've rotated towards School, exactly where XQuest Gaming drop each and every time. Zyfan, all out in the open. Matek now knows that there's only 3 players here at maximum for the side of XQuest Gaming. And yeah, XQuest Gaming making a very smart decision here to fall back and peel away. Rolex, can't quite sweep in those shots as the time ticks away now for XQuest Gaming. Going to be falling back just slightly, but even so, they're now actually more inside the center of the zone, but they're going to be slightly closer now towards Tribe and, of course, Tempo Storm north of Pachinki.
Yeah, another interesting team to, you know, kind of keep your eye on here, especially with only 2 more games to go. Shifan this morning, you know, telling me their eye is on first place. And, I mean, right now they're about 69 points behind first place, so you're definitely going to have to perform out of your mind. But regardless, Shifan said, it's been a team effort. I mean, it has been a team effort here in the PMPL, and it's not just one player. You know, it's AZ, it's Easy, it's HZL. They all came together about 2 months ago, and since then they've just been building that synergy and pretty much, you know, preparing for the world stage. And Shifan said one thing that really stuck out to me. Every team here is a winner. You know, after today, every team is a winner because every single player had their, you know, their best moments from PMPL. And nobody can take that from him. So very optimistic player right there. Very wise words. So let's see. XQ Gaming, can they get 69 points to get that first place? Well, it's going to be a challenge. And talk about challenges. Looks like we found some ritual over here going on with Ace 1 and Russell. What's going on?
Yeah, Russell has been dropped. Although that was a really nice shot coming out from Lolo to drop Nunez as well. Paralyzed going for the quick kill confirmed. Actually does miss the shots there, going to be opting for the revive. But this is going to buy time now for the teammates from Russell. Lazarus to try and flag now. You can see towards the top of the ridgeline it's Lolo who's made it an extremely good rotation here. Look at the lines of sight he has now, and he is going to be raining down chaos onto Ace 1. Oh, the shots don't land though. Actually, Zero gets a kill onto Russell. That's the kill confirmed. Lolo firing off shots now onto Quinabala inside that, well, Decadent compound is now paralyzed, gets over the ridgeline. Zero does as well, and now they're going to be running away scot-free as Russell has been confirmed. And I think Ace 1, if he can peel off from here, they're going to be happy with that first kill. And especially as well, they're actually more inside the center of the zone. Eventually, Lazarus players are going to have to rotate towards
from behind.
Cloud9.
Sandwiching Lazarus right now. There's only 2 up. There's only 2 up, and here comes the push from Nunez. I mean, Lazarus, they might have bit off a little too much that they can chew over here. Looks like Ace looking to get some points over here. Out there in the distance, Minwoo, looks like they're going to find themselves in between 2 members from Cloud9. So this could be the ultimate bait and switch right now. I mean, Ace 1, they might get caught off guard by Cloud9, honestly.
Yeah, they're going to be wiping out Lazarus. Lolo being the last player standing. His teammate Minwoo is dropped, and it seems like Ada going to be going for that kill confirmed shortly. Thank you, Observer. Really good feed there. As you can see, Lolo has managed to get himself a vehicle, and he is rotating south, so He's going to be going on a lone wolf mission to try and get some more placement points here for a squad. Uneven. Oh, wow, that's spray control there from Zero while moving left and right. Connects the shots, and Beowulf as well is going to be dropped by Nunez. Oh, this is the last game for Cloud9. Surely they want to go out with a bang, and not in 16th.
Look at this, though. Team Queso coming to crash the party. They brought the cheese. They're looking to get some kills, looking to fourth party this Ace versus Lazarus versus Cloud9 conflict happening right on over here. Lolo still alive, the lone survivor right now. We'll be using Minwoo as bait as we see Lolo up here in the mountains taking shots down there.
Beowulf was killed, and now Uneven as well from Ace. At the hands of Ace, should I say, as Beowulf now being the second player killed off for the side of Cloud9. And, well, Minwoo eventually does die, but still have Lolo, as we have mentioned many a time so far in the past few minutes. But for C9, they're now down to 2 players in the final game here of the PMPL Americas. And for C9 now rotating past the Everest Mountain, hoping to get there towards the western side of Gatka. Ooh, Team Queso have caught aware of the fact that the team is rotating towards the south. Maybe Team Queso might hunt them.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9, you know, their last game, they're in 3rd place on the overall leaderboard. So, I mean, they're definitely looking good. But, you know, it's $25,000. It's $15,000 that's on the line right here. Lolo, finally, Ace 1 looking to finish what they started over here. But Lolo not going to go out like a chump. Got that suppressed Uzi. There's one.
Lolo, yeah, riding solo. Gets one onto Nunez. Try to go for the second, but it's not going to happen. Does get the drop onto Nunez. Lazarus going to be eliminated there in 16th. Ooh, Tribe with a kill onto Alpha 7. Yeah, King A in the first person view here with the Tommy gun. Seems like he caught wind from the new meta that Seagut's trying to implement here into PUBG Mobile. Lukatas gets dropped as well from Sam. So that firefight in that compound there between Tribe is so important as well in terms of the leaderboard. It'd be lovely to see how many players are still up for Tribe. But we do have Ace here healing instead towards, where are they? Just south of Everest. But yeah, really important. So all 4 players did survive there for Tribe, and they got 2 kills versus Alpha 7. So strong start here for Tribe. We said it, they have to get the chicken dinner here for a real chance versus Pittsburgh Knights, Cream, and Omen Elite in that final game where they will be sitting out.
Yeah, you got Seagut over here telling everybody, like, guys, the Thompson. I mean, trust me, the Tommy gun. It's the gun you want to have as your secondary there. And looks like they will be having that. And Team Queso still on that wide rotate. They sent it just north of Mount Everest. Now they're going north of Gatka. They might run on into the Knights. Out here in the death fields, though, Mazexis, they have some nice cover. They got Trem Coretta in their sight lines, but a lot of these teams going to be waiting to see exactly where this next circle goes.
Yeah, a lot of these teams are going to be clustered towards the central eastern side of this phase 2 circle. Towards the south, there are B4, but towards the north is really no one. The most northern team right now is Ace 1, who are at Everest. So all it takes is 1 or 2 more circle shifts, and Everest will be out of the zone potentially. Or maybe if Wildcard Gaming and Ace 1 get extremely lucky, that won't be the case. But Dave, how many times have we seen amazing firefights happen here at this warehouse? As you said, the death fields. I mean, sometimes the best endings that we do have in total do end here, and it's actually quite central towards the circle, as well as Pachinki being the main real estate here inside this phase 2 circle.
Yeah, I mean, the circles have favored this general area multiple times. I mean, even like Circle 8, we've seen it end here. So it does look like Mazexis will be trying to take some shots onto Trem Coretta, already in their vehicles, ready to go. The key is in the ignition, looking to see where this next circle goes. And let's see, we're going to have a pop here. Looks like B4 just south of Pachinki. Next circle does go on up. Ace 1 over there in Ruins. Team Queso just east of Gatka. Cloud9 only a duo. They're going to be looking really good right now if they can find some type of real estate. But look at this, Pachinki. I mean, that is a hotbed right now for the majority of the squads.
4 teams rotating through Pachinki right now as Ace 1 here towards Ruins. This is fight for the southern side of Everest here. 4 players still standing for Wildcard Gaming. Ace 1 had a very good firefight earlier on too, so they're going to be feeling warmed up here as they start to square up to Wildcard Gaming. Although, judging by the strength of that compound, maybe Ace 1 will start to peel off here. Although, Quinn is making a very long rotation around the back of Wildcard Gaming. So this could be a 4-way pronged attack onto Wildcard Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, a little uncoordinated right here. It looks like Quinn doing a little scouting, trying to get the group to reposition, because we do have a couple teams, you know, coming on in from that northern side of this zone, XQ to be exact. And B4, Who was that? Was that one of the members from Tempo getting caught off guard?
That's another poor start here for Tempo in game 4. Obviously, they are, I think it's 5th right now on the leaderboard, so they're going to be very secure going into Worlds. All they need is basically just average performances here, maybe 8 or so points per game, and they're going to be safe. Fine and dandy, obviously, they are going to be playing for prize pool, which is extremely important. But then again, you know, as a former player, you know that it's not about the money, it's about the pride, the experience, being able to go to the world stage. I mean, traveling the world with your friends. I mean, it's just life experience which you never get anywhere else in your lifetime. So that's what they're playing for. Money comes and money goes, but memory, well, I mean, when you get older, sometimes it does go, but not when you're in your early teens and late teens like most of these players are. Tribe and Mazexis in quite close proximity towards Ruins, but the main point here is the Knights and Tribe are now located directly next to each other.
Yeah. Okay. This is
here's your replay,
1v1
Dave.
replay. Okay, so Levi with that grenade pretty much just, right on top of Rain right there. So, yeah, the 1v1. And oh my goodness, what happened over here? Trem Carenta, they just got annihilated by Alpha 7. I mean, Alpha 7, they are a completely different squad here today. I mean, they got their eye on the prize here, currently in 15th position. They got about 2 more games to go. This game and next game, if they can continue on with that momentum, top 10 in their sightlines, Alex.
I think it was you that mentioned the fact that Alpha 7 have recently upgraded their phone and peripherals, correct?
Yep, they got new phones. Yep. New phone, who dis?
New phone, who dis? Well, new players apparently. It does take time to get used to a new setup, and well, 3 weeks into it, upgrading their phones, playing on higher FPS, playing with better refresh rate. You can see now they're starting to get used to it, and they're starting to show us their skill and complexity as a team, because they've been hot dropped twice now, and it's paid off for them so far. And for Alpha 7, I would have liked to see more confidence from them earlier on, but obviously upgrading their software, upgrading their platform that they're playing on, obviously that does take time. So maybe next season Alpha 7 could be in the contention for World League. As towards the north, we have XQuest Gaming now going to be rotating in through Ruins, where we see the Pittsburgh Knights, Wildcard Gaming, and Ace. But Dave, Tribe are outside of the circle. They need to get inside of it. If they go to the south, it's Mazexis. If they go directly to the circle, it's Pittsburgh Knights. But where do XQuest Gaming fall in all of this?
XQuest, they're just going to send it. They're going to have to hopefully do some proper scouting and recognize that there are going to be teams gatekeeping them. But yeah, Tribe, the Knights, they're like magnets right now. They just can't catch a break when it comes to similar rotates. And talking about rotates, Ace 1 just driving on by, hands out the window, waving at everybody. It looks like Alpha 7 attempting to get some shots onto him. Only Abdul, only Mitek, the last 2 remaining members right now from the squad. About 5 kills altogether. Team Queso, they are going to be in the chopsticks, in that little bowl, that little dip, keeping their vehicles secure. But yeah, here comes Grunto, here comes the Knights, here comes Tribe, and XQ. We got 4 teams just south of Ruins. Here's a beautiful aerial view right now of the carnage happening.
Quite literally. Nice shot there from the man himself. Q has been dropped, and now for Grunto going forward, they're going to be eliminated in 14th, and Tribe are directly behind Pittsburgh Knights. XQuest Gaming were wondering where they were going to be ending up here. They're going to be crashing onto the Wildcard Gaming, but it's Spring gets 2 kills onto AZ and Easy, making it look so slick here as Acer as well. Oh, and HCL falls to Spring. Oh, it's summer now for Wildcard Gaming. XQuest Gaming eliminated in 13th, and well, Cloud9, 2 players left. Can they try and bridge that gap?
Yep, still 2 players left. That's going to open it up just a little bit, for that second place spot for that $25,000. But Cloud9, the odds stacked against them right now as they only got 2 up. How are they going to be able to, clutch it out? Hopefully they got that clutch factor. And Charme right near them. Team Queso also near them. But here we go. The main fight. Ladies and gentlemen, get your tickets ready because we need them. Because the Knights versus Tribe right now on the cusp of erupting.
Gosh, tickets at the door. Going to be selling for 20 quid a piece here for Carnage versus Sega. Oh, that's a really big opening here as well for Tribe. They're going to be realizing it's the Pittsburgh Knights here. And now the 4 versus 3 advantage. You can see Tribe start to swarm them like a pack of dogs here. But Raven, down to low HP. Sega there trying to cover for his teammate. As Sam goes inside the middle of it. I said before, Sam gets so aggressive. Usually this is when he's at his best. But no, he's made a major blunder here. He's been killed off.
What?
Oh no, Sam. That was far too audacious. And now for Sega, he has to fall behind his buggy as well. Ooh, I don't think it's smoking just yet, but they know precisely where he is. One well-placed grenade. If he catches that, he's going to be lights out. J7 as well towards the north. Oh no, Tribe! What is this? Seagull's been dropped as well. Memo and King A have to pick up the pieces here for their side if they want any chance of going to the world stage. The Pittsburgh Knights are going to be licking their lips here with the free kills they're being gifted from Tribe, as Jagger behind the tree can't show himself. Has J7 as well on the ridgeline. He might be able to finish off Seagull here momentarily. Is Raven still alive as well? He managed to get the heal off. J7 lands the spray onto Memo. Now it's down to King A, and he has to be a king here. Show us what he has to offer. He's so far behind. He's even outside of the zone. Look at the new zone, Dave. It's so far towards the south of all these teams. Oh dear, I'm not sure if I feel the chances here for King A going to be going for the heal off, and J7, well, they're really going to be punishing Tribe if they want any chance of trying to make that gap between them and Omen Elite, and of course Cream even larger. And to be 5 kills up already, this is perfect for them going forward, as Memo dropped. He's out in the open. He's not going to be revived. King A going for the heal off here. This is just desperate plays here for the side of Tribe, as now Raven going to be in the smoke, will be healed up as well. He's going to be beside J7. Actually, Raven was dropped, excuse me. So he is going to be revived. And now it's only bandages as well for King A. So the damage is going to be so high here for him. He can't even get inside the zone. Come on, King A. He has to try dig deep here for his team. But the damage is too much. He's going to try and leg it inside the zone. But he's a little bit out of the zone. He's going to die to J7. Tribe go out in 12th, and that's their chances gone.
Yeah, I mean, you know, very questionable play from Sam, honestly. You know, the confidence right there, trying to open it up, trying to take the fight to the Knights. The Knights, they are still going to have 3 on up. Jagger and Raven still alive, actually, and they're going to be pushing on into that next circle. J7 as well. But over here, Tempo Storm versus B4. You got Spec, the lone wolf, the lone survivor right now, just jumping on up. Ayala from Team Queso spraying and praying, trying to get the vehicle. Explosions onto Wildcard. Acer bleeding on out right now. You see the smoke starting to get popped from Wildcard. They are in the zone, but this open field, they have nowhere to go right now, Alex.
Yeah, this is so tough here for Wildcard Gaming. Actually, Alpha 7 are going to be rotating in just next to them too, so even more worse for wear here as the Pittsburgh Knights are towards the left side of them as well. And, well, Dave, imagine the confidence right now on the Knights. Imagine the team comms right now. They must be so happy and cheerful knowing that it's eliminated their main opposition in Tribe.
Yeah.
So, for the Knights, can they use that momentum to propel them forward and try and get the Chicken Dinner's Tempo Storm out in 10th? And a lot of the heavy hitters are going out early here.
Yep. Yep. And, you know, the Knights, one thing to note, they get a crate. So, hey, great job taking out Tribe. Here's a crate. So the Knights, they will have to defend their spot on the overall leaderboard one more time. They got one more game to go against Omen Elite. And here we go. Team Queso out here just making their rounds. They got this rock. They have a really strong position in this next circle. The Knights, though, they have something to say about this. 3 up, 8 kills so far. Raven spraying down there onto Enigma. Wildcard, they have nowhere to go right now.
Yeah, Enigma's been dropped. 3 players here for Pittsburgh Knights, cornering them off there. If the Wildcard Gaming boys were deciding to try and go for a rotation, because they're now stuck between Team Queso to the south. They've got Alpha 7 on the west. They've got the Pittsburgh Knights hot off the press after wiping out Tribe on the east. And that's before they even get inside the circle, Dave.
Yeah, and then you see Team Queso already in their vehicles looking for the pull-up. Axel taking some shots on the Fran from Call 2, but the main fight right now, not in the zone. You got the grenade battles going back and forth. You got the Knights. You got Wildcard. Wildcard, they're just trying to stay alive right here. If Wildcard can take down the Knights, that will give Omen Elite a fighting chance moving on into the final game, as that point difference won't be too harsh on them. Enigma still alive with the DP, just creeping and crawling, 0.5% HP. But J7 on the M4, taking shots, just random shots out there in the wheat field, trying to inflict as much damage as possible. But Alex, the blue zone, starting to make the push, and Mick Zera from B4, the DP, just too strong.
Yeah, especially for us, the smokes as well. You can see when you lie down prone and set that bad boy up. What was that? What was that? He just sprayed down 3 of them there. Oh my goodness, the DP28 is garnering so many points here for Culture and these boys on these squads. And Charme Gaming is, well, Blank and John like to say they could be like wasps. And when they do strike, they sting because they aren't really in the runnings here for World League, but they can be on a similar path that we saw from Team Solid and denying the dreams from other squads. Pirates Boy going to be coming out that vehicle just in the nick of time as it does explode. Alpha 7 though, time is not for them as they do going out in 7th.
Looks like Call2 over here, the Beekeepers over here, throwing these grenades. Call2, they have the trench. They have the eastern trench of the Chopsticks in Gatka, so they have that solid cover to work with. And we see them, you know, just peeking their heads up like some groundhogs, tossing out some grenades, throwing some shots out there. And right now, in Charme, they are just getting picked apart. But Team Queso are on fire right now. Ayala, no kills so far, but I'm not concerned because they have a great position in the northern half of the zone. They're looking, they got B4 right in their crosshairs.
Wildcard Gaming unable to make the rotation in. They're going to be our 6th team to make the 10 count and be taken out of the equation here in Game 4 of the final day of PMPL Americas. It's B4 though, still here, still looking strong. They need to try and get back that 2nd place versus XQuest Gaming to have the additional money in their pockets as they are going to be safe for World League. Team Queso as well feeling very safe, especially with the amount of kills they've had so far going into this final 5-team phase. They're also with 4 alive, so again, that confidence is going to be gleaming. Pyra, off in the distance. He is the lone wolf once again. Yeah, he does this so well. I don't know how he goes unaware, but teams just don't see him slithering past.
It's the corn suit, man. It's the lucky corn suit. So, gotta know. Levi, SKS, looking to, you know, connect, looking to get those headshots over here. B4, 8 kills. Call2, 5 kills. Team Queso, 4 kills. Cloud9 actually able to get 1 point on the board as well. So my main concern right now, Call2, they did just get blessed by the RNG gods this next circle. All these teams are going to be looking for that sweet cover that they are currently occupying. And now we see the push from B4. Meanwhile, B4 also not only trying to take over the spot from Call2, but spraying down on their enemies out there, Team Queso.
Here it comes then, it's going to be in the divot here. Oh, Culture, you said that position was good, but they're going to be so exposed. Fran, oh my god, this is going to be frantic here from him. He gets dropped immediately, and now can be converted here for more points for the side of Team Queso. The vehicle, though, if it is exploded, could be taking down Marco. But Yang, so confident, comes through the smoke, but he's going to be smoked himself. That's another kill here for Team Queso, and now Culture down to 2 players standing. It was looking so good for them, but
couldn't even throw it.
Oh, you can't be just showing your shoulder there. That's too much. Axel is on fire.
Pyra's still alive. Pyra is just back there chilling. The final game for Cloud9. Remember, this is a $10,000 difference between 2nd and 3rd place. So, B4, they got 4 up. Team Queso were the victors of the trench. They overthrew Call2 right there. I mean, the plays just crashing on into that trench, catching Fran off guard. Fran was still shooting at the other 3 members of Team Queso. Didn't even realize Marco was right behind him right there. Oh my goodness, 8 kills so far. Team Queso, they are heated up. Oh no, Pyra's gotta be spotted snaking on in the grass. Oh, look at that, look at that.
Saw the damage connect onto Pyra.
Oh, Pyra with the moves right now, with the moves.
How is he still alive? I mean, if Team Queso fight B4, maybe he can survive for that 2nd place finish. But now Team Queso know where he is. They're just going to be lining up this whole field with grenades. Oh no, it's going to be going towards the side of B4. Marco, Ayala, Mistcool, very wary now. But I mean, it's not really too hard maths, is it? You're 4 players alive. You spotted that one in the distance from C9. And then you realize, well, that means only 4 players remain. And there's only 3 teams. So therefore, B4 have 4. So, very even here between Team Queso and B4. And for Pyra, he just has to hope that one of these 2 squads kill each other off to try and claim that 2nd place finish.
Seems like everybody's got their eye on Pyra. We saw right there B4, you know, possibly chucking out some grenades in their general direction. And here we go, Levi in the bush, starting to toss out some grenades of their own. And, you know, Team Queso, this trench is in the next zone. You know, Team Queso, they have the cover, but they also need to be careful because if they pop their heads to take some shots, I mean, their head 100% exposed right there. And B4, they could just, you know, spray it on over there. And here comes the smokes right now. These smokes are going to be blocking the sight lines, not only to B4, but also Team Queso. So now we're just going to be tossing out some blind grenades. Oh, we're going to be tossing out some blind shots right there. Levi able to jump up in the perfect time right there. 50% HP taken out from them. Here comes
Another
Yano with the
grenade.
double.
Dave, this could be it for C9. More players being dropped from B4. Maxon and Mixzera, the only players standing. Maxon, though, going in fast. Catches off one of the players, going to be dropped immediately. Though now it's down to Pyra. Oh, and Mixzera. It's Team Queso with 3 standing. Axel has been dropped. No, Maxon died. Wait, I think C9. No, C9 finishing 3rd. Mixzera's the last player standing, and it's going to be Team Queso. Wow, I thought Pyra did it, but actually there was that one player left. Mixzera just denying the 2nd place finish, but what an incredible ending there from all those teams. From Pyra, incredible lone wolf play. From B4, very strong rotations, they played it so well. And for Team Queso, when they crashed on Kultur, that was quite the spectacle, Dave.
Yeah, so that was the final game for B4, the final game for Cloud9, Tribe, and Mazexis. So B4, 2nd place right there, pretty darsh on guard. And then Cloud9, 3rd place, Pyra right there, able to clutch it on out. But Team Queso, they are on fire right now, Alex.
Yeah, and James, well, F's in the chat for Tribe, right?
Yeah, tough stuff for them, but I want to just focus on this Team Queso thing for a moment because they had a phenomenal position, Alex. I think 9.9 times out of 10 they should have won that game, given that they had one of the chopsticks and just being able to have some cover against everybody else in the field.
But what's also important is the most important circle, when it shifted, I think it was the circle 6th, because we went all the way to 8. Maybe it was 5, I'm not sure, but they had the most northern part of the whole circle. They had the best compound, and then they had Wildcard Gaming fighting another team, so then they lost 2 players. And then Wildcard Gaming rotated into 2. Obviously, easy pickings there for Team Queso at the windows of their compound. And then it all just kind of fell in their favor. And as soon as they killed and wiped out Kultur, the game was all theirs.
Yeah, very much so. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll get you back for the last game of the day, which will be the final game of the PMPL America here for our season as we talk to Seven as well as Degon. Seven, it's a great win for Queso. It's not going to make huge amounts of difference up towards top. Of course, they're fighting for extra position and extra placement to get some extra money on the board. So that is what they're looking after right now.
Yeah, Team Queso making sure they place themselves comfortably into 7th place, which is nice to see, and it's nice to see them get this win also going into World League. It's great for them. One of the fights though that we were able to see, Pittsburgh Knights with Tribe. I think Pittsburgh Knights winning that in a way kind of solidifies their 8th place for me, unless Omen Elite has an insane game in the next match. If I'm not mistaken, once we see the actual leaderboard updated, I think they're currently separated by 31 points. So next match, Omen Elite would pretty much have to hot drop Pittsburgh Knights, and on top of that, they would have to have an amazing
big win
game. So. Man, it's gonna be a nail biter.
Yeah, it's gonna be hot. B4, of course, getting 22 points. That's big for them as well. Degon going forwards.
Yeah, B4 I think put up a fantastic fight there, but what a huge play by Team Queso to run straight on into Cool2 into the ditch and say, you know what, we'll take this spot, thank you very much. We'll also take the chicken dinner. I think one big moment to keep in track that keeps everyone still on their toes just in case for a little bit longer was the fact that PK had 4 members up and were shooting down Wildcard before all of a sudden they went out in 8th place. Like Snods was talking about it, it was just, it felt like it came out of nowhere. And because of that, there's just a little bit of a sliver of hope left for the Omen Elite fans.
Yeah, in case things go right, let's take a look at how Team Queso was able to put up the numbers here for this game. And from their trenched position, they were able to do quite a bit indeed. In fact, a cool 3k damage coming in for them with the 13 kills and the 13 knockouts. Perfect stuff coming in from them here for this game. That's one of the best performances we've seen across all of PMPL Americas, Seven.
Oh, definitely. I think I can count with the fingers on one hand how many matches we've seen a team get 3,000 damage. That's really good for them. As I was saying, this team is a team that kind of feeds on momentum, so I'm pretty sure they're gonna be trying to make a statement here on the last day as well, going into World Leagues now that they know pretty much that they are gonna be qualifying, and they are still fighting for some spots. As I said, they were in 7th place before that last game started, and there are some teams that kind of have slowed down with Tempo Storm, Wildcard starting to pick it up a little bit more there. We're still gonna see some shifts there on that leaderboard.
Let's take a look at the Mountain Dew Game Fuel moments here for the penultimate time as we see how everything went down. And once again, you know, going towards the end of this game, another field ending, Degon. I'm hoping for the final game not to be a field ending because they get a bit, you know, snaky towards the end.
Yeah. I like the snaky endings. It's deciding who wants to pop up at the right time. But before that, it was, again, this area of like, okay, do we know exactly where it's going? Do we not? And then always trying to keep track of the teams who are in contention, right? Tempo early on, running into B4 was a big one. And then checking in to see, XQG going out only with 1 point as well early on. So it was cool to keep track of it and watch it. And all of a sudden, PK got a couple kills before they got into the match, an almost season-defining fight with Tribe later on.
And here, Tribe trying to find themselves the better way, but it's going to be all for naught, it seems here, Seven, as they fell pretty early in this game.
Yeah, and an interesting engagement during that fight actually was that a Tribe, as soon as they knocked somebody from PK, I think they got a little bit too excited. We'll be breaking it down later on, but I think they got maybe a little bit too excited and they just pushed in blindly. And Team Queso just taking full advantage of what the game gave us, being able to go in and knock people left and right, making sure they kept B4 at bay, killing people. And Cool2, we've been saying, that's one team that can take some points away from other teams in contention, fighting for some leaderboard points there. And it's interesting. Another push. By the way, this push right here from Marco was pretty much what won in the game. I think that was so slick, and I am so surprised that the player from the enemy team, from the opposing team there for Team Queso, didn't even notice that there was a car behind them. I think that right there is what won in the game.
Yeah, if you're going to take one of the chopsticks and take one of those entrenched spots, you've got to keep an eye on every single angle if people are going to try and crash into you there, because if you don't, especially if there's a lot of teams alive, then you could be rocked. And we see them rocking the top of the leaderboards here with Queso in terms of that 3k damage coming in, but 2,008 damage for B4 as well. And B4 is making a statement for that second place spot here, Degon, and you know, with the next game coming up, maybe that will continue.
Yeah, that's right. It was B4, XQ, Cloud9 all fighting for that second place spot, and B4 with the big finish here, because that was their last match along with Cloud9, really shaking things up. And now leaving the ball in XQ's hands, right? It's up to XQ to go ahead and score the points. When I look at this damage chart, though, this looks a little bit more reminiscent of the days past damage charts. Earlier in the day, we saw a lot of equal damage across the board in maps 1 through 3.
Yeah.
Because there were a lot more engagements early on. In this one, it didn't feel like teams were fully engaging. It was like, hey, if we can get a knock or two, that's good, and then we'll back off. So that's why we're seeing that lobby being dominated by B4 and Queso in that map 4.
Oh, guys, I really want to see the overall standings. I know we've got to wait a moment here before we actually do see them, but it's really going to tell the tale here of what we would need to witness in the last game. But before we do that, we can actually head over to the highlights that you guys have, because there were a few noteworthy moments here. For me, Team Queso really did stand out with how they were able to kind of hold on to that position against some of those final teams that were coming in against them. But let's take a look at the analysis highlights. Who's got this one for me? Is it Seven or is it?
And I think this one is going to go ahead and be the main fight, the one kind of we were all looking for, hoping that it would happen. Yeah, pretty much the only fight, and once we saw it happening here, it was insane. So as soon as you can see right there, Sam blindly rushed in as soon as they see that Pittsburgh Knights is going in, and Sam just got there a little bit too late as Raven was able to heal up. He's gonna go ahead and knock him, and not only that, he's gonna finish them. And now you got the tables turned. Siga being able to go ahead and finish off Carnage. I'm pretty sure he's gonna enjoy that a lot. And right here, it becomes kind of a location where Siga was just stuck. Siga was not gonna be able to go anywhere, and this is when the tables turn. And then towards something that you're not able to see here on the map, we kind of saw Tribe, Memo, and King A saying to themselves, do we want to go ahead and continue taking this fight? I know they got into a car at one point, and they said, you know what, we need to finish this fight. If we want to get a chance at 8th place, we have to go ahead and finish this fight, and that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
Overall, though, I think PK was able to go ahead and hold them off great. I think PK pretty much finally took reins of their future by being able to not only beat out Tribe here, but also being able to go ahead and get some more points to add to their tally and separating themselves even more with Omen Elite. And I think for Tribe, I think it was good, man. I would have loved to see Tribe kind of just hot drop PK off the start, just to let more of an RNG effect feel towards that back and forth. But PK, very impressive there with that win, as we're currently seeing here at the leaderboards.
Ooh, okay, here we go. Second place has been attained once again by B4. However, XQ will be playing the next game, and they are 7 points behind. Everybody out at home is going to have to keep an eye on how that is going to play out. And then when we look down towards the 8th, 9th, and 10th positions, it looks like Pittsburgh Knights has done enough here, unless Omen has an insane game, Degon, to be able to push themselves up.
Yeah, Omen's going to need a 31 plus 31 point push, as well as PK to go on out. Other things to note on this top half of the leaderboard: Queso rising above both Tempo Storm and Wildcard and Tempo Storm. This is pretty nuts to me, because you look at their kills are almost as high as everyone else in second place, but they've just have had a terrible day at the worst time, and they're constantly falling out of that top 3, top 4 discussion. So that's been a little bit of a disappointment. And the one thing I wanted to note in that last fight, the player that got most aggressive for Tribe Gaming was Sam, who was the former Pittsburgh Knights member. It was like, hey, look, he's trying to get in there and stick it back to his old teammates, and unfortunately, just by milliseconds, as Seven talked about, the heel came up at the right time. Sam whiffs his shots, and Tribe Gaming go out in 9th place.
I think Pittsburgh Knights had some great angles as well over where Tribe actually was. Kind of fighting uphill can be very, very difficult there for Tribe. But also taking a look at that second page as well, Creme Real Betis is really one of the only teams there that can try and strike out towards that top 10-7. It's doable, but it could be an uphill struggle.
Yeah, I mean, right now, keep in mind, Tribe's not going to be playing. They're currently Creme Real Betis is 21 points behind Tribe, so they could try to make that push for that. But it's going to be a pride thing, right? You want to be in the top 10, and who knows, maybe PUBG Mobile Esports will go ahead and announce something at the end of this tournament. Anything can happen. All I know is that you want to be in that top 10 no matter what.
Let's take a look at the schedule. 4 games down, 1 more game to go here for the PMPL Americas, and this one is going to decide who gets themselves that second place, who gets themselves, if we see an amazing run into that top 8, or will Pittsburgh Knights continue to hold on strong? It's Queso that comes in with the previous win there, trying to get themselves some extra change at the end of the PMPL Americas, and we have that 1 more game remaining. Degon, it has been a long road here for the PMPL America. It's been 15 days of great games. 16th day is here. We have 1 more game remaining. What do you want to say, mate? What do you want to say?
It just feels like everyone's waiting for a 15-kill chicken dinner by one of the fan favorites. Like, that is what everyone's waiting for. And to even say that out loud just sounds so ridiculous. Like, that just sounds like it would be so crazy to have happen when you got Loops, when you got XQ, when you got Queso, who's on fire, you got Wildcard, who won't go away, and you've got Tempo, who has the 2nd most kills in the lobby, currently sitting in 7th, and PK themselves, who have found a way to get it done today. We challenged them after a couple of terrible days in terms of points and looking quite embarrassed, even though they were in that 8th spot. They found a way to get it done, and now all of a sudden everyone's waiting for that 15-kill, 20-point chicken dinner from the 10th place team. I don't know about that, but the stage has been set for the miracle to happen.
Yeah, definitely. Seven, my question to you is, do you think that B4 is going to hold on to that 2nd place, or do you think XQ is going to be one of the teams to, rise up here in this game, get that 7 points, push on forwards? It is your number, so...
From previous conversations that I have with the XQG members, I think they're going to go ahead and want to push for that 2nd place. As Degon was mentioned, they have not had the best performances in scrims in previous situations where they have played in different tournaments, and I think this tournament is their breakthrough tournament. This is the time where they kind of go ahead and set their stamp, and they say, hey, we're here in ANA, and now we're a team that you need to go ahead and watch out for. So anything can happen. One thing I'm going to be looking to, though, at the start of the game is Omen Elite going to try to go ahead and hot drop PK, because I feel like it's a must. And I know we talked about this, Carl. People watching right now, let me know who do you think is going to win the last game. I might go ahead and select a random person that actually gets it right, and I'll give you 690 UC. Why not? You got to guess it first, though. You got to guess it.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Disappear with ye as we now get into the final game. Let's not waste any more time here and try and get into this game. Alex, Dave, it's all going down. Dave, how about yourself? Who do you think is going to be taking that second spot at the end of the day?
Oh, I'm going to go with Ace One. Ace One all the way, baby. I mean, all these teams, they're just going to drop school and let Ace One punch them out. That's what the word on the street is.
Dave, shush, go away. All right, I'm gone. Enjoy the last game. I'm excited.
Yeah, oh gosh, the last game of PMPL Americas, Dave. What a incredible 3 weeks it's been, and to culminate it as well with this final game on Aaron Gale. I agree with Seven. I want to see Omen Elite hot drop Gatka and fight the Knights for that spot in World League.
I don't think that's going to happen, though. I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, come
I
on.
mean, Omen Elite, they're 31 points from 8th place. 31. So, yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, best case scenario, you do drop onto the Knights, you take them out in 16th. You got 4 kills, but you still got to get that chicken dinner as well. So, XQ, another thing to follow up with, they are 7 points from 2nd place. So, you know, that's $25,000 compared to $15,000 between 2nd and 3rd. And then, of course, you know, Loops coming into the final game of the evening, the final game of PMPL Americas. I mean, Alex, you and me, 80 games this past month, man. I mean, I got to say, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure, man.
Yeah, it's been an amazing road, and it's been an amazing road for all of these teams. I've got to take my hat off as well to PUBG Mobile Esports, because having casted the World Finals back in Malaysia in December, and now seeing the level of play from the PMPL Americas, you know, forget World League for now.
Yeah.
The level of play, the evolution of PUBG Mobile Esports in the past 6 months, just individually from these players, is just profound. I mean, the gun skill, the rotation, the aim, the pre-firing, the sprays, everything is just 10 times better. And actually, ironically, having the lockdown and having the online scrims, you know, you can see the teams that got the most out of it. X-Quest Gaming, Loops, for example. And I think going into the next season, a lot of teams are going to be taking the scrims far more seriously.
Exactly. Not only that, the different metas. I mean, because I know for a fact a lot of fans out there watch the pros to kind of see, okay, what are the pros doing? How are the pros rotating? What weapons are the pros using? And, you know, people who watch the streams always tell me, like, oh, man, now I'm using the Bison. Now I'm using the 4 times from the DP. Exactly. Yeah. So you just love to see it all around. And talk about loving to see. Oh no. Is this Lazarus trying to hot drop wildcard in Severny? What's going on right here? Oh, Ace One and Grunto as well.
Oh, Ace One. This could be the first chicken dinner. It's the last chance of trying to get one on the board with the last team who hasn't had it.
Pistol.
But, well, a Tommy gun versus a hand pistol. I think I know who wins that duel, as Quinabala will be shortly finished off there by one of the players from Grunto Esports. As Paralyze is in a little bit of a firefight there in that compound. Zero actually does win it out versus Q. Paralyze gets beaten down by fists of Ran. What?
Yeah, I mean, Grunto, though, I mean, I feel like, you know, Grunto, they're doing a lot of barking earlier before today. You know, like a pit bull, you know, scaring everybody. I think they mentioned something about dropping Team Queso, but you know, dropping Ace, it's okay. Team Queso over there by Mansion, just west of Nyan. Here comes Cream. I mean, 2 members from Cream looking to investigate, looking to get involved as well. They don't appreciate the hot drops right now, and they want to get some points. They want to get some kills. I mean, coming into this game, Cream 11th place on the overall leaderboard, and Nitsu by this water tower is going to have phenomenal sightlines right now with the M16.
Yeah, and also, if these teams are forced to rotate, because they really are, you can see actually the precipice of the circle if you look at the top right of your screens, the minimap. Cream are guarding it, which means once Zero has to go for the rotation, he's going to be met by players here from Cream as, ooh, the retaliation from Nunez wasn't quite swift enough, and he is now the last remaining player for Ace One. Oh, the dream may be dying here for the Ace One chicken dinner.
Yeah. But I still believe. I put a lot of UC right now on the line, and if Ace One get this,
how much?
I'm gonna have all the outfits. I'm gonna have all the outfits.
How much, Dave? How much are you gonna put it on for the Ace One win?
50,000 UC.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, hopefully some lucky viewer gets that in their back pockets. They can swag it out in terms of their loadout when they do play as Grunto. Oh, it's sixless there. I think it was Italox here, the DP28, who connected the spray onto him. So now Cream realized there's another squad here because they got the kill onto Zero from Ace1, but that was a knock on the kill feed versus Grunto. So you can see Cream now suddenly start to get a little bit more scared here of all these windows.
Yeah, a little scared, but honestly, I feel like Cream are in the best position possible when it comes to this whole kerfuffle going on at Rawsock. I mean, Grunto, they're pinned down, but they're on the outskirts of the zone, and pretty much Cream will be gatekeeping and pretty much dictating who makes it on out of Rawsock alive. Slicky, though, wildcard, they don't appreciate being dropped in their hometown of Severny. Slicky will be tossing a nice little grenade up there onto Minwoo. Enigma already ready to make the breach onto the second story.
Yeah, Wildcard Gaming already had a kill onto Russell, and they're trying to make it a second one as well. Minwoo been dropped, and his teammates are so far away as well. You can see Lolo, again, off in the distance from his teammates. We see, it seems like that's quite deja vu. Happens quite often, but you have to give credit to Lolo. He's definitely one of the best fraggers on the side from Lazarus as Ace1 go out in 16th. Oh, what a stark contrast from the first place finish we were hoping.
Yeah, make sure you spam your player IDs in the chat right now. I got to give it, though, to Lazarus, though, because, you know, speaking of Russell before today's games, Russell, you know, promised me some hot drops. So definitely living up to just that as we do see Lazarus hot dropping in Severny onto Wildcard. And, you know, Russell saying, hey, PMPL was a fun experience. The team as a whole, we learned so much from the lobby. And, you know, talk about teams with a lot on the line right now. Omen Elite, 31 points behind in order to get on into 8th place position. And Charme trying to put a halt to that right now. Paris Boy up there on the second story, taking the shots on Zute.
Get out. Yeah, Juicy gets out. And
got him. Stole the vehicle.
The shots. Yeah, he's fine and dandy. Oh, gosh. There is a higher power looking over Omen Elite right now, it seems. As you said, 31 points. And, of course, for the Pittsburgh Knights, if they have a strong performance, that lead is going to be increased, so it's going to be higher than 31 points. But that is just 11 kills and 1 chicken dinner. We've seen it before from Omen. So if it's a miracle, well, it's fate. So you can't question fate.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, you can't. And, you know, Omen Elite, I mean, week 1, they had a change in personnel. I mean, they swapped out Telly for Zute. And before that, the last week of scrims, they swapped out Zute for Telly. So making this change, week 1, they kind of had to start, not from square 1, but I would say like square 2 or 3. You know, they kind of had to get that synergy going back again, get that trust going back again amongst each other. So they pretty much, you know, had week 1, they played week 1, but then threw it all out the window. And ever since then, we're just on the chase, you know, on the chase for that top 8. And for them to be here in 10th place position with that dream still alive, you know, hunting it down is just remarkable, Alex.
Well, Omen Elite are going to have Loops and Team Queso rotating into them shortly, so they're really going to be tested for their metal in just a moment. As the Phase 1 circle, it's got majority military island inside it, Dave. This is usually the best endings, and actually, directly in the center of this first circle is the eastern bridge of military island. That could be, oh, what an ending that could be. And that would really top it all off, right, after 3 weeks?
Yeah, it would be big. And, you know, you and I, we get these milli circles, baby. We get these milli circles. We make it happen here. I mean, these teams are trying to get that cash money. Severny, the fight. Who is the most stubborn bull out there? I mean, they're going to be fighting in the blue right now, so we'll have to pay attention closely to the kill feed. Team Queso, though, also, you know, on the rise after last game's performance. And here comes Irish popping on up, trying to take some shots. Got Acer.
Oh, the Blue Zone might actually finish off Slicky here. He's got 4 seconds left to go for the heal. Oh, it's Phase 1 circle. Why am I... Sorry, Dave. I jumped to conclusions there. I was like, oh my God, this could be it. No, he's fine.
I mean,
it's
it's definitely hurting him. It's definitely hurting him.
Yeah, it's definitely hurt him, but he'll be gritting his teeth, but he's okay. He's okay. Mystic, though, he's in a nice little off angle here. If it does jump up, Angry will see him, but he has the third-party view, or the third-person view, should I say, to try and catch out a player. As Loops might be third-partying soon, though, as Federal and Guardian are rotating now into Milta, directly north of both these teams.
Yeah, that SKS. I mean, 7.62, that thing hurts. It's not that 9mm. It's not that beast thing. You know, like this thing, it'll put you down. It'll put down a Rhino. One thing I want to know real quick here, Alex. XQ, they possibly anticipated somebody hot dropping them, and they sent it to 3-1. They have HZL and Novo. Meanwhile, the other 3 members are over Fairy Pier. So very strategic, very smart, plan from XQ.
Yeah, and actually because there's no one towards the western side of the island, XQuest Gaming could just rotate the south side of Sosnovka and then regroup with HZL towards Novo, and so many teams are going to have no idea. And of course, it's because B4 aren't playing. That's why there's going to be opportunity for HZL towards Novo, as now Loops are here, just at the edge of the bridge. And now the second zone is centered around perfectly towards the eastern bridge again. A lot more teams starting to realize that this could be a bridge ending.
And wow, I'm just going to say wow, because now Loops are getting involved. Loops are a little too close for comfort when it comes to Omen Elite, and Loops will be hearing these shots, being fired from that third story where Team Queso currently occupy it. Dadin trying to toss out these grenades, trying to, get those grenades on into that window, and that will be alerting Mystic from Team Queso. Okay, we got a squad hot on our trail, hot on the case over here, and you know what? If Loops do decide to push on into that 3-story, Ayala by themselves right now.
Speaking of being by yourself, Wildcard Gaming, they're enjoying the breeze there up north at shooting range, as they still have so much more ground to cover before they get inside this second circle. They have to rotate through Yasnaya, come down south through either mansion or school. Thankfully though, Cream and both Gronto are rotating now, so there's going to be quite a large gap in terms of timing for them. But the problem is though, Dave, when you're this far behind in terms of rotations, you're always playing catch up.
Yeah, you definitely are. But in the case of, Wildcard winning that early engagement against Lazarus, I mean, they're in 6th place right now. So honestly, at the end of the day, Wildcard, bada bang, bada boom, they want that top 8 spot. And, Tempo, the Knights right behind them, they have a lot of points. At least 50 points cushioning them from getting knocked out of that top 8. So this is kind of like their last hurrah, their last game. And, like you said, they're just cruising around right now. The breeze, in their hair. They got their sunglasses on. They're looking cool. They're jamming out to the radio. And it's a good time. It's a good time right now. Now, who's not having a good time? Omen Elite.
I'm not sure. They have control towards the bridge. Behind them is Trem Coretta. In front of them is Loops and Team Queso. Yeah, actually, they are in a really awkward spot here, aren't they, Dave? Because there isn't really too much cover for them to fall back to, especially if the circle comes towards the northern side of the island, towards Farmer Milta. They're going to have Trem Coretta, XQuest Gaming, both rotating directly behind them, and that's going to force Omen Elite to push forward into the circle, and that's where Team Queso are holding in a compound. Behind them is Team Loops, and then to the right of Team Queso is now Kultur. So pick your poison right now if you're Omen. They have to pull off, well, quite a feat.
Not only that, shout out to everybody with the game plan, but also the escape plan. And I see a blown up boat on the shoreline near Omen Elite. I'm not sure if they did that, because if they did, that could play a role, because that could have been the perfect escape plan depending on where the zone goes. I mean, imagine if this next circle goes out to the east. If you have that boat available to you, you can easily get on in it and rotate before anybody else. So hopefully that boat does not play a role. And I just jinxed. What? I'm gonna walk away.
Yeah, this is this is unexpected. I mean, there's one team, Fran, I'm not sure how many more players are inside the vehicle, but either way, they are the first team inside the circle. The other, 14 teams aren't anywhere near it. And look at the Knights over there towards the west. Maybe this could be the saving grace here for Omen Elite. As Zute, Nika are going to be mounting up here, but they're going to be rotating just next to Kultur, who are trying to get inside the compounds. And, well, this is going to be ending potentially towards the south of Milta. So the compound there towards the coastal line by the, V formation of that road could be the best compound to have in terms of line of sight and knowing that no one can come behind you, so it gives you that 180 peripheral vision.
Yeah, so as long as Omen Elite can make it there in time before anybody else, I mean, Omen Elite, this is their drop spot, Milta Power. So, they have a lot on the line right now. They need 31 points. They need the Knights to get taken out early. But this is like the best case scenario for any team, because these zones are favoring your drop spots. Like, these buildings inside and out. And talk about knowing, is Charme defending against Tempo.
And now that drop as well on the kill feed, they're going to know this is Tempo Storm, and they have to take them lightly because Thunder can strike at any moment, especially when Tensor's scoped in on you. Although I'm not sure where Tensor is. Look how far away Tensor is. Oh no, he's actually pulling back here. HH24 is going to be the lamb of the slaughter to allow for the peel here from Tempo. Fox, he hasn't got a drive-by gunner with him, so he can't take the shots there as they do flee away, but I guess they'll take the, well, easy convert kill, and they're actually going to run him over as well, just to rub salt into the wounds there for HH24. Not the best way to go out in your last game.
Yeah. I mean, definitely a beautiful dossier skin right there. But yeah, it's Charme, you know, taking some shots on to the boys from Tempo Storm, you know, currently in 8th place. But this is a real big fight over here. XQ, they did make the swim across from Novo. They're going to be right there on the tip of the southern half of this circle, and you know, right in front of them. I mean, the squad with everything on the line right now. Omen Elite and Zute going to be bleeding on out, and here comes Grunto versus Cream. They have been, you know, taking shots back and forth since the beginning of the game, pretty much.
Dawn of time.
Now they're fighting it out.
Exactly. We have to remember as well, Q was one of the first players who was killed in this lobby, so it's going to be a 3 versus 4 here between Cream and Grunto. Cream are one of the teams in the runnings. I think they'll need like a 40-point game or something monstrous here to try and qualify for Worlds. And ooh, they're trying to hold on to that top 10 position that Seven was talking about. Wink, wink, as Nitsu hops out the vehicle, gets inside the compound, so Ran doesn't finish off that kill. So they don't quite get revenge for Q as of yet, but behind them, maybe there's some solace, as it's going to be the Pittsburgh Knights coming down the top of the hill, and ooh, this could be quite the firefight here towards the northern side of the circle, as it's actually going to be centered around Loops and Alpha 7, as, Zute from Omen Elite did actually go towards the compound I was speaking about, and it's still inside the zone, so maybe that's going to be paying them back dividends very shortly.
Yeah, Omen Elite, really solid position right now in the east over there, and you got the Knights up there to the north. They are in their vehicles. They need to dodge. They need to weave. They need to time this perfect, because you got Grunto, you got Wildcard, you got Alpha 7, you got Tempo right around you. You know, your neighbors here. And, you know, Knights, they also, you know, they have a point lead. But Omen, they're looking to snatch that up from underneath them right now. So they need to play this one methodical.
Jagger in the windows, going to be taken down by Sixless, as Raven as well gets the kill. Drop onto Sana, does go for the kill convert immediately, but at a cost. And that cost will be his downfall. Oh, Ran does finish off Raven. Carnage now. Yeah, Carnage. I mean, this is so awkward. Two of his teammates have just died. Hello? Jagger's just been dropped as well. He still has more players from the side of Grunto and Tempo Storm who could be shooting at him, and now he's rotating into Team K, so who just won the last game. Oh, he's like spinning out. He's trying to 180 it, but this is a need for speed, mate. Oh dear.
That's 1 point for placements. Oh, the Knights, they're done. They're done. I mean, they have a lead. But, you know, Omen Elite, seeing that in the kill feed, it is do or die right now from the squad. They have the pieces right now to overthrow. Broza, though, talking about pieces. Broza taking some shots on Parasport.
Yeah, he is, but he gets dropped immediately. Kevin is onto low HP, so he can't be there to try and give covering fire for his team. Hey, Pepe, though, Twift on pursuit to try and help out Proza, but look at Tensor. Oh, he's so close. Is Axel actually going to be meeting him inside the compound? How the hell did that just happen? Axel's just, I mean, he's walked in, he's asked for his order, and he's going, sorry, mate, it's going to be an order of bullets instead. So Tensor's out. I think that might mean only 2 players standing for Tempo Storm going forward. Either way, though, going to be quite the slow start here for the side of Tempo, as Team Solid, they're still making this so hard for these teams, even though they're there towards 20th position, as Cream had a bit of a firefight now with the side of XQuest Gaming.
Yeah, and that's what you love to see. I mean, these teams at the bottom of the leaderboards not giving up at all, and they are coming into every single game. I mean, this is the last game of the Americas, and they are putting up a fight. They are ruining dreams. I mean, last game alone, they took out the Knights, and they were taking shots at everybody. So, in Charme, right now, this is going to be the east side of Milta. You got in Charme, you got Team Solid, you got Team Queso, you got Call2, you got Trem Coretta, a lot of teams all on top of one another, gravitating towards the same positions.
And nade was so close from Axel. As well, we have to touch on the fact that Tempo Storm have been eliminated now in 13th, as Kultur lose Luxie, but Fran is still there towards the windows, shooting as fast as he can. Ducks behind the window now, has some cover, but he's the last player standing here for Kultur. Gets one though. Oh, the shots are going to connect. Oh, just hits his shoulder there. You can see he was standing just, should I say crouching, just slightly too close to the window. You can see the shoulder there as player model, so he is going to be taken down alongside with Kultur, who finish in 12th.
Yeah, and we do see the next zone go up. Alpha 7 looking really good right now. Wild card, okay, wild card out there to the east. So Omen Elite, they need to come up with some type of plan, and they need to make it snappy. They need to make sure they execute it quickly, because we have a couple squads who will be leaving Milta also with the same plan in their mindset. XQ down there to the south, they are going to get a crate. Loop's going to be gatekeeping the south over here, and here comes Axel. I mean, if at first you don't succeed, try and try again, and I think that's like the third grenade from Axel, just not connecting onto him. So let's see what Axel can do here. Pretty much a 1v3.
Yeah, his teammates are really far away. They're going to be towards the western side of the circle, so he can try and get out of this position, try and rejoin and rekindle his efforts with his comrades towards the circle, but he has to cross Team Solid, and they know where he is now. The grenade's going to be signifying precisely his location, as they can see the trajectory there from it. So he's going to be throwing a grenade through that window, and it could actually land at a few players' feet. Oh, it doesn't quite go through the window, though, so they're going to be fine for now. He's got players coming from the left and right. Let's see, then. How many shots can he connect? Oh, it's not going to be too many. He's going to die. And there you have it. Team Solid. Another kill. They're actually looking much more confident here. You can see that now the pressure's off their shoulders. They're a lot more relaxed. They're taking gunfights, and you can see they're having fun.
And you kind of wonder, where's this team been? You know, if they could have played like this the last 60-ish games, they would have been in a different situation. But over here, XQ trying to make the push, trying to get on into this new zone. Gatekeeping them, though, right now. You got Loops, you got Trem Coretta, all trying to get a piece of the pie themselves. Remember, XQ, they need 7 points in order to get that $25,000. HZL bleeding on out right now. We see the smokes, we see the support. This is a huge fight for them.
Yeah, this is major, not for their pockets, but also for their pride. As you said, HCL has been revived actually just in the nick of time, so the heal will go off for him. They actually get another kill onto Swagwin too, so now it's only 5 points clear that they need to try and claim that second position. Ooh, easy. Coming through the smoke. He's going to realize as well Trem Coretta are close, but they need the points. They're now at 3 kills as well. Oh, this could be the making here of a second place finish for Express Gaming, but they have to get through the barricade of Trem Coretta as easy. It's dropped by Vitu. Team Solid going to be eliminated as well out in 10, so they're, well, strong feat in 3 remaining players going all the way throughout the 3 weeks of the PMPL Americas was coming to an end, but maybe the same can be said for Express Gaming, as Vitu is making this so difficult here for the players remaining for the side of Express Gaming. HZL was killed. That's going to be them out already. I think that's going to be Cloud9 in second or B4 in second either way, though, and Charme Gaming feeling the heat here as well from Loops.
Yeah, that's actually devastating for the team. I mean, regardless, you know, third place, 15,000, second place, 25,000. But yeah, they needed 7 points, and they only had 3 kills to my knowledge. So looking at over here, Loops, Federal in the second story of the Wizzy T out here to the south. This is not in the next zone. They will have to make the push. They will have to make the breach across that street in order to get on into that next circle. Omen Elite, though. Omen Elite still alive over here, but they need to clash with Wildcard.
Yeah, they need kills. I think they realize this too. They're at 2 right now, so they need another 9 kills and the chicken dinner to try to solidify themselves as the 8th team in World League, and they would be knocking out the Pittsburgh Knights, who I think actually died off in all the action. Yes, they did. How many kills did they get? So, oh, okay, now it's 20 points between them and Tribe. And then for Omen Elites, okay, so they still need a really strong performance here. Yeah, I think it's going to be more than 11 kills here, Dave. It might be closer to about 12 or 13.
It's definitely a chicken. You definitely need the chicken. Like, without the chicken, there's not even an option, right, to have that chance over here. And Zute is going to be killed. Zute, you know, sitting on out from the sidelines, helping, you know, provide as much information as possible. Looks like Omen, they are going to have these rocks to kind of help them deal with the different angles that Loops might have on them from the west, but they need to keep Wildcard at bay. Wildcard making the push right now in the trenches, right in front of them.
Yeah, we're about to be entering no man's land as well. We're into that phase 6 circle. It's going to be Alpha 7 shooting down onto Cool. Oh, it's actually Grunto. Just before that, Alpha 7 were firing shots as well onto Omen Elites. Now you can see the HP for the 3 remaining players from Omen are about the halfway mark, so they're going to be steadily healing up. And for Wildcard Gaming, they lost a player as well. Enigma was killed off, and this is it. This has to be the fight here for Omen Elite. They have to try and lock horns with Wildcard Gaming for a shot at World League as Ran does get killed off by Alpha 7. So Alpha 7 looking really strong here inside the center of the circles. Can the same be said there for Omen Elite as the grenades go slightly too deep? Nico doesn't catch that one. Instead, Juicy going to be throwing one back, and it's a lot better as well. A second grenade goes in too. It's the Molotov, I think. Oh, Spring's going to be burning alive. Acer as well has got too many options to try and fall back to as well. The Molotov cutting off his route of retreat. And now Slicky inside the smoke going to be trying to go for the revive. The shots, though, coming into the vehicle. It's going to be blowing up that vehicle. Yeah, it did do damage to Juicy, but he's going to be okay. He's about 50% HP, so he can go for the heal. Ace is still low, though.
Yeah, I like how Omen, you saw Juicy try to make the push, try to get the thirst, but then quickly, you know, retracted that and instead opted to continue on with those grenades to kind of play it a little more safer over here. Unfortunate for them, though, the revive was successful, so that's going to pretty much reset it back to that 3v3. Spring and Ace are both extremely low. Hopefully, they don't underestimate the zone. The zone is right near them. No meds for Acer. They have nothing to their names right now. They need to win these gunfights. They need to get the initial exchanges with these bullets to even level the playing field.
One grenade could grant 3 more kills for Omen Elite, although I think if they did have the HE grenade, the high explosive grenade, it would have already been tossed over the top. And as you said,
they're not in the next zone either. Both these teams.
No meds. Gosh, they have so much cover to ground, so much ground to cover. Woof.
And loops are right to the west of them as well. You know, like there's
exactly.
This is so challenging for both of these squads.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 have played this one to a T, haven't they? They've been inside the center of the circle the whole time. They fought 2 teams to get there as well, so hats off to them. But really, it all comes down to this.
You got Sixless
going to be snaking. Yeah.
Right in front of you from Grunto.
Yeah, exactly. So even for Wildcard Gaming, if they do make it to the zone, they have to try and deal with the side of Sixless. But the shot's coming out from Acer now, the DP28. And we know what this gun can do when it actually comes into full effect. Juicy! What?
Sixless!
He's going out into the open. Sixless has saved his comrades from North America. Wildcard Gaming eliminated purely by Sixless on his own. Oh my god, that was amazing. And now for Loops, the grenade's going to be sending into the compound. The grenade, going to be dodged out there by Midtech. That was amazing. Fast foot play there from him. He must have a good 1-2 step on the dance floor, but right now he has to be dodging bullets here as they're going to be not coming in just yet. I thought Loops are going to try and capitalize off of that, but actually Darden's been killed. It's a 3 versus 3. I think that's why Loops are waiting.
That was my fear right there. That was my fear. Sixless with the third party, able to take down Wildcard, trying to take down Omen Elite. Omen Elite taken down in 4th place right there. Sixless, the solo member for Grunto with the DP, has his own, is on the off skirts of this exchange right now. Here comes the aggressive push from Loops.
Here we go. This is potentially for the winners as well, as both these teams have 3 players surviving, and it's all down to Sixless after that. Loops, they're trying to search for the remaining players here, but they're going to be on the balcony. Rolex spraying through the smoke, gets one. Federal as well, going to be dropped off. But they finish off with the job. 2 players drop now from Alpha 7. Now it's down to Midtech and Lucas.
Toss grenade.
Yeah, Midtech's on the bottom floor as well. Midtech, if he throws in that grenade, it could be perfect and try and line up the kill here for the side of Alpha 7. They want to try push on to Loops. Kowalski, though, he's going to be revived back up. Midtech, though, priming the grenade. It might be a Molotov as well to try and flush them out to come down the steps. Grenade does get tossed through. Haven't seen it explode as of yet. Sixless, though, waiting for his chance to pounce.
Yeah, one molly, 1 grenade. Could be like the tide change right now, but you got to think like how much utility do these players actually have, because these zones have not been kind to any of these teams, and it does look like they're going to be tossing out some smokes. Sixless prone right there will be spotting out Midtech. A couple shots on the Midtech. Loops now with the push on out.
Here it comes then. Kowalski catches up Midtech. It's going to be down to Lukatas now and Sixless if they want to try and battle out against Loops. But what a fitting ending this would be here for the South American side if they can try finish off a win, while also coming in first as well for PMPL, America's Federal. This is a Federal crime here with these shots. They are perfect. And that's going to be forcing back Lucas down to heal. He's onto low HP. One more shot here from the Scar would be the downfall here for Alpha 7. They fought so hard here. They played so perfectly with their rotations. The jumping shot. Not enough though. Loops with 1 HP onto Federal. And now Sixless here.
There's
1 versus 3. Drops the first play. Who knows as well that Federal's going to be onto low HP. This is actually winnable here for Sixless. They come both out. The heal. He's going to get the heal off Dave. Here it comes. Sixless with the spray. Gets 1. Can he get the second? Yeah. No.
So
Loops,
close.
they made it work. Fair play though to Sixless. That was incredible. 7 kills for him. Loops, though, they finish it with a chicken dinner, and that really is a symphony for the whole of PMPL Americas. What a way to finish it there for them. Best team in PMPL Americas, and they get the chicken dinner in the final game of the season. I'm speechless.
Actually nuts for Grunto and Sixless right there, though. I mean, Sixless popping in the shed to pretty much finish off that heal, or at least buy them just a little more time. I mean, Loops, obviously they're in first place. They can pretty much risk it at this point. They can do whatever they want. Going into blue, taking a little bit of damage, but Sixless 100% right there, almost getting the dub.
Yeah, James, it was close, wasn't it? I mean, you could hear me screaming. I thought he had done it, but I think just that last play with about 10% HP manages to finish him off. I mean, incredible, but I'm so happy for Loops to win it.
Exactly. I don't even mind. A Sixless, the ultimate snake, getting himself to that position is perfect to finish things off, but it's also absolutely perfect that Loops are PMPL America champions, get themselves the win at the very last moment. Dave, it's been phenomenal watching Loops here throughout the entirety of the PMPL Americas. Never mind getting themselves a chicken dinner here as well.
Yeah, I mean, that will be their 7th chicken dinner overall, and, you know, pretty much dwarfing the competition when it comes to points. I mean, coming into this game, they had 812 points, 358 kills. I mean, nobody in this lobby even came close to overthrowing them for that $50,000, Colores.
Yeah, fantastic stuff. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Go enjoy the rest of your time here for today, and that is the thank you for the last cast as well. Unbelievable stuff, unbelievable scenes. Loops Esports has dominated the PMPL Americas here. Fantastic stuff. Seven, Degon joining me here to break all of this down. It's art, Seven. It's perfect to get them win the last game of the tournament.
You said it best. It was a perfect way to finish the tournament. They have dominated, and not only that, they got that extra win. They didn't want to go ahead and fall back on the wins and just people be saying, oh, but they only finished in first place because of kills. No, they went ahead and just got that final win. So it's great to see. Overall, players like Carrillo, players like Federal, those are players that you're going to be looking out for, not just in the World League coming up, but in the future as well. The performances they had here today is just mind-blowing.
Yeah, Degon, I mean, even looking at the last couple of teams' positions that we had there, A7 going up against Loops, it almost felt destined that Loops was going to win that out. They allowed them to push up on those final houses and then continued that breach. Let's take a look at the points coming in. It is 31 points for Loops up towards the top. As if they needed any more of a cushion in their first place position, they managed to bag the big points. Kudos to Sixless for getting Grunto to the very end there as well, with 10 points coming from kills. Impressive by them, Degon, but it's Loops all the way. It's Loops.
Yeah, 3 players in the top 10 in terms of KDA and kills in the form of Carrillo, Chowski, and Daden. And just, you had an idea that this team was special coming into scrims and seeing them pop off for the first time in the North American audience because of how aggressive they played and how much they threw caution out of the wind. But then when they started to transform the lobby to their image and force everyone else to play around them and eventually make the lower teams play much more aggressive to keep up with them, that's when you knew you had something amazing and something special. And it turns out it's our PMPL America's champions.
Yeah, indeed. And for Pittsburgh Knights went out pretty early in this game. It was a scramble for them to try and keep themselves alive after the hard shift hit them. And it presented an opportunity, Seven, for Omen Elite. However, I feel like Omen Elite's campaign here in this game just started quite passive, and unfortunately the circles just shifted away from them. It was, unfortunately for them, not good enough to get themselves to that, World League spot, it seems.
Yeah, as we mentioned before this game, they needed to go ahead and get the win, and not only that, just a bunch of kills. And as you mentioned, they kind of just went into a compound and waited it out too long. I was wondering if they were maybe waiting for the end and try to just frag out in the end. But then when I didn't see them moving at all, I was like, what are you guys waiting for? Wake up, Sakumai. Go wake up Sute. Do something.
Yeah, it felt like they tried to rotate on the bridge outside, got caught on the ridge of the bridge for quite a long time. And when they made the early move into Milta and slowed down, I think that was also partially because of how crazy it was when they started off that side of the map, because they had Loops to the northern side that was basically wrecking everything, which is why the damage numbers are so high to them. And once they got safely into Milta. I think they sat on their laurels too much. They wanted to wait for the lobby to thin out, and they missed some fantastic opportunities to third and fourth party some other teams.
It's difficult. It is difficult to try and seize the initiative in a game like PUBG Mobile and try and frag out, but great damage coming in here from Loops as well. 2,300 damage there with the kills that they were able to accrue. Are they, dare I say, I don't know exactly how many points ahead they were, but were they like 100 points ahead at the end of the day, 7? Is that accurate? Is that close?
It might be close, and it was mostly just on kills. I think on kills alone, the second place team on kills was 301 kills, and then you had Loops Esports with 358 kills. That is just absurd, and it goes to show and speak volumes. And right here, the disrespect. The absolute disrespect of being able to go ahead and just finish off somebody like that in the final game of a tournament. And to be fair, we got to go ahead and give Sixless some credits. Being able to go ahead and get 7 kills, 1,000 damage, I think this is huge for him.
Yeah.
Him coming into a team that really, he didn't really get a chance to play any scrims with. It was just a last notice thing. I think it's great for him to go ahead and finish off the tournament like this. As I mentioned over and over again, Sixless being a very young person and starting to go ahead and mature in a way, and hopefully becoming even a better player. I think that will be a great pickup for a lot of teams in the future as soon as he starts maturing even more.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, and for me, it's Team Solid all of a sudden on the final day with 3 members just turning on and taking fights with multiple people. You saw the snipe shot earlier, and they weren't backing down from any fights and were winning fights and playing them together. It was fun to watch this Team Solid team finally getting something and being proud, having a full complete day and being proud of it.
Yeah, almost a devil-may-care attitude towards the end. You know, just let's frag out, let's have fun, getting some Car 98 shots, beautiful stuff coming in, even though, you know, ball action's not exactly quite the overall meta right now, but just, you know, going with it. And his DP spray is going down here from Kreta, and you know, Loops having a prime position over some of the teams towards the end there, just to be able to pump out the numbers, 7.
Oh, definitely. Loops being able to go ahead and pick people apart. And then Alpha 7 picked it up here on this final week. I think it's another team that has a lot of potential in the future. I'm pretty sure they're going to be readjusting stuff. MeTech being the IGL of that team. I've seen that player in multiple global finals now, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see them go ahead and come back in a different team, or maybe the same team, but even stronger. So overall, just a lot of great storylines out of this PMPL, and I had so much fun, man. So much fun.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at the numbers coming in from this game as well, and Loops just ends the tournament how they dominated the tournament, with plenty of numbers, plenty of kills, plenty of damage, and plenty of strong aggression as well. The fact that they were allowed to push up by A7 onto those buildings quite the way they did, from one building to another. It's not a long distance by any means, Degon, but they made it look effortless. And then getting into those buildings, you kind of felt like they were just going to win the fight.
Yeah, it felt like, hey, they wanted to turn it on. At the beginning of the game, I think they split 2-1-1, and guys were just taking fights left and right as much as they wanted to. I believe it was, I think it was Carrillo and Dadin just took on the whole of Cool2 BGBG, took 2 kills, and then just decided to leave out of Milta. But when I look at this chart, on the left side, that's your placement, right? It's in order of placement.
Yeah.
You could see there's a big dip. Exactly where? Omen Elite, the team that needed to be aggressive and get kills and get points. And it's kind of a bummer, right? Because they were set up for a position after getting themselves out of a tough position to get aggressive, and they just didn't. They didn't, and it ended up costing them.
I think Omen Elite throughout the tournament turned it on eventually. It just came too late, like maybe 1 or 2 days too late. But let's take a look at the top players coming in from this game as well here. As I can only imagine, we'll see quite a few Loops.
Show me the Loops players.
Show us the Loops players. There's Federal and Carrillo. But Sixless also, very importantly, of all the performances to have. If you think back to PMCO Berlin, he was snaking around, he was keeping his team in it, and once again towards the end 7, he keeps his team in it and he pumps out 1,000 damage. I can't even.
The Snake got himself, and he actually just sent me a message, and he says that he's sad. He choked that win. He wanted to go ahead and get that win. So maybe in the future, Sixless. It was kind of poetic though, seeing Sixless go up against Juicy, 2 ex-teammates, and then Sixless getting the kill on that Juicy. I'm pretty sure that's something people that have been following the community for a while would kind of enjoy to see with the history that those 2 players have.
Yeah, definitely.
Good history.
Definitely good history, and as you said here, Digon, Loops players showing up, Ferralal, Carrillo, showing that they are just phenomenal players when it comes to things. Let's take a look at the overall rankings, gentlemen, and confirm what we already know, and we have already known for a week at least. We have congratulations to Loops Esports. They are first place, and they are our PMPL America's champions, and they looked dominant, almost 100 points ahead of second place. XQ manages to take second place as well with the points that they were able to accrue, and that is our top 8 going to World League West. Seven, what are your thoughts?
A lot of shifts there, a lot of shifts, and honestly, all these 8 teams deserve to be going to WL. Some of them might have not been as consistent throughout the tournament as we would have liked to see, but they were able to pick it up. Teams like Cloud9. Cloud9, remember, they started off so bad this tournament, and then after a couple of weeks, they said, you know what, we need to go ahead and turn it. We need to go ahead and turn it up. We need to become that team that everybody's used to seeing, and they were able to have an amazing performance. And B4 too, B4 being the first team to go ahead and reach 7 wins. That was very impressive as well.
That's right.
Tempo Storm with the fragging power, and right here we're seeing just some of the teams that were not able to qualify, but kudos to them as well for at least making it to this kind of level of gameplay.
Yeah, 9th and 10th as well was Tribe and Omen Elite, so they've managed to get themselves into that first page. Creme de Obertis just misses out on being able to push up towards the top there, and Alpha 7 has a slight move amidst that Cool2 Alpha 7 Ace 1 pack, Digon. So overall in the rankings, what are your thoughts?
You know, when I look at the shifts there, one thing I was very big on pushing was the tiers of North American PUBG Mobile, and I think it's time to readjust because there's nothing more clear than these qualifiers from the World League, and I think that top crust includes XQG now joining Cloud9 and Wildcard now solidifying their spot as a top tier team, and then now you got to kind of wonder, hey, Tempo is a top team, right? It was a big slide, it was a tough day, but they did slide pretty far down, but those teams that made it deserve their spots. They showed the consistency throughout, so I'm happy with the teams that are going to be representing the Americas.
Something very exciting. We now get to see who the tournament MVP is going to be. I have a name in mind. I'm pretty sure these guys might have the same name in mind. We're about to find out. Who is it?
Wonder who it's going to be.
Is it Carrillo?
Surprise. Wait for it. Hey, there you go. Carl Rager with 365 damage per game, an average, and
That's
a 1.8 kill. Man, that is so impressive. And not only that, the average survival time, 20 minutes. That for me, honestly, I think that might be the most impressive thing, because I always die within like the first 10 minutes.
That's very impressive considering these games are going to the 25-minute mark, a little bit further than that. Yep. Obviously, being able to survive for a good 4/5 or higher of a game each and every single game across 64 games, Digon, it is massive. Never mind the amount of the average damage that we actually see, which, you know, I'm thinking about my games maybe like 100 average, which on a good day, you know, like across when you're fighting in a lobby of this caliber as well. Extremely impressive stuff.
Yeah, I think Brazil represented themselves well when we came in and found out about the Americas region, that it was Latin America, it was South America, it was Brazil, and it was North America. It was so interesting to see how the different play styles worked, and it was the Brazilian play style of playing aggressive and getting in your face. For Brazilians in the top 10 in terms of KDA showing off, and Carrillo, the cream of the crop, that showed what it was like, the ideal way you want to play aggressive. You survive longer if you win 3 times the amount of damage that one life is. It's pretty nuts.
Seven, any final thoughts before we leave here? I'm leaving the floor to both of you guys in a moment, and just, you know, what do you think, Seven? What's your
final thoughts, man? I'm so glad we were able to do this PMPL. There was a little bit of delays here and there, but a huge shout out to PUBG Mobile Esports, to ESL, for being able to go ahead and bring this joy to the PUBG Mobile community. I've been part of it before the game even became global, and I cannot thank you enough, man. This is my passion. I love this stuff, and I cannot wait for World League.
Yeah, it's going to be great. Digon, final thoughts?
Yeah, again, huge shout outs to everyone in the community. You know, I've been a part of it from the grassroots level to see some players pop up and have some fantastic opportunities to show off here. It feels fulfilling to get to see it through here in the Americas. And with everything that's happening in the world right now, to get this put on was a huge, huge feat. So congratulations and thank you to everyone.
Yeah, a sheer joy it has been. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for working alongside me. Seven, it's been since 2018. We did Dubai, we did
So long,
Berlin,
brother.
been-
I'm gonna miss you.
We're gonna keep going though. We're gonna keep going. I'm sure we'll be together again. All right. Well, thank you very much.
I'll be in Poland and I'll drive that M2.
No, I'm keeping my keys well away from you. All right, bye-bye, gentlemen. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, to everybody around the world tuning in here for the PMPL Americas. It's been an absolute pleasure bringing you all of the games, all of the action, and congratulations to our champions here for the PMPL Americas, Loops Esports. They head and shoulders dominated the competition, and I'm loving to see how they will do in World League coming up as well. We'll see you then for more PUBG Mobile Esports action.